It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, April 10th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. And yes, I am still not in there, but we are still doing the show live. And so you can't really complain, and I wasn't going to miss this post pay-per-view Monday. I'm in Montreal this time. Last week, I was in beautiful Los Angeles. Now I'm in the Great White North. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Canada. It's your old friend Ariel Helwani here on this beautiful spring Monday afternoon. It's a post-pay-per-view Monday here on the program. As always, we are brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. Please download their app and let them know we sent you. Use the code THEMMAHour. We appreciate it. Please support them because they support us. So why am I still not in the studio? Well, my kids have spring break. They have Passover break. Today is Easter Monday, so happy Easter to all those who are celebrating. I hope you had a lovely Easter Sunday. Happy Passover to all those who are celebrating. I hope you're having a lovely Passover as well. But we're still doing the show, and you know, this is the beauty of the internet in 2023. There was once a time where if I was away, I couldn't do the show or would have to fly back and forth to do the show in studio. But now we figured out how to do the show on the road. Like I said, last week from a hotel room in Los Angeles, this week from Montreal, next week might be in Las Vegas. Who knows? But we still do it. On and on it goes. Isn't that amazing? Where are my flowers? I want some flowers. And the best part about it is I don't have to deal with Frank's bullshit, because when I came on super early today, he was all cranky. He was talking to me like I was 6 years old. And here I could just mute him and not listen to any of it. It's great. Frank, how are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
How's your break?
It was fun. Big break.
We didn't really have a break.
No, I didn't.
How was your Easter?
Oh, it was great. Yeah. Spent a lot of time Eastering it up.
Yeah, you do the egg hunt thing with the bunny rabbits and whatnot?
The egg hunt thing.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, it's good to be here with all of you. Like I said, a post-pay-per-view Monday. A lot to get to. Loaded show. Stacked lineup. I'm excited. I'm excited about today's show. We have so much to discuss. There are times, well, let me get to the lineup and then let me tell you how I'm feeling right off the bat here, because I've had, I don't know, 36 or so hours to digest what transpired on Saturday in beautiful Miami, the 305. I mean, what a scene it was. Back into the show, we're going to be joined by Jorge Masvidal. You probably know by now, he has retired. He lost to Gilbert Burns in somewhat of a one-sided affair. He's got a lot going on. He's got the game-bred boxing thing. He's got the bare-knuckle thing. He's got a ton happening outside of fighting, and he essentially said almost exactly 20 years since he called it a career, started his career. He's going to call it a career in Miami. He started his career in May of 2003 in Fort Lauderdale, and he gets a chance to say goodbye in April of 2023. So almost exactly 20 years to the day for Jorge Masvidal, always kind and gracious with his time. So he will join us at around 4 o'clock to talk about what happened on Saturday, some accusations as well. The whole scene in Miami was a chaotic one all week long. We'll talk to him about that, the fight, and where he goes from here. We'll also talk to my good friend Chael Sonnen. He'll join us at around 3:15 to recap 287, some other things going on in his life as well. He was hosting the bare knuckle press conference last week, the one with Eddie Alvarez and Chad Mendez and Luke Rockhold and Mike Perry. In fact, at one point, Mike Perry seemed to have wiped some boogers on Luke Rockhold's jacket, which I thought was a little bit much. You know, I've always said family, religion, politics, and boogers. You know, you gotta draw the line at that, if you ask me. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Joe Pyfer. Had a big win over Gerald Meerschaert on Saturday. What an impressive fighter he has turned into. So we'll talk to Body Bags Joe. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Christian Rodriguez, who at least temporarily derailed the Raul Rosas Jr. hype train. Very impressive performance by Christian Rodriguez. You may have heard Anthony Pettis multiple times in the past on this program, hyping up Christian Rodriguez, C-Rod, as the kids like to say. And then prior to that, we'll be joined by Kevin Holland, who had the massive win as well over Santiago Ponzinibbio. And he, too, had somewhat of a chaotic, newsworthy week leading up to the fight on Saturday and even post-fight as well. How are we holding up here, Frank? Everything looking, sounding okay?
Yes, sir.
I get nervous about these things. Let me check the stream here. Break the fourth wall for a moment. Do you hate when I do this? There's an ad playing. It's a Premier League ad, so that's okay, right? Appreciate everyone who's joining us live right now. Appreciate everyone who's in the chat. You guys are great. We love you very much and appreciate you all very much. All right, we look good. And, you know, I've said this before, guys. I have said this, I feel like 5 or 6 times on a post-pay-per-view Monday. There are times where I walk away from a pay-per-view or a big card and I'm like, all right, that was cool, or that was great, that was amazing, or that was memorable, or that was lackluster, and that wasn't memorable. And then there are times where I walk away in awe of someone, and usually it's the person who closes out the show. And I feel like on Saturday I was in awe of Israel Adesanya. I feel like I still, 36 hours later, am in awe of not only what he did in the moment in the cage on Saturday, but pretty much everything he did since last November. This, to me, is one of the greatest performances and one of the greatest 4 or 5 month stretches in UFC history. And let me explain why. You remember back in November at Madison Square Garden, he fought Alex Pereira. We know what that fight meant to him. We know that, and we talked about this, any other circumstance, that fight isn't happening. The reason that fight happened is because of their history in kickboxing. It was a very unique situation. And Alex Pereira didn't have the resume to warrant a title shot. I mean, just ask the Bilal Muhammads of the world what it takes to get a title shot in the UFC. But because he had the 2 wins over Izzy, and because the second one was, very memorable in the way in which it ended, they gave him 3 fights. He won those 3 fights fair and square, and then they gave him a title shot. And Izzy took that fight. Maybe some people would cause a stink, raise an issue. He took the fight and fought great. Probably fought better in that fight than he did in the 2 previous kickboxing fights. And as we've discussed time again, he was seconds away from finishing Alex Pereira in the first round. Second, third, fourth, closer, obviously, but he was doing very well. And then, of course, he gets stopped in the 5th. Maintain it was another stoppage, but I'm done with that. Point is, he loses the fight. What happens afterwards? The next day, well, first of all, he shows up and he faces the music. He faces the music. And we've said this as well. Like, you find out who's who in the low moments after the losses. And it was very impressive how he handled it. The next day, he goes on Andrew Schultz's show. The next day, he taped that. I think it came out like the Monday or Tuesday after, but this guy did not crawl into a hole, didn't sit there and lick his wounds, didn't cry. Even when I brought up the early stoppage, like, hardly took that bait as well. The day after that, on the Monday, comes in studio on the show, if you recall. In studio after a loss. Hard enough to get someone to come on after a win. Hard enough to get someone after a win in studio. Comes on in studio after a loss, which is like as rare as can be. I don't know if it's ever happened, a fight of that magnitude. People have come on after losses and whatnot, but a fight of that magnitude, especially stoppage, losing your belt, comes in after the loss. And I remember being blown away by his demeanor. He said he'll get him back. He wasn't deterred. He didn't feel like his identity was taken away from him. Sure, he was, a bit of a wounded animal, like, his energy was, but he was great. He was in great spirits. And I remember when we said goodbye to him, we went to commercial break. We weren't doing the darts back then. And I remember going to the back to say goodbye to and hello to Tim, his manager, Tim Simpson, and what a month he's had. Leon Edwards just a few weeks ago in London. Saturday, Izzy. This weekend, he has Max Holloway. This guy breaks free from Paradigm, starts his own management group, the Chosen Advisory Group, and is on a freaking roll right now. And he's like 31 years old. It's unbelievable. But anyway, I remember saying goodbye to him, and his brother was there as well, Izzy's brother. And then when he walked off, he was limping. He was definitely in pain. And he limped, but didn't seem like his, he was hurt. He was obviously banged up. Didn't seem like his soul, his heart, his resolve was broken. I was like, man, this guy, he's a special kind of cat. And then he just kind of disappeared. He just disappeared, right? You didn't see a ton of media. You didn't see a ton of interviews. You didn't see a ton of sound bites, ton of trash talk. It was kind of quiet. In fact, I felt like this fight kind of crept up on us. There wasn't a ton going on, and Alex doesn't speak English, so maybe there's not a ton of media that I'm seeing. I even asked both of them to come on the show beforehand. They're just like, no, we'll save for after. It just kind of appeared, and there's been a lot going on, obviously, with the 2 pay-per-views in March. Last weekend was a big one with WrestleMania and all that stuff. And so there we were, fight week in Miami. And what a scene. And I'm happy to see that everyone had a great time in Miami. It's one of my favorite cities and definitely deserved the show 20 years after their last show. The last one did around 400,000, a little bit more, 460, I think it was, in terms of the gate. This time, close to 12 million more than the last MSG show. That's absurd. Highest gate for that arena ever. And that arena has been around for about 20 years, home of the Miami Heat. They've changed their names 4,000 times, but it's the same spot. And then you watch him at the press conference, and you're like, all right, he's intense, and he's saying things, and I can feel people rolling their eyes when he's saying things. He's saying, fuck the belt, I'm coming for his head. And he shows up with the dog collar, and he's saying certain things, and I could see it on the internet. Oh, he hasn't come for someone's head since this fight. And what is he talking about? F the belt. Of course it's about the belt. And this guy's his boogeyman, and this guy's his kryptonite, and he's coming back too soon. And I'll be honest, I was wondering about the too soon thing. We just saw it with Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman was a completely different fighter when he fought Leon Edwards for the 3rd time and the 2nd time in less than a year, just a few weeks ago in London. A little bit gun-shy, a little bit tentative, didn't have the same mojo, didn't have the same swagger. And here he is, Izzy, coming back in 5 months after a knockout loss, a TKO loss, losing his belt to the guy who had already beaten him twice in another sport. And so there was a part of me that was thinking, I know he's saying this, but does he feel it? And then you talked to Eugene, we did on this show, and he said, yeah, I would have liked a little bit more time. I would have liked a little bit more time to prepare, to get over the loss, all that stuff and more. And then you're starting to wonder, like, is this it? Is Izzy's legacy going to be defined on Saturday? And if he doesn't get by this guy, what the heck does he do? He can't go to 205. He can't go to 170. Alex Perez is just going to be his guy standing in his way after that incredible run. And it seemed like he was in good spirits, and it seemed like he was confident, and it seemed like he was, in a good spot leading up to it. And then on Saturday, just thinking, I put this out there, in a tweet, I was like, man, this guy doesn't get enough credit. And I know that he could be a little bit polarizing at times, some of his talk. I think the sport needs Izzy, and the sport is better when he's on top. But how about the fact, just think about this, since his UFC debut in February of 2018, Saturday's fight was his 15th fight. 15th fight in a little over 5 years. That means he's averaging, in the midst of a pandemic as well, still 3 fights a year. 3 fights a year. Who at his level is doing that? In addition to that, Saturday's fight was his 10th title fight of any kind since he fought Kelvin Gastelum for the interim middleweight title in April of 2019. That includes the Jan Blachowicz fight at 205. 10 title fights. So that's top of the bill stuff. That's main event stuff. That's the biggest bullseye on you, right? I mean, he was the champion every single time except for the Gastelum fight and this one. And this one, he had the most amount of pressure on his shoulders. And then, of course, he's returning less than 5 months later against his boogeyman. And the guy never freaking wavered. He never wavered. And how many times have we seen someone who has held the belt for a very long time lose the belt in dramatic fashion and never get it back? I was talking to New York Rick about this last night. The only one that I could think of is Amanda Nunes, who held the belt for a very long time, loses it to Juliana Pena, and then got it back. I think a lot of people thought, at their best, Nunes beats Pena more often than not. I'm not sure what people thought about Izzy and Pereira, especially in MMA. Izzy has more experience. Pereira obviously has his number. But think about all the long reigning champions who lost their belt and then tried to get it back. More often than not, from the Andersons to the Usmans to I know DJ left. More often than not, the Rondas, they never got it back. This guy lost the belt, got stopped, comes right back, in a fairly short amount of time. How many people who fought in November came back and fought in April and beats him and freaking beats him? And not only does he beat him, he stopped him. Not only did he stop him in the second round. First round was close. The leg kicks looked to be, doing some damage. He's switching stances. Saw some people scored for Izzy. I thought you can make a case for Alex. All three judges had it for Izzy. Seemed okay. Alex seemed very confident in the corner going into the second round. So did Izzy. And then he comes back in the second, and it's a familiar scene that we saw in the first fight where he's up against the cage. And now we come to find out that it's, it's a little bit of rope-a-dope, if you want to call it that, where, he's taking the shots, he's blocking everything, and then he comes back and he drops him and he finishes him. And you're seeing some of the photos there. Tremendous stuff there from Getty Images. He's talked about, and the great thing about Izzy is he lets us in, via his, he doesn't do a lot of media, doesn't do a lot of interviews anymore, but he lets us in via his Freestyle Bender account. And he rewatched the fight and he said, next time I'll know what to do. And look at that. He knew what to do. And then not only does he finish his kryptonite, his boogeyman, how the fuck does he have the presence of mind to do all of this? How does he have the presence of mind to do all this? How does he remember in the moment, oh yeah, bow and arrow, bang, 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 and does it in such a perfect way and then breaks it over his knee? How does he have the presence of mind? Obviously, this is something he thought of. How does he have the presence of mind to think of that in the moment, celebrating, whether you agree with it or not? How does he have the presence of mind to find Alex's son and do what the son did to him when he knocked him out, which was, do the mocking, falling down to the ground, which we spoke about when he was in studio prior to the MSG fight. There it is right there. He does how does he have the presence of mind to think about all of this? The guy is a freaking walking meme. And this is why DC and I, back in the day, you see it again, it's unbelievable, would call him Internet Izzy. Even his Instagram stories over the last 36 hours, it's just clip after clip after clip, all this stuff. I don't know, I know people get annoyed about this. No one celebrates better than this guy. And that is an all-time celebration. Now, you can say poor taste, lack of sport, whatever. I personally think it's tremendous. He is a petty mofo, and I'm a petty mofo, and he is freaking spiking the football all over the freaking world, everywhere. It's unbelievable. The clips that he's putting out, the celebrations, all that stuff. I just want to know, how do you have the presence of mind in that moment to do all of that stuff? He was on fire afterwards. Even going to the press conference, on fire, no bullshit questions. Give me the good stuff. On fire. He was not messing around. So I was just blown away that he came in there. The dog, even the music. I will say the music that he walked out to start. I was like, is this one of those generic tracks that they play on Fight Pass when they don't have the rights to the song? I was like, right now, headstrong. I was like, what? This is Izzy's song? But the guy just believed what he wanted to believe in and what spoke to him and what felt good. I know he spoke about that song in particular, an old school track, just speaking to him. He is who he is. He dresses how he wants to dress. He wears what he wants to wear. And he just freaking walked into Miami and he conquered that demon that had been haunting him for years now. I don't think we've seen anything like it. Because even if you want to talk about Nunes and Pena wasn't to Nunes what Pereira is to Izzy. The mental hurdles that this guy had to overcome over the last few months to say, no, I could beat this guy. I know I could beat this guy. I don't even know how you describe that. I don't even know what the word is for that. That is next level strength, mental strength, confidence, resolve, determination. Next level stuff. Most people come back a shell of themselves. And they're gun shy and they're nervous and they're anxious and they're lacking self-confidence. This guy freaking walked out with the dog collar to headstrong and knocked out Alex Pereira and then did all this and then breaks it and then mocks his son. How does he do that? It was unbelievable. Blown away by what he did. Absolutely blown away. And I would imagine there was great clips, by the way, all the Volkanovski one. You could see just the relief washing over him. The Kai Kara France one, That squad is a very likable squad, in my opinion. I like them very much. CKB, I have a lot of respect, obviously, for Coach Eugene Behrman. But you just see how much this meant to them, how happy those were beautiful scenes as well. And I could imagine many Israel Adesanya fans all over the world reacted and were going crazy, no matter if it was 1 a.m., 10 p.m., Sunday afternoon in New Zealand, in Africa, late, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Unbelievable scenes. Even our own GC, who was doing the watch party on Saturday with Mike Heck, had an all-time celebration. Do we have this clip here? Because I've watched it multiple times. There's a lot of great moments in this clip. You've got New York Rick at the top, who's like speechless, who's been watching Izzy longer than all of us. You've got GC dressed like Don Johnson, circa 1984, doing something like this, like a swimming thing. I don't know what he was doing. Can we play this clip? Because this is tremendous stuff, and I could imagine a lot of Izzy fans reacted the same on Saturday.
Over the top.
Oof,
Kick
I
to
like
the
that
body.
body shot.
Oh,
Man.
Izzy,
Oh,
Izzy,
man.
you can't be in here.
Shit. Oh, no. Oh, big right hand. Oh, Izzy. It's over. Izzy in. It's over. It's over. Israel Adesanya. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, my God. Oh. Under 4.5. And we get the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. Bang. Bang. What do you want now? God.
It's one of the greatest accomplishments, achievements, considering everything I just laid out, that I've ever seen covering this sport. Shout out to the watch party crew over there. That was a great scene right there. Shout out to Izzy. Let's bring in New York Rick and GC now to talk about it all. And I would imagine GC's still hyped from Saturday night. That was incredible stuff. I'm just curious about this. What was going on here with this move right here? This was a great. I loved it.
That's what someone said. They were like, "What are you doing with your hands? What are you doing with your body?" I didn't really know. I didn't know how to react. Like I thought things were going south. I thought he was about to get up against the cage and it was going to be similar to what we saw back in November. And you see me like lean back because I'm like kind of covering my face, anticipating that might be what's about to happen. And then he just unloads that right, hits him. And then it was just like 1 second it felt like everything was going bad for him. And then the next second, he's the champion. It was just like the most insane thing. And then everything that you just said, all the consequences surrounding the fight. It was one of the craziest moments I've seen. Like it wasn't as like out of nowhere as the Leon head kick, but like it invoked a similar reaction in me. That's how crazy it was.
New York Rick, you've been watching this guy a long time.
Let me just say
what
one
were you
thing.
thinking? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say.
No, I was just curious. Yeah, go ahead.
Since we texted, there was one name that came to mind, and it's not the same. It's not the same. Let me start outright by saying this. Everything you've laid out, nobody has done this, right? What Israel Adesanya did on Saturday in terms of vanquishing the demons and that long title run and reclaiming it. The closest I could think of after we spoke was Stipe, right? The title reign's not as long. The title reign is not as long, but gets to Daniel Cormier, gets knocked out brutally, and then comes back and wins it, and then wins it again after that. So that was the closest I could think of. There's GSP and Kane and others who didn't have a long title reign.
In that like Anderson,
Yep.
Ronda, Amanda Nunes, like just a beat longer than those guys.
Stipe's the closest that we can think of, and it's still not close. What he was able to accomplish, the hurdles he was able to overcome. But that name came to mind. As far as this performance itself, what stood out to me, like, and I've said, like, I said it on the watch party, and I've said it since. Nobody wins better than Izzy, right? From the way he wins, the highlight reel, the finish, to having the pre-planned celebration, to the dances, to it just feels like an event when Israel wins. He knows how to turn it on and go viral, and nobody wins like Israel Adesanya. I'd put him up against anybody in sports. He's the best winner, the best celebrator. You when he wins, it's a party for everybody. But the thing that was the most impressive to me, I came in with the perspective that like I wasn't, and I said this on the last time we spoke on the show, I wasn't concerned about his mental. I wasn't concerned about Israel Adesanya's mental because I think he's rock solid there, and he's also very well prepared. I think there were technical things that he did better in this fight that were going to be the difference in the fight. But the thing that stood out to me and that I appreciate most about Israel Adesanya is he's down 3-0 in this fight. coming into this fight. And in the middle of this fight, he's in the same position he was against the cage with Alex Pereira, one of the most dangerous dudes on the planet, starting to unload on him and bring the heat to him. And there's a lot of fighters who would take a safe option there. There's a lot of fighters that would try to circle out of there, as he was doing effectively in the first round, and think to themselves, I can't afford to lose a fourth fight to this guy. I just can't afford to lose a fourth fight to this guy. But instead of doing that, what he did was bite down on his mouthpiece, plant his feet, and land a right hand that sent Alex reeling. So his willingness to lose, and we've seen this in the Kelvin Gastelum fight, right between rounds, where he's like, I'm willing to die. And we've seen this in other fights before, against Paulo Costa, against Robert Whittaker. The knockout against Whittaker, he's opening himself up in order to finish Whittaker. We saw that here, and the willingness to lose, the willingness to sacrifice it all in that moment, that's what stood out the most to me. Because Israel Adesanya wasn't just coming to play safe. He could have come in there, and he could have tried to point fight, and he could have tried to make these corrections and felt like he would have had a good chance to win. Back against the cage, same moment as the first fight, as round 5 of the first fight, he planted his feet and he landed a shot that sent him reeling. So that speaks volumes to me. Like, and you can talk about the other performances against guys like Cannonier and Vettori and talk about how he doesn't take risks, and Yoel Romero. You need to have a fighter in there that's going to push him to this limit. You need to have somebody who's an equal opponent. You need to have somebody that's going to get this out of him. And Alex Pereira is somebody who can do that. And when you do, you get this. You get what Israel Adesanya is, which is a finisher, which is a knockout artist, which is a showman, which is somebody who's just at the top level of this game. But his willingness to lose and win in that singular moment, to me, is what stood out the most.
It's very well said what you just said, because I feel, I spoke to Michael Carter-Williams, who plays for the Orlando Magic, for my Showtime basketball show. That interview comes out later on this week. And I asked him if athletes of today are less inclined to take risks and to put themselves out there because they're afraid to be turned into a meme, to get mocked on the internet, to be a viral clip where everyone's, dunking on you. And I think that's a real thing, right? I think athletes really do fear that sort of thing. And I feel like Izzy doesn't feel that. I feel like he is so comfortable in his own skin that, to your point, he doesn't worry about that sort of thing. He doesn't sweat that sort of thing. He doesn't, say, oh, what if this happens and then people are going to make fight. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He really doesn't give a shit. It's incredible. And also, to your point, I wanted to add, I don't recall a fighter, even Conor, honestly, that speaks to the sort of like high school, college generation more than him. We've been doing this show. We've been talking about MMA for a long time. There was a very long stretch where it felt like we're doing this in a vacuum to a very small sector of the sports world. And the amount of nephews and cousins who are in their teens that hit me up about Izzy, my own nephew, my own cousins, my own, family members, friends that want to talk about Izzy because of the way he conducts himself online and the stuff that he does. He's really, I would argue right now, he's active, right? So I don't know if Conor falls into this category. He might be their most valuable fighter because no one connects with that generation more than him. Agree or disagree? They need someone like him on top. If the sport is more interesting with him on top.
Yeah, if you're talking dollars and cents, there's just there's Conor and everybody. It's almost like you have to just separate it.
Yeah,
put
but he's
the
not as
asterisk.
active.
But you're not going to be able to squeeze as much. And to one of the points you made earlier, which Israel Adesanya deserves the most respect for, is he wants to fight, right? He's not the guy who takes the belt and says, I'll schedule my 2 fights a year and move on. He wants to fight every single time. He's ready to go. And some would say, oh, did he rush too soon into this? Israel Adesanya comes from a kickboxing world where you fight and he wants to fight. He's got hundreds of fights, literally hundreds of fights. The man wants to fight.
And also, can I just add, before you finish that point, it's no bullshit. It's no Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk bullshit on the way to the fight. It's like, when's it, right? Yeah. It's like you fight, you lose, and then we can get the next day. And then we get the next day.
He doesn't just say he wants to fight. He truly is going to show up. You put the contract in front of him, he'll sign it. And Alex too, by the way, we should give him credit. There's no incentive to say turn around and fight this guy you've already beat 3 times on a quick turnaround. Alex is like, let's go. Equally game, But Israel Adesanya has done this at the championship level in the UFC for a long time and deserves praise for that. As far as his attention and things like that, people, I feel like, identify with him. Like the things he says, the openness, the rawness, people identify with somebody who's coming out and being like, yeah, like I've had low moments, but I'm going to overcome, and self-belief, and the message that he had in his post-fight about like, I want you to feel this happiness, but only if you risk it, and encouraging people. He's, there's times where the internet's going to be like, oh, cringe this, right? Like, but he's willing to take that risk, and it's the same thing as in the fight. He's willing to take the risk because he truly believes it. He knows who he is, right? He's very confident and self-assured and knows who he is. So he's willing to put himself out there and let you judge it, right? I'm going to put myself out there. I know exactly who I am. There's no artifice. There's no fakeness. I'm going to be me, and you're either going to love me or you're going to hate me. It works that people love and hate him because then you get the most attention. It's tried and true. But he's just who he is, and I think people identify with that. It's as simple as that. Anybody can say, I see this person being exactly who they want to be, whether it's cringe or not, and I want to be that. It's aspirational, truly.
It really is. Thank you for bringing up the post-fight interview. I forgot to mention that. In my opinion, one of the greatest ones of all time. I love how he says to Joe in his ear, like,
let me have it.
Can I hold the mic real quick? Like, he wanted that moment. And that's usually rule number one. But, when you ask nicely like that, you got to give it up. And it wasn't like he was going to go on some crazy rant. Him looking into the barrel of the camera and say, like, exactly what you just said about, I want you all to feel this, but you will only feel this if you put yourself out there. It got, and maybe I'm not supposed to say, it got me emotional. Like, I felt like he was speaking to me. I feel like any single person who has tried to get something, who has had to overcome something, related to that moment. And it was beautiful stuff. Again, presence of mind. How the fuck did he have the presence of mind to do that in that moment, to think of that in that moment? And sure, he's alone in his thoughts leading up to the fight, but it was just like moment after moment. And I think everyone loved it. There's only one person that I know that didn't love it.
Who?
You know that? One?
Who?
Freaking Mysterious Frank. He was like
What?
bitching about the whole kid. Yeah. Frank, you thought it was too far, right?
He's getting the eyes from everybody in the control room,
you thought the
by
kid
way.
thing was too far, Frank.
He said it was too far.
The kid thing.
I saw quite a few
Alex's
people
son.
saying
I
that,
thought you were
but-
saying the post-fight speech. Alex's son specifically.
Frank, was it too far?
I don't think it was too far. The comment I made earlier is he maybe wasn't able to be on the show today because he was too busy settling some scores with some 10-year-olds.
Yeah. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
Yeah, come on. I mean, really?
He's like, hey, I got to go to the elementary and show these kids what's
Ooh.
up. But I'll be on the show later.
No.
like
all
Billy
in.
Madison?
Petty Izzy is
He's
great.
petty, and he admits to that. I love it.
I have an actual answer. It's definitely, it could be proven wrong very easily or proven right. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't think it's like a presence of mind thing as much as it's just literally like the things that prevent you from doing that in your life don't prevent him from doing that.
Yeah.
Like, he's not thinking about the consequences of this stuff. He's literally just doing what he wants to do because that's who he is. He is just raw. He is just exactly what you get. There's no, should I say this? Should I not say this? He's like, okay, I know what I wanted to say. Give me the mic. I know I wanted to pull these arrows out and shoot them. Great. I saw MMA History Today said like this whole thing about like he shot it 3 times into the soul of his demon, and Izzy was like, I didn't think about that, but I just shot the arrows. But that's cool. That's what I'm gonna go with. So it's like, I think it's just a lack of filter. It's a lack of reservation. It's what makes him also, I think, in fighting so freaking awesome. Like when you see him against Cannonier and Romero and Vettori, he's not being pushed to be in that mode, right? He's not being pushed to have to do these things. But when you get him in with Whitaker, when you get him in with somebody like Pereira, there's a moment where he can lose, right? There's a moment where he's deciding, like, I could win or I can lose, and he chooses to ride that. And I don't know, I'm in awe. It was truly like I feel like I saw a special thing, you know?
And to what you're saying, like, he just is who he is. Like, he doesn't switch up for anybody. That's just what he did in the celebration. Like, he's petty, he's cool, he's got the presence of mind and everything. Like, all week felt like everybody was making fun of him for the dog collar, corny this, cringe that. If I had $1 for every tweet that I saw about how corny and cringy he is, I wouldn't have to work today. Like, it was getting ridiculous. And then he continues to be who he is, and he gives us one of like the coldest, hardest, sickest celebrations of all time. Like, the same people that I saw being like, oh, he's the corniest MFer alive, we're also like, wow, this was the sickest celebration in UFC history. Like, it's just like, he is who he is. He is the same person that entire time. And, like, to me, that's what's so likable about him.
Where's that shirt from, by the way?
We
Is that
gotta get into
legit?
this right now? No, this
No,
is
I don't know
Redbubble.
why.
It's Redbubble. I need an Engage ID shirt.
Shout out Rebel.
The Hunter shirt.
Notable that he didn't wear it on
Yes, I have
Saturday.
to say, like, you know, I don't want to take full credit here, but, like, I think some credit has to be given for not wearing the shirt because I intentionally
think you
did
deserve
not
it.
want to T-shirt curse him.
Wow.
No, I think
Presence
you deserve
of
it.
mind. Did you
There it
see-
is,
and
the
presence of mind once
you know?
again.
Yeah.
I thought the get up on Saturday was great. It was very apropos. It was very
it was
Miami.
sick.
I don't know if
All
you did that
time.
on purpose or not. Was that a coincidence, or were you just wearing that on Saturday? Like that was just your work
Yeah,
attire?
it was just a coincidence, dude. It just happened to be Miami, and I happened to be rocking the white and blue.
By the way,
but-
don't mean.
Okay, I want to
Yes?
circle back to the Frank not liking the kid thing. Like, come on, get the F out of here.
I never
We're
said
watching
that.
cage
The
fighting.
kid,
We're watching
the kid
sports.
walked into the ring and mocked him.
He did mock him.
They laugh. I've seen like the clip of like them reliving it and like talking about it. I don't know if it was like embedded or countdown or something where they're like, "Oh yeah, look at this moment," and they're talking stuff. Like it was fine. It was PG. Like it wasn't like anything like gratuitous. It was fine.
Alex Pereira has also had ample opportunity. They talked backstage. He's been on social. He, you know, has done interviews or whatever. He's had ample opportunity to say he had an issue with it. He hasn't. So why are all these other people upset about it? I don't get it. I
Nah.
thought it was fun.
It's totally fine. And to me, like the most again, how did he even know the kid was sitting there? You know,
saw
like
him.
like it's just a
Look for
kid.
him.
Yeah, among the madness, he finds
saw
the
him.
kid. Like
I mean,
what?
you have
It's
to
not like
assume-
he's.
You have to assume the
He's
family's
not
there.
like
I'm sure
he's not a guy with like an orange tan or something, you know, like that's just sticking out like a red light. I mean, he like sees a kid in the middle of all those people.
I
That,
think
that
the
to me was
arrows
amazing.
were improvised. The
Family
kid thing
section.
planned.
Oh, no, I think he knew what he was doing going into it. Like in
Yeah.
the back of his head, he was like, if I knock him out, I'm pulling the arrows out.
Okay, so here's the thing. All that was great. All that was amazing. There's one problem with all this. There's one problem with this result, and
Tell
that
me.
problem is Izzy has been fighting as middleweight champion for a long time, and there's no one for him to fight. Now, he shot down. Okay, there's a few things we have to go
Well,
through.
yeah, yeah.
Number one, he shot down Alex. What?
I mean,
do you- what's the-
Alex is there. Like, why?
Okay,
are we
wait,
acting-
no. We're going through the list. He shot it down, and even Dana himself was like, "Yeah, you know, the weight cut, this and that." It doesn't seem to me, and I even asked our guy Plinio Cruz, who's his coach, who was in studio, what the plan is. He said it's a little too soon to 205 this or that. How do we feel about him coming out of the gate, post-fight press conference, like, we're not doing this again. I beat him once, we're done, I'm moving on. GC, are you okay with that?
The second it happened, you know, Rick was on the watch party with me. I was like, let's run the trilogy. Alex won
Right.
one by knockout. Izzy won one by knockout. Let's run a third one. And me personally, I would like to see it. I just think they've had such an incredible combat sports history, a story, a rivalry surrounding them. Both the fights in MMA have been incredibly exciting and delivered massive historical moments for the sport. So I would love to see a third one and sort of settle the score in MMA as it's 1-1. But it seems like what you just said. Dana thinks he's going to move to 205. Izzy doesn't really have any interest in it. If it never happens, I would probably end up being pretty disappointed.
Eric, you do not seem okay with this.
From Mr. No immediate rematches, right? I think I've proven my
Yes,
track
that is
record on
true.
that. Mr. No immediate rematches, you run that MFer right back. Like, these are the two guys. These are the guys. We have them in their primes right now. There's absolutely no reason not to do this. To your point, like, who else is there for Izzy? Robert Whittaker.
Well, so how do you feel about him shutting it down? He's the one that's shutting it down.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 5 seconds into the post-fight press conference with a drink in his hand. Like, I think, you know, we can get there at some point. Now,
Okay.
if it's look, I can't speak for Alex Pereira. If Alex Pereira says I'm done with 85 and I want to go to 205,
Right.
fine. Like, I got no issue with that. I think he'd be very competitive. I mean, we've seen him as a two-weight champion at the highest level of kickboxing in glory. Like, I got no issues with Alex Pereira saying I want to go up to 205 and not cut this weight. But if he stays at 185 or says I want to get a rematch, you have to do that fight. What else is there that is an option that is as attractive? There's just nothing even
Okay.
in the ballpark.
So I was a little bit surprised by just how
Definitive they were.
aggressive
Right?
he was.
Yeah.
In this is not going to happen. I'm done. I mean, just from it's funny when he's like, 3 minus 1 is 2, like that whole thing that he said. Like, what are you talking about?
Three,
I mean,
Yeah,
it was just a joke.
3-1
Yes,
equals 2
I know,
title
I know, I
reigns.
know. But it's like from a business standpoint, it's hard to gauge. Did that gate do 12 million because it was just the UFC on fire coming to Miami, or was it that fight, or is it a combination of two?
Yeah.
That's the biggest middleweight fight.
Jorge
middleweight title fight
Masvidal
that
on
they
the
can make.
card.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
But that is by far the biggest fight of all the options out there. That is the biggest one. Now, to your point, if Alex comes out and says,
Yeah.
"I just don't want to do this anymore," remember, it went down to the wire in November at MSG in New York. The weigh-in was pretty close.
He's a massive
He's
human.
a big guy. And there's matchup, man. Like, where do I sign up for Alex Pereira versus Yuri Prochazka?
Oh my gosh,
where do I
that's
sign up for
exactly
Alex
what I was
Pereira
thinking.
versus Jamal Hill? Where do I sign up? Like, I almost feel like there's more fun matchups for him at 205 with these
I don't
dudes
mind
than
a
at
Whitaker,
185.
versus Pereira either, or a Costa versus Pereira. Like I like
sure.
the fights at middleweight too. I'm all for all of them.
So
The benefit
all right,
of this
there's-
is on his way up, we didn't really see Alex fight the guys that we want to see Alex fight at middleweight. Let's call it what it is. Like I want to see those
Sure.
matchups. If he wants to stay at 85, I'm cool with those. But like you have to run this back if he's
no,
willing.
but if he's staying at 85, it has to be against Izzy. He's
I
not
agree.
fighting a Whitaker or any one of these
Yes,
guys.
that's what I
Here's the
think.
thing, though. Isn't it in the best interest of the UFC, have him move up, take whatever star
Oh, no, don't do
power,
this.
go up to 205, and
Oh,
no, here's what
no.
I'm saying. Then you have Izzy as champion. But then if he stays as champion and he's not fighting Alex, there's no one except for one guy that makes sense.
Oh.
And it's the guy that Izzy didn't want to talk about at the post-fight press conference. But it seems like on this Monday,
Okay.
this thing is ramping up. And I know that there is interest in making this. Now, we're talking about Dricus du Plessis. We're talking
Yeah.
about DDP, who I think from a stylistic standpoint makes a lot of sense. Does he have that big, like, number one contender win on his resume just yet? No, but neither did Alex Pereira, right? I mean, Sean Strickland, Derek Brunson, it's like tomato, right? It's kind of the same thing if you
Those are-
ask me. No?
He did it a little more impressively too. I mean, I'm gonna say
Fair
yeah.
enough.
I'm gonna say yeah, he did.
You're going to say he got the win?
I'm gonna say Alex did a little bit more. I'm more comfortable
Fair,
putting
but
my
I mean, it's
putting
not.
my.
It's,
But yes, he was fast tracked. He was fast tracked, no doubt.
but here's the thing: is he speaking about him and the way in which he spoke about
Or
him?
not
at the
speaking
post-fight
about
press
him,
conference?
right? Like
Yeah, didn't say his name.
Yeah.
But it seems like there's a lot of animosity here.
Oh, yeah.
And it feels. I mean, this is an African war, right? I mean, this is stemming from DDP's comments, I believe, about Usman, and
Yes.
then now comments regarding Israel. We're showing a post that DDP just put up like an hour and a half or so ago. And this is what he said. So you won't say my name. That's smart. You better not. I don't need your airtime at all. I have my whole continent of Africa, all caps, behind me. Go enjoy your spectacular victory at home in New Zealand. UFC Africa is far from being done at least another year. I'll meet you on neutral ground this year, and if you still feel so strongly after facing me and I take your belt back home, I'll give you another chance to come and try to face me on my home soil of Africa. We are Africa. We fear nothing and certainly nobody. Now, here's the thing,
Well, I
and I saw his coach. Go ahead.
I do just have to say, I put the tweet up. I didn't see the IG.
It-
He got more in depth on
There was
IG than
more.
he did on Twitter.
Yeah,
there was more.
yeah,
Yep.
he did. There was a little. I was reading the IG just
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. No, good call.
And his coach, DDP's coach, also posted. I hope I'm not pronouncing his name. Coach Visser just posted this. As a coach, I don't believe it's my place to get involved with the politics between the fighters, but today I do. Dricus has been crucified by many watching him fighting in the UFC for his gas tank. Well, here are some facts, never disclosed to the public or his opponents. He just had no surgery, which he told us about,
Yeah.
which is supposed to happen 3 years ago. Total oxygen intake. Okay, there's some details there. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. The problem was fixed last week. So, Izzy, you are in shit with your one-dimensional fighting style. We are not going to wait for the UFC to come to South Africa. We will take the belt from you in August this year. And if you are still game, you can come and try to take it back to South Africa when the UFC comes to South Africa. As proven by Dricus, the real African with an African passport finishes careers like in his last 3 fights in the UFC with only 8% oxygen. Just imagine what he is going to do to you, the New Zealander, with a full gas tank. Are we
We're-
coming?
we're in bad
Are we
territory
approaching
here.
like uncomfortable
Yes,
territory?
we're
I mean,
we're-
there's something a little. Yeah.
We're in problematic territory fully. Here's the problem. here's the problem with this fight. One, it's a nuanced, very like uncomfortable conversation about like apartheid in South Africa, and the basis of this entire fight would be that, right? Like DDP is not that guy. He has not earned the opportunity with a huge trademark win. He's not like this must-see contender. He hasn't really been smoking the guys. Like, this entire fight would be based entirely on that and not the merits of what happened. Whereas we're talking about, like, Alex Pereira's fast-tracked, right? But he's also a killer. He's also stepping in there and just icing people and then beat Israel. So maybe history will prove that wrong. Maybe DDP is ready for the step up and is going to beat Izzy. My money would not be on that. I think that he's a far cry from getting there. No matter
stylistically, you don't think he can match up?
No, I don't. And you know, maybe this, you know, now this increase in 92% oxygen is going to make the whole difference. But I didn't see a guy that I was particularly scared of if I'm Israel Adesanya. But the problem is it's entirely based on that, and I'm not. You know, I don't think that MMA is the most thoughtful and nuanced place and willing to kind of like unpack that storyline for what it's going to be. I think it has potential to be really messy and ugly and nasty, and it's already kind of getting there. I'd rather like look. You can't deny DDP a title shot if he earns it, because based on that's not fair, right? But like, is anybody clamoring from a style perspective or a wins perspective?
Who
like
else is there?
DDP's
If
the
it's
guy?
on Alex, who is it?
Alex Pereira. That's the guy.
No, if it's on
Yeah,
Alex.
if it's
If
not
Alex
Alex,
says
who?
I'm up, who
I
is
don't
it?
know.
So-
Well,
so
let me just say one more thing. You mentioned in one breath, like, Israel dismissed Alex Pereira, didn't want to do it, said, let's move on from it. He did the same to DDP. Do some work. Like, we talked about DDP's comments. Let me refresh people if they didn't see the post-fight press conference. He said, there's a guy who I hate, who I'd love to get my hands on and beat up in South Africa or Nigeria. He's talking about DDP. But he needs to do some work first. He hasn't put in the work. He hasn't put in the time. He hasn't earned it. He needs to do that, and then I will do it. So those two are on the same playing field in terms of what his comments were in terms of wanting to fight or not wanting to fight. He's saying DDP needs to do some work, so DDP wouldn't be next. Based if we're putting all the stock into what Israel Adesanya said, he's saying he needs some more work to do. So I mean, there's always Khamzat Chimaev out there if you want to get a guy in a title shot.
There is Khamzat.
There's always
Oh my
Khamzat
God,
Chimaev.
Hamza was very active on social media.
He has these just dumps where he just like has like 6 or 7 tweets in a row calling out anybody and everybody. It's fantastic. But
Hamza deserves it more than DDP.
oh man,
God, if we use the word deserves another time, I'm just gonna jump off a cliff.
It's
All right,
by the way,
all right.
isn't it crazy that one last thing, and you go GC? Isn't it crazy that 170 all the way to 205 are intertwined here, right? Hamza 170 all the way to 85, all the way to 205. Alex into like 3 weight classes at the very top are somewhat intertwined right now, which is kind of fun. All right,
Not only that, but Jan Blachowicz saying he's going to go down to middleweight. So now 205 is also getting intertwined to middleweight.
What did he post? The coffee and cigarettes. He's on the middleweight diet now. Middleweight rankings, though. You've got Pereira, obviously, just lost to Adesanya. You've got Robert Whittaker, lost twice to Adesanya. Vittori lost twice to Adesanya. Cannonier lost to Adesanya. Costa lost to Adesanya. And then 6th is DDP.
I got to be honest. Maybe this is controversial. I'm okay with a Robert Whittaker versus Israel 3.
What if they,
I'm okay
what
with
if they
a
did
Costa.
DDP Whittaker? Winner gets
that
winner
would
gets a
prove
title
something
shot?
to me.
But that, you're in a tough spot because if Whittaker beats him, and he has a very good chance of doing so, now you've just killed off the one guy, and you killed him off with the guy who has the 2 losses. By the way, DDP's resume in the UFC since October of 2020 when he debuted, all wins. 4 out of the 5 fights are finishes. Wins over Derek Brunson, Darren Till, Brad Tavares, Trevin Giles, Marcus Perez. It's not the worst resume of all time. I would take those 5 wins over Pereira's 3 going into the title fight in November.
If you watch them, I think you might feel differently, right? Like Darren Till gassed out.
As a constant DDP better?
You've been sweating sometimes, right?
Yeah, I've been sweating, but he gashes. He wins.
But you've been sweating them.
I think the best case you have is if they actually did a UFC Africa, and like you were matchmaking.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I feel here's my guess. My guess is Alex, if he moves up, and that's the big if, they look to DDP.
I mean, I get it. I totally get it. I think it has.
What were you going to say?
It has bad potential.
I think they give Khamzat like a #1 contender fight.
So
Khamzat
at 85.
Costa, Whittaker.
Yeah, Khamzat's going to fight Whittaker.
Yo, give me Costa versus Khamzat. I want that.
I love that.
The insanity leading up to that fight would just be too much.
But what do you do at Whitaker then? What do you do at Whitaker?
Whitaker's in a tough spot, man. I feel for Whitaker. He's in a tough spot, and you show me that clip of him doing the watch party on
man.
On
why is it so bad? Why is it so bad to think Whitaker could get a third crack? Why is that not okay? If you are fighting at the level that Robert Whitaker is and continuing to beat top guys, like, dude, I'm sorry, like sometimes, and it's not immediate, right? Like he's having to go back and reset and go back to the drawing board and then win. I'm good with the third fight with Whitaker. I'd love Acosta versus Izzy.
There's just no heat. There's no heat.
Why does there have to be heat?
You mentioned it. If
you're trying to sell tickets,
if you haven't seen it, the UFC's like watch party, the Jens Pulver thing, they had Robert Whitaker on as a guest, and when Israel Adesanya won, like you could see the disappointment on Whitaker's face. Like it feels like he knows he's probably not going to get another title shot in the near future as long as Izzy has the belt.
Yeah, it's rough. Look, I don't think that there should be a blanket. I'm not trying to imply that there should be a blanket DDP doesn't get a title shot, but I'm getting concerned about the nature of how this is happening. The talk about it is problematic.
It's feeling a little uncomfortable, right? All this like who's the real,
and MMA is not the best breeding ground for this type of thing. Like it has real potential to go wrong.
And also, does this happen? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does this happen under any other circumstance? Like, is anyone arguing over like who's more British? I don't know, maybe, but it's just like
I'm sure
with the history, with the history and everything, and
I mean, we just saw Colby Covington this morning like tweet like, America took their freedom from the British. Like he's playing into his colonial stuff in his fight with Leon, but it doesn't feel well. He's a character doing a shtick. I don't think Israel Adesanya or DDP are doing a shtick. They're just voicing their side of this. And again, like, would I be surprised? I would not. I think the fight has some heat, but to me it only has the heat. I'm not clamoring based on the performances for DDP to fight for the title.
I'm down. The 5 wins, the striking, fuck it. I'm down.
Yeah.
I think they'd sell the fight. I mean, here's the bottom line. Look at how Izzy was speaking about him.
But here's my question.
Dana said something very. By the way, Dana said something very interesting in the post-fight press conference when someone asked him about John Jones, and he said, "Is he fighting Stipe?" He said, "That's what he wants," which I thought was really interesting because at 170 we have a champion who wants something and they're not giving it to him. But anyway, I bet what they would say is, "Well, John Jones has earned that right. Whatever. I'm not at heavyweight, but fine." You see the fire in Izzy's eyes talking about, like, he was freaking fired up talking about this.
But here's what I'm saying. Excited. You said it. They can sell this fight, right? But what's the sell? Sell me the fight. Sell me the fight without saying it's two Africans and there's an argument over who's more African. Sell me the fight.
Honestly, the highest ranked fighter that Israel Adesanya has not beaten is
that's a great sell. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled.
What else? I mean, what was the selling point for Jared Cannonier?
Well, here. Let me add one more wrinkle into this, and into an already messy, complicated picture. Israel seemed to like spill beans without meaning to spill beans. That like the end may be closer than we think. Right? When he was talking at the very end, he said something to the effect of like 20 fights, and everybody was like, "Wait, you have 20 fights?" But he meant like 20 total fights. It seemed to be like he wasn't saying he's got 20 fights left. He meant saying like, maybe at 20, he's looking at the exit, and we're close, right? And so I'm okay with Israel just having like banger fun fights. Like who? Okay, let me ask you this. What sells more, right? Not in Africa. What sells more in any other place in the world other than Africa? Khamzat Chimaev versus Israel Adesanya or DDP versus Israel Adesanya? It's a no-brainer, right?
Of course it's Khamzat, yes.
So there's other things out there. Like, this is not a foregone conclusion. Again,
no, I know.
It's seeming like I'm like anti-DDP. I'm not. I'm really not. I think on the merits, he's very close to earning it. I don't think what he's done so far is enough, in my opinion, but he's there. He's right there on the cusp of it. One more. If he beat a Robert Whitaker, if he beat a Paulo Costa, it's a no-brainer. It's done. But like, if Izzy's saying like, go earn it, and Alex is going up to 205, like, just throw Khamzat in there. Let's just do it. Let's just get that off. Let's just get that over with.
By the way, how long before you get a nasty text from Danny Rubenstein, DDP's manager, for all this DDP slander? I mean, he is not going to be happy about this.
here's my thing.
He's not going to be happy.
Sell me that fight.
I wouldn't be surprised if you got the text already. I mean, I don't know.
Sell me that fight.
I don't know if we have to
Dude,
sell
I
this.
just sold it to you, man.
He beat everybody else. That's the sell. Wow,
That's kind of the way it
so
goes.
thrilled.
And then you're like, sell me the fight, but don't tell me without saying the selling point of it.
But that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree.
I don't
It's
hate
dicey.
it.
The fight. What are you gonna do? You're gonna build promos around that? Who's more African? I mean, it's tough, man.
Honestly, they are going to build promos off
Yes.
of that, 100%. Here's the thing. And by the way, there's a way of having that conversation where it's not insulting and maybe
In MMA?
No,
In MMA?
well, not in MMA.
An MMA
No, no,
fight
no.
promotion? You think?
No. I will just say it gives us a bit of a headache, or at least me, because it reminds me of the Leon situation of just 3 weeks ago. There's so many what ifs, right? Is Alex moving up? And we can't answer this on the Monday after 36 hours later, but there's the Alex moving up thing. There's the Hamzat moving up thing, right? So I feel like we kind of did all this already. And then there's the Africa DDP thing.
Yeah.
Are they going to run it back with Alex? Here's the thing. The Alex fight is probably the biggest one. The trilogy fight is probably the biggest. I would say, the UFC has 2 mega trilogies on their hands here. They got this and Matt Nunes versus Juliana Pena at the same. You're talking about 2 of the most anticipated.
How did you
What?
not break there? How did you not break there? Oh,
There's
coming for
someone
you.
coming
They're
to tell me
coming-
more
they're
about
coming for that tape.
Pizza
They're
Hut's at the
coming
door.
for that tape.
Tim Hortons.
Come on, stop that.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go with Aldana
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah,
But
too.
it goes back to something that I've said long before, and it's why I think Alex deserves the trilogy. I have long said, you may recall this, Matt Serra deserved a 3rd crack at GSP many moons ago. Because what happened, he shocked him, they did the rematch, and then he never got a rubber match. And I'm a big fan of rubber matches. It can't just be like, oh, I get this one back and we're moving on. So that's why I'm okay with Pena versus Nunes. And I would love to see Izzy versus Alex. And I would have loved to see, Matt Serra fight GSP. It's always weird to me when they stop it at 2, especially when the first fight was the shocking result. You know what I mean?
But I think
so.
Because the results were so shocking, it's like again, it goes back to like
You're just trying to correct the record.
correcting history, right? Yeah.
No,
like,
I hate that. Like, if Grasso loses to Shevchenko, she should get a 3rd crack.
By the way, I don't think that applies to Israel and Alex, obviously, right? He's beat him twice in kickboxing. He beat him in MMA. It's not like history was wrong on this one, and Izzy, you got it back. Like, Alex can fight Izzy. We know that. Like, that's not even a question. So,
But even if you did leave it to MMA, right?
It's 1-1.
Younger
Still
guy in the
1-1, yeah.
sport,
No doubt.
shocked. Yeah, so why not just? I don't know. It was.
I
weird
really
to
would
me.
like to see a 3rd one.
but again, to
Third
the
one.
point I was making, he also shut down DDP, right? Like, he was moving on. He was saying DDP needs to earn it. He hasn't earned
Yeah,
it.
he didn't really want to talk about.
It-
And by
here-
the way, the
here's
one
what I'll
that
tell
no
you.
one brought up. Yeah,
if,
go ahead.
If Izzy had come out and said, I want DDP, put his finger in his chest and said, like, I want to teach this guy a lesson for the thing he's saying, I'd feel different. I would feel very different.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, the champ is calling his shot. You just talked about it. Like, I think there should be some leeway for the champ to kind of call out his challenge, especially when you're Izzy, who's beaten literally everybody in the division, to be able to say, I do want that guy. But he said, I don't want that guy. And that changes how I feel about it, if I'm being honest. Or not, he doesn't want that guy yet. I don't want to, make it.
Can I throw one more your way? And of course, in a matter of minutes here, we're going to be joined by Kevin Holland, who had a massive week as well with the big win over Santiago Ponzinibbio and a lot of stuff with Jorge Masvidal. After that, Christian Rodriguez, then Joe Pyfer, then Chael Sonnen on a post-pay-per-view Monday. Nothing better than that. And then Jorge Masvidal. So I'm looking forward to all of this and more. The one that no one brought up, which could be the biggest of them all, which I failed to mention. And if it doesn't work out with the other fight that we just discussed, maybe this is actually a possibility. What about finally Israel Adesanya versus John Jones? Champion versus champion.
Lord. I didn't
Is
even
it-
think
is-
of it. I didn't even think of it. Nah, John's way too big now.
Yeah, what weight class?
Yeah, it's not even possible.
They meet at 205.
I'll tell you what. I bet Izzy would take it. I
John-
bet Izzy would take it.
John Jones
Oh
spends
my God, could you
3 years or
imagine?
however long to get to heavyweight, and then the next fight, all right, cutting back to
He could
205.
shed some of that
Well,
spare
Izzy-
tire. He
it-
could shed that. Come on, John. Could you imagine how big?
Unless
What is
my
bigger?
God.
my brain is a little bit
What?
frozen, but wouldn't Izzy only
Yeah.
need to get to like 206, right? Isn't that the lower limit of
Yeah.
heavyweight?
But what, he wants to fight John Jones when he's 206 and John Jones is 250? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
That.
I mean, yes, that fight would be incredible. The chances that it happens.
John Jones, for all intents and purposes, was going to have that huge size advantage over Izzy back then too, and he was talking about it. Like it was never going to be close in terms of their actual weights.
Is that the biggest fight that the UFC can make right now?
Probably, but I mean, it just feels like an impossibility.
Bigger than Conor and Chandler?
I was going to say without Conor in it, no doubt. Maybe even bigger than a Conor fight. I don't know.
I don't know about bigger than. I don't know if anything's
Conor
bigger than.
No, nothing's bigger than Conor.
Yeah, I'd say without McGregor, yeah, that's John Jones versus Israel Adesanya.
Is there a world? I mean, I just can't see it. I literally can't see it.
You want me to sell that to you? IG.
Sell me that one.
Israel Adesanya just passed John Jones in Instagram followers. So who's the real king of IG?
Oh, that's a good sell.
Yeah,
What is it? What is the number now? What's the number?
Dude, Izzy's up to like 7.6. He's like only behind.
What?
Yeah, he's like only behind Conor, Ronda, and Habib.
Yo, can I get some stats on Ronda's growth over the last couple of years?
Yeah, let me see.
Got to be in the negatives.
Pull up the analytics. 16.8 for
Stud.
Ronda. 16.8.
16.8 for Ronda?
Yeah.
Who are these people?
I don't give a damn about my bad reputation.
These are bots galore. 1,000%.
Dude,
Engagement's pretty good, man. 73,000 likes on her last post.
You know what?
171 on her WrestleMania post. She's doing numbers.
You know what really hurts the Izzy versus John thing is like we saw Izzy go up to 205 and not find success. That puts a damper on the idea of like a heavyweight John Jones. Look, I'm not about to tell you I wouldn't watch it. I watched the hell out of that, but I just don't.
I mean, of course
I know. I don't feel like there's any chance.
Yeah, they went these ways.
Yeah,
they went opposite.
Which is a
directions.
shame because I thought we were going to get it a couple summers ago at Allegiant Stadium. At least it seemed like and the animosity between them is next level. And Internet Izzy was running circles around him. I mean, it was not. Remember the stuff that he was posting?
Yeah, he was on fire.
Oh my gosh, would love to see it, and we'll talk more about that fight as the show progresses. Excuse me. Speaking of the card, Sam Hughes with a big win in the opening fight. Steve Garcia with a big win as well. Ignacio Bahamondes defeated Trey Ogden. Lupe Godinez, Cynthia Calvillo. That was a close one.
Dicey.
A little dicey. Did you have anything on that?
I was on Calvillo plus 240. I thought she had it when we went to the cards.
Fucking hell. Those fights, man.
I thought she had
and
that
then
one
we'll get
too.
to another one. Joe Pyfer had the massive stoppage of Gerald Meerschaert in the first round. The other one that I thought was a little dicey was Luana Pinheiro, Michelle Watterson. Did you have anyone on that?
I didn't, no, but prayers up to the Watterson bettors there. That was also dicey.
They were big
Kelvin
dogs.
Gastelum turned back the clock. Kelvin Gastelum looked like prime Kevin Gastelum. I don't know what era that is, but he looked fantastic.
He did. He looked great. The headbutt thing is like in retrospect, like that was like the tide turning in that round too, and it was a 29-28. One of the judges gave it 30-27, which I didn't agree with, but that might have been like if you're talking strictly from a fun standpoint, that might have been the most fun fight of the night.
Yeah,
both of them, especially like the final 90 seconds was amazing.
It was awesome.
Yeah, that's rough. If you're Chris Curtis, that's rough because, as you said, the round kind of shifts on that. And if you're a judge, you're not. They didn't call out the headbutt, so
of course.
it's
and
rough.
he said on Twitter that like he went out for a couple seconds from the headbutt and like kind of had to like get his grounding afterward.
Yeah.
So unfortunate for Chris, but I mean either way, Gaston looked great in the return.
Yeah.
He looked incredible, especially considering the injuries and the cancellations that he's had as of late and the layoff, year and a half off. Very, very impressive stuff. He gets the big win over Chris Curtis and gets the Fight of the Night bonus as well. So shout out to Mr. Kelvin Gastelum. Christian Rodriguez, who we'll be talking to today, had an impressive win over Raul Rosas Jr. Obviously 18. We have to say it every time. Looked like he got tired. And it was 18-year-old strength against 25-year-old strength. I mean, all kinds of things were being discussed. Kevin Holland, who we'll hopefully be talking to in a matter of moments here, will talk to him about his big win over Santiago Ponzinibbio in the third round. A beautiful left hook by Kevin Holland, which capped off a very eventful week for him. He jumped over the cage afterwards. I thought he was saying to Dana that he hurt his right, but then at the post presser, it didn't seem like he was confirming that. So I'm not sure. We'll talk to him about all that and more. I was blown away by Rob Font.
Blown away.
I was blown away.
Blown away.
I did not think that was going to happen. He defeated Adrian Yanez in a very, very impressive performance in the first round. That's right. And then Gilbert Burns defeated Jorge Masvidal, and then Masvidal retired, and we'll talk to Jorge Masvidal later on in the day. First off, though, let's talk to the man who we were just talking about, Kevin Holland. What a week for him. What a fight for him. What a performance. What a win. What a post-celebration. Everything. It was an all-timer. He joins us right now via the magic of Zoom. Kevin, my man, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Everything cool? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us. You gave me like the vibe of like someone who was sent to the principal's office, and you're sitting there with your jacket, and you're like, all right, let's make this quick. I don't want to really be here and talk to you.
Nah, you're good. You said George Masvidal's name, and I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, no, that's later. That's like at 4:00. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you or trigger you or anything like that. Congratulations on the win. Can I ask you about the hand? Did you injure your right hand? I thought that's what you were saying to Dana afterwards, like you were holding your hand there, but obviously I couldn't tell. And I was worried because of what happened against Wonderboy. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's good. I was my first time putting on 4-ounce gloves. It was like that day of the fight. So it was like we got in the back. I put them on, and I was like, threw a punch on the mitt, and I was like, damn, I don't think it's ready for 4 ounces. So I was just like, kind of like, a little nerve wracked about the hand. So I was just letting them know. I was like, I didn't think it was going to work, but it did. So, yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. So I completely misinterpreted that. What do you mean? Like the entire training camp, you never put on 4-ounce gloves once?
No, I didn't get approved for the hand to work until like the 24th to like put on the like completely, cleared. So I was like, all right, just mainly work the one hand. I was able to use with the big gloves. And then I was like, when it got cleared, I was like, I don't think it's completely ready to be just like smacking like that. So I was like, let's just hope by fight night it'll be ready. So we just figured we'd give it a shot then. If it wasn't ready, we'd just go with a different game plan. The game plan was, use the jab a lot. The jab worked. So I was happy, And
when you say the 24th, you mean the 24th of March?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Damn, that was pretty close. I mean, that's like 2 weeks away from your fight. Were you worried about that?
No, I was recovering pretty quick, so I was pretty sure I was going to get it cleared. I was solid with it. I was solid. Yeah, I was solid. I had good faith in it. Worked out well.
Okay. Did you have surgery after the Wonderboy fight?
Yeah, right after.
Okay. And okay, so obviously everything works out. You did say in the post presser, I saw you say that you called your mom. Did you call your mom?
Yeah, I called her. I was like, man, my hand's tweaking. She was like, don't fight. I was like, yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't be out here fighting. I was like, but it's too late. We're already here, so let's go do it. Then, I was over. I talked to her, and she was like, see, you good. I was like, yeah, we good. You know what I mean? So it was straight. Just good talk to mom.
Did your mom
sometimes.
really say, did she really say don't fight?
Yeah, she was like, you just need to go home. You're tripping. I was like, nah, we're already here, so we're fucked. You know what I mean? Just use it back.
Is that like
cool.
kind of like a mental mental mind trick? Like if your mom is telling you as you're in the arena in the locker room, don't fight. Like you want to have your mom's backing, right?
Yeah, she was supposed to be like, nah, you're good. Don't worry about it. She was like, nah, you're not good. So I was like, oh, that sucks.
Were you doubting yourself in the first round, second round? Like were you talking to yourself a lot? Did you think that you were overthinking things?
Nah, I just knew I didn't really want to use the right hand. So I was just making sure I stayed keyed on using the jab and using the lead hook and trying to get my kicks off. He was doing a good job at like checking the low kicks, just turning the shin on the outside and stuff like that. So like, just trying to be creative with a guy. He's a vet, fucking 30-6 going into that fight. So it's like, dude's pretty clever, he's fought a lot of good guys. So it's probably smart.
Did you really ask him in the middle of the fight if he smelled weed?
I mean, I smelled it. It smelled like it just started stinking. So I was like, somebody must have lit up in here. So I asked him if he was, I just didn't. I don't know. I wasn't the only one smelling it. That's how I felt. So I just had to make sure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if that, I know you talked in the fight. Does that throw you off when you smell that, or does that give you like a little extra boost? I'm not sure how. Like, what does it do to you?
I mean, I was cool with it. I was cool with it. I was like, if somebody's smoking, that's what's up. I was like, that's what's up. That's the budget. You know what I mean? I liked it. I wasn't mad at it at all. I was cool with it.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. I was like, you smell smoke? You smell weed? Like, what's going on? And so, yeah.
Did he respond?
Nah, he never said anything. I even asked him in the back. He just smiled. And I was like, all right. I'm like, maybe I was tripping. I asked a couple other people. So they were like, maybe. I was like, all right, well, maybe I wasn't tripping then. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Obviously you get a finish like that. What a left hook. I mean, it was unbelievable considering how the last two, I don't think you're this kind of guy, but did you feel like a weight lifted off your shoulders? Did you feel like, all right, back on track here, back in the win column? Yeah, you felt that way?
Yeah, it felt good. It felt good. I was 100% going into the Wonderboy fight thinking I was about to smoke him. You know what I mean? And then, of course, cracked the hand. Things slowed down. Things started going the opposite way. So couldn't game plan around not having that hand. So, things got funky in there and, he got the job done. So now I'm down 2 losses, not thinking I was going to be down 2 losses. Didn't think I was going to lose at 170 at all. And then I'm like, oh, fuck. All right. So then I'm going into this fight. Like I said, didn't get clear with the hand until the 24th. Going into the fight, I'm like, I don't know if both my weapons are good, but I was like, here's a chance to make up for what I didn't do right in the Wonderboy fight. Use the lead hand more, use the kicks more, be smarter, sit back, be a little bit more patient, Granted, he's not as fast as fucking Wonderboy. He doesn't have all those kickboxing belts. So it was pretty cool. It was good to go out there and work one-handed. Yeah. Back was against the wall, felt like a little bit. A couple people change on you a little bit when you're down. It always sucks to drop 2. It isn't the first time I've dropped 2 in my career. So it's not like it was, brand new news to me or anything like that. So I was like, hey, nothing new, just don't got both hands. We'll still do it with the left. I think I'll do pretty good with the left. My dad's actually left-handed. So he was always telling me like, it'd be good to learn how to use your left. So, he was like, your left hand will become your new best friend. Sure enough, it did its job. New best friend.
By the way, who's changing on you after 2 losses, two high-level losses? Who's changing on you?
You just know how it goes, bro. That's just the way it goes. No names.
Nah, that's not cool. Let me tell you something. We didn't change on you. I asked you to come on the show multiple times after that fight. We want, I know you said after and everything, but cool. You just get for the record, we didn't change on you, right? Like we've always been here. We've been steady.
No. A lot of the media was actually pretty cool. I think I got a pretty good, fun record of talking to people now. But no, it's just, times get hard when you lose. You know what I mean? Things change up a little bit when you lose. Bank account's a little different when you lose. Granted, I still made a lot of fucking money when I was losing, but hey, make a little bit more when you're winning. So things are always better when you're winning. Always better when you're winning.
But speaking of hands, I haven't been able to confirm this. Maybe you can help me. Gilbert posted a video, Gilbert Burns, before his fight saying, oh, the gloves changed. And I asked a bunch of people, and like some people said, yeah, I think they did. Some said they didn't, talking about how they were a little more curved to maybe, derail the eye pokes. Did you feel like the gloves were different?
I mean, I said maybe that they were different as well, but then one of the hand wrappers were like, bro, they're the same glove, just a different design. So I was like, all right, well, fuck it. Same glove, different design. So I usually wear XXL on the gloves, but this time I wear XL, same size, and it felt a little bit bigger. So maybe a tad bit different of a design, or maybe my hands got skinnier. I don't know. Or maybe the hand wrap was just a little different. Maybe it was a little bit more tight of a hand wrap since I broke the hand last time. I don't know. You know what I mean? To me, it all punches.
Right.
Still cracking. So still 4-ounce gloves. Still feel the love when you get hit with it. It's not that bad.
I was just wondering because that was such a big deal. Was it at all surreal for you after the week that he had to have Donald Trump sitting there cage side watching you fight?
The week that he had?
Yeah, he had quite the week as well.
No, I don't know anything about his week. I don't know anything at all. I don't really follow politics and stuff like that a lot. I know he
for the better.
Cool president. I hear he makes you more money than everybody else when you got money, so that's pretty cool. But I mean, it was just nice to all the celebrities that are sitting cage side, sitting next to Dana. It was like that was surreal to me. You see Trump, you got Mike Tyson. That's fucking legendary. So yeah.
Kid Rock as well. It seemed like everyone loved Miami. Were you able to see Miami? Were you able to enjoy it?
I had a blast in Miami. I was all over that place. We had a rental. So I think it was like MPH or something like that, MPH Club or something like that. They had some super sick cars. They blessed your boy with a free car. So I was riding around town, you know what I mean? Having a good time. I had a little Escalade. I like the Cadillacs, like the American muscles. They're pretty cool to me. So I'm a basic guy. I was go to sneaker shops all over the city, and I was able to, go eat some food a couple different places after weighing in. So I was happy. You know, I had a blast in Miami. I like Miami a lot. I think I'm gonna go back. To be honest with you, I want to go do I want to do some seminars, like some meet and greets out there or something. I had a good time. I want to go enjoy it instead of just fight camp. So
Right.
I like it.
Now, can we get some clarity on everything that happened? I know at the press conference, Dana said not to ask, but I do take umbrage with one thing that he said. He said the media was instigating this, and they asked you guys this question after the footage came out. So I don't really I wasn't there, but I don't think it's the media's fault necessarily. Could I ask what happened in the hotel lobby? Like, what sparked that scene that we saw that went everywhere?
Really, we have like previous engagements just like here and there. I think it was like a misunderstanding at one point in time. So, somebody said that I was going to his event to like trash the event. Not the case at all. I was going to the event to hang out with somebody and ultimately just check out the event. So it was whatever. He took it the wrong way. He said some words. I've said some words. So, you know what I mean? I don't think he takes words lightly. I definitely don't take words lightly. So when I seen him, I guess he thought I was going to walk the opposite way or not say anything at all. So, I said, what's up? Next thing you know, we were engaging and, Dana put an end to it. We've seen each other a few times here and there. Nothing ever really happened. Much of he say, she say, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Nothing's ever happened. So it's just a bunch of barking and growling until somebody bites. So that's whatever.
And when you say his event, you mean like one of his Game Bred boxing or bare knuckle events, like one of the shows he puts on?
Yeah, it was an MMA event. I had a lady friend. She was cornering somebody on the event. So at the time, I was going to go hang out with her. Me and her were real cool at the time. So I was going to go, chill over there. It was the night before the fight, before I was going to fight. So I was like, go hang out. Me, I like to have my fun a little bit. So that didn't work out. So, fuck it. It is what it is.
Okay. And then there was a scene after the weigh-ins where he's like being held back. He was shirtless. Was that because of you as well?
More than likely so, more than likely so. But like I said,
what
happened? Just a bunch of barking. You know how it is. Two dogs on the opposite side of the fence was a whole lot of barking. The gate separated. It was still just a lot of barking. Nobody ever bit anybody. So, yeah, no big deal. He's retired now at this point in time. You know what I mean? So since he's retired, he's no longer on the radar. Let him go rest with his family and hang out and have a good time. Enjoy his new business adventures and so on and so forth. I wish the man nothing but the best. I'm not a hater, but he can damn sure leave that belt behind.
Well, I saw your tweet afterwards. Are you disappointed he retired? Like, were you hoping even if he did lose that you can squeeze that one in?
I mean, that'd be nice to squeeze that one in, of course, but that belt, it'd be nice to leave that belt out for grabs. Throw a couple names out there you feel is worthy of it or however you guys want to do it. You know what I mean? And you can't just still got to be a bad motherfucker running around here. You know what I mean? Or like I like to say, it's big mouth motherfucker. You know what I mean? I like that a lot. So it's a good belt for me. I like it a lot. It works out. Works well.
Dana at the post-fight press conference said that they put more security around you and you went out the back to avoid the security because you didn't want security. Is that true? Were you trying to avoid the security?
No, I told the security I had my own security. And so I thought we were at an understanding that I could go ahead and leave and go get my own car. So I just went and I went to get my own car, but Oren was using the car at the time. So he wasn't where I thought he was going to be. So, I was a little frustrated about the press conference. I wanted to speak as well. And I feel like I wasn't able to speak when spoken to. So I just wanted to go ahead and just start my weight cut a little early. It was the same day that we're supposed to get ready for the weight cut, the day before weigh-ins. So I just went ahead and got my little walk in. I lost 2 pounds on the walk because of all the water loading. So by the time I got to the hotel, the weight cut was really easy. I only had about 6 pounds to cut by the time it came down to the weight cut. So it worked out well for me. I know it seemed like a bad ordeal, but I'm by myself all the time. I'm with my people all the time, and I'm always around fans and I'm always around people, and there's never an incident. So I know a lot of times it may seem like I'm the bad guy because things always pop off, but I'm not really a bad guy. I can deal with people on my own all the time. Whether it's a sushi shooting or whatever the case may be, I can protect myself, and the people around me, they tend to know how to help protect me. So, yeah, no offense to the security at the team. They do a wonderful job. And when I'm on a paid appearance for them, I love having them around. But when I'm kind of on my time, and I'm outside the event, I have people that are set up in my life that can help me take care of situations like that. And I like to count on them, I pay them for a reason. So,
right.
Why not?
Could I ask, what did you want to get off your chest at the press conference?
Nah, nothing. I don't want to get anything off my chest. It's just when I get asked the question, you know me, I like to rattle it off. I'm big mouth. You know, I got to be able to speak. I had my big mouth chain on, you know, and after that, I put the big mouth chain up and pulled the HB chain out and said, I'm just back to being a helping brother. I'm just going to sit back and just do what I do. You know,
that's it. I wanted to ask you about the HB. So it's helping brother. Where does that come from? Obviously, you've helped out a lot of people, but did someone give you that? Is that a gift?
Yeah, we have a nonprofit organization that we're getting up and running and getting started. We're called the Helping Brothers. So, you know, it's like when school time's coming around, you know, we like to do a gas giveaway for, you know, parents trying to get their kids to school or young kids in college trying to get to school, fill up the tank the first week of school, you know, give out the backpacks and stuff like that when it's cold, help out. Just nonprofit organization, the Helping Brothers. So, you know, me and a couple other people that helped start it, we got a couple of Helping Brother chains. So, you know, we like the Helping Brother term. That's what we stuck with.
I love it. Respect. Just a couple others and I'll let you go. Afterwards, you said, I'm going to take some time off or maybe, but then I saw you say May 13th, was it? Michael Chiesa on your Instagram.
On the video, but I was, you know, I was high as a kite and didn't know what the fuck I was saying, but I knew who I wanted. So, you know, I thought it sounded good at the time until I watched it. And then at least I got my happy Easter message out. So I didn't want to delete the video on the same day, you know. Yeah, you know, I noticed the May 13th card is a little lackluster, if I may say so myself. I'm not saying that the people weren't filling the seats in. I'm just saying, you know, if they needed a little bit of help. Michael Chiesa just lost his opponent. I haven't fought a grappler in a while. It'd be nice to fight a grappler, you know. Why not? Why not give grappling a shot again? It's been a while since I've had a jiu-jitsu match. I prefer to have a jiu-jitsu match with strikes, and I think Chiesa is the perfect man for the job.
But May 13th, in retrospect, a little bit too soon?
No, it wouldn't be too soon. It's another hand where I can use my right hand. I just can't punch people as hard as I like to punch people with it. But obviously, just a little pop on the shot is still enough. You know, a little backhand from me with the right hand with this new vibranium inside. So I think I'm clever either way it goes. I think I'm good enough. I think Chiesa fight is perfect enough for me to go out there. And I think, honestly, I'd fight Chiesa even better without a right hand than I would with a right hand. So I think Chiesa would be a perfect person to fight right about now.
Why is that? Why better without a right hand?
If I spam the right hand, then maybe I'm just giving him too much hips to feed in so he can do his grappling thing. If I'm feeding him the jab, I feel like I'm a little bit harder to get to on the grappling side. And I'm a little bit harder to get to on the striking side. It's hard to figure out my long jab. As long as I'm throwing it properly. And I think that makes a long night for Chiesa alone. And by the time we get to grappling, it'll be the third round. We'll both be a little bit sweaty. And I'm pretty sure we'd had a few times we locked up before then. And he'll be a tad bit beat up. And I think if we grapple in the third round, I think I stand up easier. I think I shut down takedowns easier. And it could be another left hook Larry. You know what I mean? Mike Tyson won't be there, so the left hook probably won't be as nice, but it'll still be sugar and spice, baby.
Man, did you get a chance to talk to Mike? I know you were lamenting the fact that you didn't say hi to him. Did you get a chance to see him afterwards?
I didn't. It would have been phenomenal to get a chance to talk to Mike Tyson, but I didn't get a chance to. I fumbled the bag on that. I looked back at the video. I thought I reached out to shake the president's hand, but I didn't even do that. I overall fumbled the fucking bag that night. So you know what I mean? I get happy when I get in front of Dana. So if it's more celebrities than just fucking Dana, I'm already fucking tripping. So yeah, kudos to me.
No, I mean, the performance is all that matters. Before it's all said and done, do you need the Wonder Boy fight? Is that a fight that you need to get back?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Wonder Boy's usually a little bit slower booking fights, and I was hoping that I was going to be able to get 2 to 3, maybe even 4 fights done before he got 1 fight done. So see what happens against him and Michael Pereira, see how long he's looking to stick around. And yeah, I would always love to get that one back. I had a blast. It's nothing against Wonder Boy at all. I had a blast in there. I was compromised after the first round, and I still had a blast in there with him the whole time. You know, whether it was me getting beat up or me punching him, just the experience that I got in the Wonder Boy fight, to say that I wouldn't want to do that 10 times in my lifetime would be a damn lie. You know, I would do the Wonder Boy fight every fucking week if I could. I don't think my body could last every week, but every 3 months, once I'm healed up, I'd be down to do the Wonder Boy fight again. You know, it's like, I love the Wonder Boy fight. I had a blast doing it. Do I care to look at it? No, I care to be in there doing it with him. You get a lot of times you get two strikers that get in there and the striking match isn't what you expect it to be. Anytime you lock me in there with Wonder Boy, I'm going to go at him. I just think that's the style to fight Wonder Boy, to make it fun, to make it interesting, and to bring the best Wonder Boy out that you can get. And anytime I fight Wonder Boy, or anytime I get the opportunity to be in front of Wonder Boy, I want the best fucking Wonder Boy I can get. I just think it's great. And he was 58-0 in kickboxing before he fought me. Me and him had a kickboxing bout. He's now 59-0 in kickboxing. So if he would like to get the 60-0 in kickboxing, Wonder Boy, you know I'm always the man for the job.
I would love to see one of the best fights of the year. Last one, obviously there was the thing with Khamzat in September, this time with Jorge. Is there any part of you that wants to try to avoid these things leading up to the fight on fight week with other guys? Or does it kind of like ignite you? Do you kind of enjoy that type of chaos?
It's not that I enjoy it. It's not that I want to avoid it. At the end of the day, I'm always going to be who I am, and I can try and dumb it down a little bit if that's what the promotion wants and they feel like that's what gives them better business. I can do that. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm going to expect Dana to attack any person, anytime I'm sitting there with him and I'm next to him and they ask a question that he doesn't want me to answer, because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you let me answer the questions the way I want to answer it, I'm going to answer it bluntly and truthfully, and that's just who I am. You know, I don't mean to stir the pot with anybody, but if you ask me a question, I feel like it's my job to answer that question as truthfully as possible, because at the end of the day, I don't want to be considered a fucking liar. So if I'm trying to dibble and dabble around the way I want to put it out there, then I'm going to end up saying something I don't want to say, and I'd rather just say it straight up. So do I wish that those things didn't happen? No. Do I wish that those things happened more? No. Do I want to take them back? No. Do I want to keep doing them? No. But at the end of the day, I don't want to stop being me. And being me is what's gotten me so far. So why stop now? You know?
Amen. Much respect, Kevin. Thank you very much. Congrats on the win. Very happy for you. Great to see you back on track. That finish was incredible. A very fun week for you, I would imagine. You were in the news throughout, so well done. Rest up, and hopefully we see you back out there soon enough. Appreciate it, my man.
And if you guys don't see me by May, you'll see Terrence McKinney by July. We're back in there anyway. The Blunt Brothers will be back in full effect.
I love it. Thank you, Kevin. All the best to you, and all the best to Terrence McKinney as well. I saw him out in Miami supporting Kevin. What a duo they are. A great, entertaining young duo, and Kevin doing big things. Has become one of the most popular fighters in the UFC. I mentioned my nephews, my cousins. A couple of them were in attendance on Saturday in Miami. One in particular, Darren, who is a massive, massive, massive Kevin Holland fan. His brother, Evan, as well, a big MMA fan. I took him to a PFL event over the summer. And last summer, I think it was, or maybe it was 2 summers ago, he was having some sort of like graduation end of the year party. And Kevin actually sent him a video wishing him well and congratulating him on the feat, which I thought was very nice. He didn't have to do that, and his manager, Oren, hooked that up as well. So a lot of fans of Kevin Holland, especially of the younger demo, and they were all very happy on Saturday as he got back on track. Following that big win over Santiago Ponzinibbio, another young, great fighter who had a great performance on Saturday was Christian Rodriguez, had the big win over Raul Rosas Jr. We will talk to him in a matter of seconds. And following that interview, we'll be joined by Joe Pyfer. Still to come, Chael Sonnen and Jorge Masvidal. So there's a lot of show left here on this post-pay-per-view Monday. I am live from Montreal. We watched it here on Saturday. A very entertaining affair, and I think a lot of people thought that the Raul Rosas train would roll along. Certainly, it seemed like the UFC very much behind him, but Christian Rodriguez, a.k.a. C-Rod, had other plans in mind. He joins us right now to talk about his big night on Saturday at UFC 287. Christian, my man, thank you for joining us. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the big win. Could I ask you when? Oh, I lost you there. There you are. Could I ask when you found out that the UFC wanted to book you against Raul Rosas? What did you think?
I was excited. At first, I thought like maybe they wanted me to lose just because like I do know the UFC loves Raul Rosas, but I got super excited just because I thought it was a really good matchup. I knew it was going to bring a lot of names, a lot of exposure to myself. myself as well.
And so did you actually think that? You thought initially, like only at the beginning, that they wanted you to lose to Rosas, or did you over time think like, nah, that, you know, they don't really care. They don't really have a dog in this race.
Yeah, throughout time, I just started thinking like I don't think they care, just because when I fought at Contenders, I did know that Dana and Sean were a fan of my style. So then I was like, maybe they just want to see who can be a bigger star, you know?
Okay. And so you get in there and you have this massive moment against, you know, this guy who has a lot of buzz on a pay-per-view main card. How are you feeling going into the fight?
You know, that was my first week being nervous. Like, usually I only get my nerves the day of the fight, but going into that week, I was so nervous. Like every single day, I was like thinking about it all day, and then like I was reading all the comments online. It was something I wasn't used to, you know. But I was really nervous though.
What kind of comments were you reading?
Just like about like how much hype he has, and like I feel like maybe I let the media get into me. I let it affect my head a little bit, just because like they made him seem he was like the next big thing, and then how people were saying he would run right through me and things like that.
And when you have sorry, was that a pizza box? What was that?
No, it's I'm at outside of a restaurant. It was the menu.
Oh, okay. All good. And I appreciate you doing this. I know you're still in Florida. When you hear comments from him, like, "Oh, Christian isn't on my level," he said that was kind of, you know, clipped off everywhere. When you see that, what was your reaction?
I didn't care about it too much, just because I feel like every person you fight always thinks they're better than you. So I never really let those comments get in my head.
Okay. You're a pretty level-headed guy, and you had a big-time performance on Saturday when the judges, you know, when they were getting ready to read the scorecards. Bruce Buffer, did you think you had done enough to win the fight?
I thought so. I thought I did pretty. I had a tough first round, of course, but I did think I won the last two rounds. Well, you never know with the MMA judges. So I was in my head, I'm like, I wonder if I won. Because I mean, we've seen some like pretty controversial decisions, so I feel like you never know when you leave it to the hands of the judges.
What was the difference in the second and first rounds? Like, what did you do to reverse course, so to speak? Because it did seem like, in my opinion, he won the first and you won the second and third rounds. What was the difference? What did you adjust?
Well, I think in the first round, I knew he was going to kind of rush me, but I didn't think he was going to rush me right away. He caught me really unprepared. I thought we were going to get in the octagon and kind of like figure each other out, but he went straight to the takedown and he took advantage of it. And then at the second round, I'm like, okay, now I know what he's going to do, so now I have to be fully prepared over. It was just my preparation, I guess, my mindset.
Some was said of, you know, 18-year-old strength, 25-year-old strength. Like, did you feel like you were fighting a guy who was that much younger than you?
Not necessarily, just because, I mean, strength-wise, I did feel a little bit different. I did feel I was stronger than him, but I don't know. I feel like a fight always feels like a fight to me. It doesn't matter like the age or anything. It's always so chaotic in there.
Okay. So that 18-year-old strength thing isn't really a thing. I mean, he seems pretty strong, and it doesn't seem to be something that is a hindrance to him in his victories. So it would seem weird that people would bring it up now in a loss. Obviously, like I mentioned earlier, you're a protege of Anthony Pettis. You've been training at Rufus Sport for a while. I know he manages you as well. I believe you've been training at Rufus since you were 14. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
Why did you go there initially as a 14-year-old?
So Rufus Sport was, let's say, like a block. It was like a block away from my high school, and I signed up to Rufus Sport for self-defense to like kind of prevent myself from being bullied. So that's how I started, just to learn some self-defense, learn how to kind of had on my own. And then after a while, I just fell in love with the sport. I used to play soccer when I was younger, but I got so bored of it. I'm like, I love punching people. I think this is my new thing to do.
Were you bullied a lot as a kid?
As a kid, yeah.
Wow.
Just like for size, and I was always pretty small in middle school. Well, I'm still kind of short, but not as short, I guess.
Right. And I'm assuming no one's bullying you these days. When you went to Rufus, did you know who Anthony Pettis was? You know, this was what, you're 25, so 11 years ago. He was a WEC UFC fighter at that time. Did you know that he was a big deal?
No idea. I had no idea who that was.
Wow.
I didn't even know of the sport of MMA until I got to Rufus Sport.
So it was just by chance that you walked into one of the best gyms with one of the best coaches in the world.
Yeah, I went there because I took a kickboxing class, and when I took the kickboxing class, I'm like, okay, I really like this, but I didn't know MMA was a sport.
Right. And so, how do you go from just a kid trying to, you know, beef up your self-confidence, get a little strength, whatever, self-defense, all that, to someone who now starts to think about becoming a pro fighter? When did that happen?
I think I made the official jump to want to be a pro fighter I had my first professional fight at 21. But when I was training for like 3 years, and then at 17, my coach asked me, "Hey, do you want to take an MMA fight?" So I was already training MMA now, and I was like, "Yeah, let's try it." You know, I was like, "What could go wrong?" And then that's when I actually decided to pursue it full time.
Wow. And what did your family think when you decided that?
They thought I was crazy. They're like, "What are you doing?"
Do they?
My dad loved it though. My mom was a little more worried just because I feel like that's how moms are.
Yeah.
But no, my dad loved it. My dad, he was a fighter his whole entire life, so he loves it.
What kind of fighter?
Just fighting with people in the streets for like no reason.
Okay. So not like a pro boxer or MMA fighter,
No.
a street fighter.
Yeah.
Do they go to your fights?
Yeah, they both do.
Nice.
My dad
And then how do you go?
They both been to every single one.
How do you go from you know, training at the gym and whatnot, and then Anthony now starts to manage you? How did that happen? Did you ask him or did he ask you?
He reached out to me.
Okay.
He
and how's that
reached
going?
out to me. I love it. Just because I feel like he's been showing me more about life as well too. Just because we grew up in the same kind of neighborhood, we both kind of grew up in the bad side of Milwaukee, and he's been and it's crazy to see all the stuff that he's done. You know how he really dug himself out of those situations, how to where he's at now. So it's like really motivating for me as well. And like the things, because you know how every fighter has a journey, and all the things that he wishes he would have did, he's telling me to do, and all the things that he wishes he wouldn't have done, he's also telling me not to do. So I'm learning from his mistakes. And
that is huge. So now you can have a guy who's navigated these waters help you navigate them as well. How soon do you want to come back?
I'm hoping for the International Fight Week. I would love to fight on that Vegas card.
Okay. Do you have a name in mind?
No names in mind. Hopefully, I like strikers just because I grappled mainly my last fight, but I consider myself like a big striker. So hopefully, nice. Actually, what's this kid? What's his name? Cameron Simon.
Okay, yeah.
I think me and him
That's the
will
one
be
you
a pretty
want?
exciting fight. Yeah.
That would be.
I think me and him will be a pretty exciting fight. Yeah. That kid brings it too.
All right. He is great. Yeah, he's a great young fighter. I was just going to say, you don't strike me as the call-out type, and there you are dropping a name on us, which is a nice surprise. Do you think Rosas is going to turn into the fighter that people were making him out to be? Like, do you see that potential in him?
Yeah, I see it. He's young. He's very, very young. To be in the UFC at that age is very like one of the most rare things to do. Because the kid is good. I did go 15 minutes with that kid, and I do have a lot of respect towards him. I just think he needs to take his time and pick the right fights.
Do you think it would be better off for him to not be in the UFC right now?
It's hard to say, just because I feel like there's still a lot of holes in his game, as in his whole complete, like his whole MMA skill set. Not like it's bad, but like I think he needs to kind of like maybe his how comfortable he's on his striking and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a bad idea if he puts fights outside of the UFC, just because I feel like, I mean, the UFC is the highest level. It's like the highest level of MMA, so it's hard.
Well, he's got a lot of time. You had a big win. You're now on the map. Looking forward to seeing your progression. Congratulations on the big win on Saturday, on the great performance. And we will talk to you again soon. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. There he is. C-Rod, Christian Rodriguez with the big win over Raul Rosas Jr. Was I calling him Rojas at the beginning? I think I might have called him Rojas. Did I do that? Did that happen?
No.
Anyone catch that?
No, not at all.
I thought he was correcting me, and I was like, oh, no. Did I call him Rojas? For some reason, I want to say like the Raul Rojas. I like the... It's a very Middle Eastern thing that I do. But it should actually be Rosas. Raul Rosas. And he'll be back, like you said. How are we doing? Video
great,
okay?
man.
Audio okay?
Everything's great.
See, when you say it like that, I actually feel like everything's not great. That's the problem.
Hey, that's on you.
It's like that's like the Lego movie. Everything is awesome.
Oh yeah, the intro song.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Am I not allowed to sing that? Will
we
get
just
demonetized?
got a takedown notice.
Sheesh. I just got a text from Chris Curtis, though. Do you guys want to hear it?
Please.
GC, you want to hear it?
He does, yeah.
Wait, he can't speak for himself?
If he was at his desk, yeah, he called. But
wow. What's he taking, a lunch break?
So people have to go to the bathroom, Ariel.
I'm out here. I'm on the grind, all right? 24/7, 365. I'm on that
Can
grind.
we break the fourth wall?
Yeah, go ahead. No one's there?
YouTube. Ariel's actually sitting in a bathroom right now, which is why it's very reverberant. And
is there a lot of reverberation?
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want to turn on the faucet so they can prove to everybody?
What if I talk closer to the microphone?
That's better.
Okay,
I just during rehearsal, I was like, "Hey, be as loud as you're gonna be," and you're like, "Oh, okay." And then now you're super loud.
Now I'm getting I get excited. All right,
Yeah,
I get excited about the show.
Excited
I get excited
in rehearsal,
about
otherwise it's useless.
Okay. Do you wanna do something? I mean, listen. Again, the fact that we're doing the show,
I think we should welcome our new guest.
Yeah, we should. Chris Curtis texted me, tell Kelvin to run it back. Winning on a foul isn't winning. Seems like Chris is upset. You got who's that? New York Rick?
No, he's also in the bathroom.
Too. For fuck's sake. What is it, a bathroom party now going on the show?
In between interviews, it's prime time.
All right, fine. We shall move along and say hello to a man who had a fantastic evening on Saturday. Massive win over Gerald Meerschaert, the veteran himself. Big win for the 26-year-old body bags, Joe Pyfer. We had him on the show a few months ago after his first official UFC win. And what a story. We're not going to go over the whole entire story, but I did want to talk to him about the massive win. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Joe Pyfer, who looks fantastic. Joe, where are you right now?
I'm at my high school friend's house out here in Jupiter, Florida. I had to get out of Miami.
Gosh.
A little too packed, but he's the one that does all like my film stuff for me. So I'm at his desk, his setup, and I figured it'd be nice so I don't look like terrible.
First of all, this might be the greatest setup that we've ever had in the history of the program. You got this.
He literally said that this was going to be this way.
Yeah. The camera is fantastic. You look way better than I do. You've got that light behind you there, like the neon light. This isn't. Yeah. You should move to Jupiter just to do all your interviews here. You look incredible. You're freaking flexing. Looks like you're about to make weight right now. You're so lean, right? I mean, this is unbelievable. Well done.
Oh man, thank you. Yeah, I mean, thank my boy Chandler Henry. This is all possible because of him. So he let me and my best friend stay here, and we were going and seeing some sea turtles on the beach last night. It was crazy, man. I seen a leatherback. I know there's only like 1,400 of those left, and they're endangered. So just trying to let my mind, get away from all the chaos.
Sure. So you didn't like Miami? It was a little too much for you?
I'm not a partier, Ariel. I like went to a steakhouse, I rented a car. It was fun. My company, Disruptive, they they rented it for me and made sure I had a good time out there. Had the mansion set up for me for 15 of my teammates. So it was fun. I enjoyed it, but nah, man, I've seen all these, all these people like fighting and shit, and I don't like that stuff.
This is how far you've come, Joe. I got a press release that you were at this steakhouse on Saturday. I was like, look at Joe Pyfer. Press release that he went to a steakhouse on Saturday night. I mean, the man has come up in a big way. I think you're doing some stuff. You mentioned Disruptive with my guy Marty Fish, right? The former tennis player, and Alex Davis.
Yeah.
Legendary gentlemen, those two.
Yeah. So I actually just, partnered with them, and, they work alongside my management group, and, they're really stepping up and trying to elevate me to be able to, you know how the sport goes, man. So they're really trying to guide me to make the most possible income, to really change my life beyond just fighting. And that's something that is important to me, where I don't take fights because I need money, but I take fights because they make sense for my career and they really allow me to become a superstar. And that's something that, Alex Davis and Marty Fish are on board with and trying to help with. Let alone I have, my manager, Lloyd Pearson, who's amazing. I love that guy. And I can honestly say I love the team and the support that I have. But because of them, I was able to bring 15 of my teammates out. And that's quite expensive. So, super, super big thank you to Alex Davis, Lloyd Pearson, Marty Fish, and Mike Vespa.
Man, it feels like it's all coming together for you now, and I love to see it. You certainly deserve it. And it's great because here you are on a big card like this, Miami. There was like I think it was 18 or 19,000 people there. This isn't a fight night. This is a pay-per-view for you. This is a big pay-per-view debut. Just like everything coming together. Could you even describe, we talked about the trials and tribulations, but like, does this all feel like a lot to process at the moment? How are you making sense of all of this? You get another big finish, you're on fire. It feels like the stars are aligning for Joe Pyfer right now.
I mean, Ariel, from the last time I talked to you, yeah, it was about the trials and tribulations, right? But now it's about making this a business that is profitable. I'm not going to be able to do this forever. And one of the things that I really want to do is I want to be exciting in the sport. Justin Gaethje is someone that everybody keeps telling me I look like, so I might as well use him as the example. But whether he wins or loses, everybody wants to see him, almost like him and Michael Chandler. So I want, I never plan on losing. None of us do, especially if we believe in ourselves, right? So just being able to do all these things, like go out there and have my first pay-per-view card, knock out a guy that has 50 fights, almost 20 fights in the UFC, been in there since 2016 and whatever, has 10 finishes, it's cool. But I'm not surprised by any of it, man, because this is something like, again, I never had a plan B. This is all I've envisioned myself doing. Now, is it a little bit surreal when it's happening after the fact? Yes. But before, I put immense pressure on myself, and I do very well with pressure, man. I do very well with pressure. And if you guys watch the fight, I'm sure you would agree. I did not look like I was struck by the moment in any way.
Were you surprised that they gave you Gerald? Just like, not that you don't deserve it, Gerald, but big difference between Alan Amedovski. You asked for it. Okay. Why did you ask for it?
So I was offered 3 short notice fights. I said yes to all of them. The last 2 being on 2 different conditions, obviously, financially. And, one of the guys chose somebody else, and that was cool. I don't think it was meant to be, not yet at this point in my career. And then the other one just kind of didn't make sense, but I still said yes. And like I said, I was building on my frame, trying to get bigger, become a bigger middleweight. I hadn't been able to weight train for my past 2 fights, from not this past December, but the one before when I made my comeback. And then I had the Contender. So my past 3 fights, I'm sorry. So And then I had my UFC debut. I wasn't able to weightlift. I wasn't able to train. I wasn't able to, get a strength and conditioning program going. Sorry, Ariel. So yeah, we put all that together, and I called out Dustin Stoltzfus. I DM'd him. He had some health issues, and I know I was a little bit heated this weekend. It was like really hard on calling him out, and I still am going to call him out and still want that fight because it's personal for me. And he's in the UFC, so why shouldn't I be allowed to fight somebody that's in my division? So yeah, I mean, I DM'd Gerald Meerschaert because I saw his guy fell off. Dustin turned me down. And, Gerald was very, I respect him. I've watched him for years and years before I was ever even close to in the UFC. And it came to fruition. We sent it to our managers and it came about. And I knew I was ready for it. It's just the public didn't.
Wait, so you are you're going out there and making the fights yourself? You're DMing your potential opponents? What are you writing these guys when you write to them?
I'll read it to you. Let me look it up.
Okay. Oh my God, this is incredible.
What, man? I wasn't doing it in a. I'm not like, I hate the people that I'm fighting, but I really do have respect for them. And I almost felt bad about this weekend just because, I know his wife and his kid were there. I didn't even know he was married or had a kid or anything like that. But yeah, it bothers me. So I said, hey, my brother, I'd love to fight you as a replacement if you need an opponent of either of these pay-per-view cards if you're down. I wrote this on January 7th. I said, fan, by the way, too, brother. I've been watching UFC all my life. It's a little bit weird now, but March for sure if you're down. He said, I appreciate it, man. Of course I'm down. Yeah, let whoever know, and I'll show this to my manager as well. Awesome debut, by the way. And that's how it came to be.
Wow.
We screenshot it. We sent it to our managers. Yeah.
And then it just happened.
No disrespect.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. And listen, I've been telling my teammate, Andre Petrosky, to call him out for a while because I think I don't want to insult the man. So the man is tough. He's durable, but I think he's a very winnable fight. And I think he's a very stylistically good fight for someone like me because I like to stand and bang, right? But I also have grappling skills that are underrated or just kind of bypassed because I knock everybody out so far. So, but I'm a complete mixed martial artist, man. So I wanted this fight. I thought it was a good test. I thought it was a good, exactly like, oh, you're fighting up in competition. But for me, it's like, nah. The guys I train with on the daily are some of the toughest competition I've ever had.
I did see in the post-fight press conference you said that everyone was saying when you were watching him, you felt like he was slow, but you wanted to feel that slowness, so to speak. Is that kind of what you were biting your tongue about there, that like he just wasn't at your level in terms of the speed that he brings to the table?
I just don't think he's at my level on any facet of mixed martial arts. I don't think he's a good boxer. I don't think he's a good boxer. I don't think he's a great boxer. I think he's a fair boxer. But I would never advise Gerald to go and do any type of boxing event. I don't think he's very good at striking whatsoever. And it sounds like I'm an asshole for that, but it is what it is. I don't think he's a very good kickboxer. That's why I don't know if you saw the fight, but I was kind of like, oh, hey, kick me again. Like I knew all he wanted was body kick, leg kick, and then maybe throw up a head kick in hopes. I knew his biggest chance on the feet was a hope, was a lucky, was a Hail Mary. He was never going to beat me. And that's why I was so patient with, I don't need to blitz this guy. I don't need to knock this guy out in the first minute. And plus, I'm not satisfied beating somebody in 1 minute. So I just took my time, man. And I knew I was faster. I knew I was stronger. I knew that I was a better boxer, better kickboxer, better wrestler for sure. And I also believe I'm a better jiu-jitsu practitioner than he is. I'm a brown belt and I can grapple with the best. Like that's a fact. I've tested it. I'm not just saying this just because it's not been on camera doesn't mean it's not true. So yeah, Ariel, I thought it was better everywhere, really.
And I could see that, and I believe you as well. But you just said you're not satisfied when you finish a fight in the first minute. Why not? Isn't that the dream?
100%. The dream is to win. It's my ego. That's the primal nature in me. I want to be in a fight. But I'm thankful I'm not in a fight. I'm not. Respectfully, I'm not complaining, but I'm not making the kind of money to be into a dog fight. Not yet. And, I'm earning my stripes and I'm proving to people that I am a serious person about this. And I train very hard. And, hopefully that showed through my physique, through my training, through my demeanor. through my weight cut. You know, that was a very hard weight cut. It was almost traumatizing. It fucking sucked. But I'm trying to become better all the way around. You know I can't do this forever, and I really want to make a fucking statement going through here as somebody that was like, oh shit, like this kid came out of nowhere.
When you say almost traumatizing, what do you mean by that? As far as the weight cut is concerned.
I was just bitching. I was just bitching. It was tough. Like I had to have 3 workouts the same day as the day before the weigh-ins. I had one at 10 a.m. I had one at 7 to like 9:30 p.m. And then I woke up and I just like I couldn't sleep and I was borderline dead.
Jeez.
But I got up at 2 a.m. and hit another workout. Yeah, it was just tough. It was really tough. That's all. You know, it sucks. It kind of ruins the experience, Ariel, when you have nothing left in your body and it's really that hard to get down, and you know, it's tough. I was a little bit yoked up this time, so it was tough.
I see it. So is 205 in your future?
Could be in a couple of years, man. Could be. I don't know how long my body, you know, if I continue to do this program, like Thursday when I get back, I'm still in Florida now, but Thursday when I get back, I'm going to jump on another program. I'm going to go get some things checked out medically, being my elbow and the good arm. And, you know, just make sure that my body's healthy. I had ignored a couple of things. You know, we all go into things with bumps and bruises, and this one a little bit more than usual. So I'm going to go get checked out, get healthy, and let's figure out the next best move, right?
What's wrong with the elbow?
So when I extend right now, I'm just getting a ton of nerve pain for some reason. I'm not sure why. So I just want to make sure that I didn't chip a bone or I didn't do something to a ligament and then, you know, I ignore it, go into a camp and then get hurt. You know, the last thing I ever would want to do is pull out of a fight, you know. And I thought I broke my ribs this camp as well. And luckily I didn't. And this was about 4 or 5 weeks out. I threw a kid and his knee went into my ribs and I couldn't breathe for like a week. And yeah, man, listen, every time, whether it's with you in your career or me in my career, every time I feel like there's a big moment coming, there's always these obstacles that life throws at you and it tries to test you and see how much you really want it. And I just kind of put my head down, shut the fuck up, and kept going. Here we are. It paid off.
Man, 100%. Speaking of that, I know he's in your weight class, but like Izzy's post-fight interview, did that speak to you, what he said there? Did you, I'm assuming you heard it, just about like the happiness that he had as a result of putting himself out there despite the obstacles?
You know, I have a lot of respect for Izzy just because of the mannerisms of when we were at weigh-ins. And I was never like a fan of some of the things he said and some of the antics. You know, it is what it is. But, you know, I walked up to him and I said, hey, like I personally, so we do like me and Sean Brady do like a little podcast of our predictions. And I thought Izzy was going to win the first time when I was there live at MSG. And then I believed he was going to get it back now because I feel like he really like kind of wasn't very social and like was quiet compared to his normal self and went to the doghouse and really put in the work. And I listened to his interviews. You know, I don't care about fighting the guy. That's not even in my head. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I'm not even there. I'm not doing a Rosas Jr. talking all this shit about going and being a 2-3 world weight champion. I'm not even in the fucking top 15 yet, let alone have I ever beat a top 15 guy, you know? So I'm a realist, man. So to answer your question is I have a lot of respect for the man. And I told him good skill. And I believe you're the true champion. You'll go out there and you'll get it done. And I know Alex is very dangerous, but I don't feel Alex has the same skills as Izzy. And I never did. And to see him go out there and knock a man out that has knocked him, you know, TKO'd and knocked him out once and beat him on decision, I have so much respect for that man. That's that dog life. That's that dog shit. I relate to that. And yes, I understand exactly what he's talking about. I mean, man, when you're at that magnitude and you have hundreds of thousands of people that are talking shit, oh, he owns your ass. I even see kids that I know, Ariel, on fucking Snapchat or Instagram, and they still talk shit after he won. Like, oh man, you won, but you still got your ass on 3-1. You know, that's the kind of shit that people don't consider. Like, you could never do what we do. You could never do it. So I'm happy for the man. I saw the speech. I thought it was heartfelt. I fuck with it. I love it. And Izzy's the fucking man, dude. He really is. He's the man after that.
Love that. Love that. I love how you keep it real, because I see this stuff as well. I'm not a fighter, and I see people being like, "Oh, but you lost." It's like, the fuck are you? I can't even imagine being a fighter. I think it was who was it? Miller, after her Veronica Macedo fight, was posting screen grabs of people in her DM saying like, "My 3-year-old's a better fighter than you." Like, what the fuck? You guys are UFC fighters. And I can't even imagine the shit that you have to read on Instagram and on Twitter and all these other places. So
Ariel, they don't because people are fucking ignorant. You know that people are ignorant. They'll talk shit on you. They'll talk shit on me. They don't give a fuck about my past, and that's cool. That's fine. I don't put my past out there to get a fucking sorry. Hey man, sorry. Put my past out there, and I always say this: I am not a role model. I want to be an inspiration, and I want to be an inspiration for the kids that listen, for the people that are coachable, for the people that give a fuck about other people. And before I make the walk, I'm fucking nervous. I have doubts. The little devil in my head called instinct, called protective nature that we're designed and born with. You'll never not make that walk and not have a fear. And anybody, I don't care. Oh, I wasn't scared. It ain't about being scared. It's about, you can get knocked out. You can get hurt. Things can go wrong. It might not. You could be in the best shape of your life. You could do everything right, and it can still go wrong. I'm just, what helps me free my mind, because I have all those feelings, and I have the cotton mouth, and I get nervous, and sometimes my legs aren't always there, But John Jones said in one of the interviews that I listened to the day of the fight, and he was like, some people are consumed by those fears, consumed by those butterflies, consumed by those negative thoughts, to the point that it hinders their performance. I ride those emotions, and it meant a lot to me, because that's how I relate. That's why I go to a dark place, because it's like, nah, motherfucker, I'm gonna fight back. And if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna fucking lose in style. You knock me the fuck out, or I'm knocking you the fuck out. So I'm a firm believer in what's meant to be will be, and that kind of frees my mind to just go out there and give the best that I can give. And whatever the result is, the result is. But I always say, what's meant to be will be. I just don't believe losing's in my next chapter of life. So
I love that. By the way, I also love your podcast with Sean Brady. You just mentioned it because I saw this clip of you guys saying who your favorite MMA journalist was, and you both said me. So thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. It was very nice to you guys.
Hey, listen, Ariel, I watched your show for many years too, man. You never went like this. You've always just been going like this. You've always interviewed. You've always stayed consistent. I know you doing a podcast is hard for me, man, but you just keep fucking this is your life, man. I respect you. I could never do what you do.
I appreciate it. And I can never do what you do. I do want to know about Dustin. What's the beef with Dustin Stoltzfus? You just said it's personal with him.
Ready? Look at this. Look at my arm.
That
shit will never go straight again because of that motherfucker.
Okay, so that's why it's personal, just because I know you have the history with him. But like, okay, you think? Well, why?
Yeah,
like because he did it on purpose? You think?
No, he didn't do it on purpose. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I like the guy. I like the guy if he wasn't in the UFC. You got in the UFC. I didn't tap. I didn't get knocked out. It was a medical thing. And I understand that mat returned me and I put my arm out and it dislocated. But we've all been in training. Anybody that knows training, everybody will post out. Not all of them, but like it's a 1 in a million chance that my fucking arm dislocated and exploded and broke backwards. Like,
right.
And how do I not deserve a chance back at that? Like, I came back, man. I came back. I came back through depression. I came back through suicide. I came back and I fucking fought my way back. I didn't even get a shot back. I had to go win a fight. When I was told I would get a shot back because I was winning the fight, I win a fight, and I knock a guy out with the arm that broke. Then I come back and I fight an LFA middleweight champion, knock him the fuck out after 94% thought I was going to get beat. Suck my dick. I won. And then I go and I make a debut, right? I make a debut and I fucking knock out a guy that had 8 knockouts. And he was on the tail end. He was on his way up, but it's still danger. So I fought him. I knock him out. And then I fight Gerald Meerschaert, who he had a tough fight with. And he lost. You're 1-4 in the UFC. You don't make the fucking shots. I should be allowed to call you out. I should be allowed to get that fight back. I earned that shit. This is the fight game. Why can't I fight anybody I want to fight? That's what I want to know. Fuck the position. I don't care. Ariel, I don't care if I'm number 1. I don't care if I'm number 20. I don't care if I'm 25, 35, 45. I want that fight back. That's personal to me.
I was just going to ask you that because it does seem like your trajectory is going like this. Unfortunately for him, it's going the opposite direction. 4 or 5 he's lost. He even has a loss to Gerald Meerschaert. As you said, he's coming off a loss.
I'm giving him a chance.
Right. Why wouldn't he take it? Why is he saying no to it? Does he not want it?
I've DM'd him 2 different times, Ariel. Respectfully, I've DM'd him. And he told me I should just, you're going like this and I wouldn't even worry about the fight. It is what it is. Like, bro, no, bro. I'm a competitor. Who are you to tell me to just let it go? You know what I mean? Like, you're in the UFC, bro. Yeah. You're not my fucking friend. I like you. I think you're a good guy, but you're not my friend. Let's fucking run it back. And if you really beat me, why wouldn't you want it? That's my thing. But let me just say, because I don't think he'll take the fight. And if he takes the fight, sure. And I don't want this guy to hate me over this. And I don't care if he does, but I'm not trying to shit on the man as a person. I'm just trying to compete against the man in the cage. That's all. I think we deserve a fair run back. Like, this isn't 1 surgery. This is 2 surgeries. Yeah. This shit fucked me up mentally. Of course I want to fucking get that anger back out on his fucking face. So, and if he doesn't want it, because that's my next fight. That's what I want. I want Dustin Stoltzfus. And if he doesn't want it, I want the winner of Cody Brundage and Rodolfo Vieira. Those are the guys I want to fight. Any of those 3.
Okay, I love it. Can I see the arms again? That's crazy the way they look.
Yeah,
like that.
Bro. It starts here and it goes all the way down here, right? So then this is how straight my arm is. This is what I'm fighting with. So I got this arm that's completely normal. I got this arm. Oh my gosh! Right, I can't go anymore, and so I can turn my hand over. My hand doesn't go any more than this.
No way.
Yeah,
what?
and then I have this from here all the way down here. They cut it open. Yo, stay tuned. We stay tuned. My friend, this house that I'm at, my friend made a documentary, right? We just got all the rights and everything like that through Disruptive, Alex Davis, Marty Fish. Just stay tuned, man. Stay tuned. I went through hell and back to get here. You know what I mean? I went through hell and back to get here, and I don't have the best story in the world, but I have a damn inspiring story because every time I almost made it, Ariel, I got knocked on my fucking face. So here I am.
Is there any part of you, because you're not almost making it now, you are making it now. You are one of the most exciting fighters in the UFC. You're developing this fan base. You're a great guy to talk to. Is there any part of you, considering your past, that is worried, when am I going to get knocked on my ass? Like, history has told me I get knocked on my ass when good things are happening. Are you afraid of the getting knocked on your ass part coming?
Nah, man. I mean, listen, I'm in the UFC. I'm fighting the best in the world. I never wanted to fight anywhere else. And I know everybody has their complaints about the UFC, and I'm sure at some time things aren't always going to go my way. And that's okay. I know how hard I train, how hard I push myself. And this is why I rave about the people that are in my corner. My coach don't let me slack. Not that I slack anyway, but they'll push me even beyond what I think I can do. And that's in Sean Brady, and that's in John Marquez, that's in Jonathan Webb. And you can't tell me each time you see me go out there, I don't look better and better and better and better. And that's because I'm not rushing my career. It's because I won't take a fight until, okay, I went back in the gym and I started getting better. I'm not just going to take a fight because I need money. That's the whole point of working with people like this, Alex Davis and Marty Fish, because they're smart. They're successful people. They're people that are going to teach me, don't be a dummy. Don't be manipulated. Don't be impulsive. Do this with your money. Do that. I don't know anything like that, Ariel. I didn't grow up with a family that instilled any values in, financial support or financial decisions. And I don't have shit figured out yet. But look, losses are a part of life, man. We lose people we love from death. Like, life is a brutal cycle. You think losing a fucking fight's going to break me at this point in life? No way, man. No way. And if I lose to somebody that's better than me, I tip my hat to you with my receding hairline, because it's a brutal game, man. They love you when you win, and they forget you when you lose. So I'm not saying I'm gonna beat everybody. I just believe I can beat everybody.
Man, you're the freaking man. I feel like I want to run through this wall over here to my right. It's unbelievable listening to you speak, and you're someone that's very easy to root for and someone that's very easy to get behind. So I wish you nothing but the best. And if I could just make one request, because you will be back on many more times. Every time you come on the show, can you fly to Jupiter and do it from this room here? Because it was just fantastic. The connection.
Well, listen, I'm gonna have him come out and give me a setup like this. I'm telling you, if you ever need some video work, man, he works with the Boundary Management Group. I got him a job. This is what's cool. I want to say this about this man because he gets zero fucking credit for the things that he's done social media wise because he's not that kind of guy. But his name's Chandler Henry. He did a documentary on me. We got the rights. Now it's mine, and we'll handle what we got to handle. But this kid has had a rare stomach issue where he literally was going to die in high school and was held back a whole year because of it and things like that. And he had no idea what he was going to do as far as a career. He was going to school for a totally different thing. Loved my story. Came to me. We sat down. We were like, yo, we got to do this. He knew some of my stuff. Like we shared stories when we were in high school. He made this documentary and then he got a job because I told them to check him out. And now he works for, Boundary Management Group, like doing all these film things for all these athletes and stuff. So, he's a very talented kid, man. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to him. And this is his setup, and hopefully he gets me one just as good.
Well done. And the shirtless look is just a nice touch as well. I appreciate that. I mean, you might as well flaunt it if you got it.
Look, the only reason I did this, Ariel, is because my jacket is fucking soaked because we rented mopeds out here. We were going to go to the beach and then come back before this interview, and we were soaked. My pants are still soaked.
No, it's all good. Listen. Listen, if I looked like that, I would do the show shirtless. You don't have to give me an excuse. Like, respect, Flaunt it. Flex, my man. Well done.
Dude, thank you
much love to you, Joe.
Let me thank you for having me on here anyway. Seriously, thank you.
No
This
problem.
is the second time, and it means a lot to me, man, because, again, before any of this was possible, I believed it was possible. So thank you.
For sure, and many more to come. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy Florida. Congrats on a great performance. Another one. Looking forward to what's next for you, my man. All the best.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you.
There he is, Joe Pyfer. I mean, holy smokes. How could you not love that guy? That guy is incredible. He really makes you want to love him, to support him, to follow him, to root for him. Tremendous stuff. Turning into to one of our favorites here. What a guy.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, amazing.
I literally just sat in the control room and in the back here, I was like, man, is he just like the most likable dude in the UFC? Like, geez, Louise.
Oh, he's amazing. He's amazing. I really do enjoy him. Just the way he speaks. I like how he says my name all the time. You catch that? He always says like, Ariel, I don't know. There's something about that. It makes it more personal. We are running into a potential issue here. Felt like everything was going well, right? With the connection, with the audio. But we are running into a potential issue, not with our next guest, but with our guest after that guest. So we'll see what happens with that. But in a matter of moments, we are going to be joined by my old friend Chael Sonnen, and it wouldn't be post pay-per-view Monday if not for, I kind of enjoy it. I enjoy recapping things. I enjoy talking to him about things. I enjoy getting his perspective. Oftentimes don't agree with his perspective, but I also enjoy giving him fodder for his great YouTube channel as well, because usually we get a postscript, if you will, on his YouTube channel. And so without further ado, let's not keep the bad guy waiting. Here he is, the one and only Chael Sonnen. There he is. Hello, Chael. How are you?
What's happening there? Where are you at today, buddy? That doesn't look like the studio underground. Where you at?
It's funny. I forgot that you would say that. Did I lose you? What happened? Where did you go?
I'm right here. I hear you. I see you perfectly. Am I cutting in and out? I'm right here.
I don't know what happened, guys. Okay, we're gonna keep fighting. You have I don't know. It seems like the connection over there in West Lynn is a little bit suspect. But in any event, I was so I don't know what the word is, self-conscious after our last conversation and kind of hurt by the comments that I decided to build this new studio. What do you think? What do you think of the new spot?
I like it. I mean, I was really wondering where you were. I don't know if you're like working from home. I like it. Got a big pillar there. Got a French door over here. I'm into the whole thing. Hey, by the way, I saw you on, since we talked last, I saw you on Andrew Schultz's podcast, and I really liked it. I just wanted to tell you that. I thought that was good. I thought that was a good look. I didn't know if your guys' back and forth was real or if it was friendly, so I was happy to see you guys together. It was great.
No, it was good. It was a good shoot. First, I'm being told that your video connection, I mean, what a twist of fate this is very poor, so we can't see your video, Chael. What's happening over there? Is the Wi-Fi down? What's going on?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. This does happen every now and then, and generally if I hang up and call back, that solves it. Should I try that real fast?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
I'll do it real quick. I apologize.
No problem. No problem. There he is, Chael P. I forgot about the last time we spoke. He was in the studio and, made a couple jokes about our location. And here I am. You know what's interesting? So far now we've done what? This would be our 8th interview from a remote location, if you will. Last week, LA, this week, Montreal. No one references the fact that I'm not in the studio. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? No one says like, oh, hey, why aren't you in the studio? He's the first one.
They tell us when we're checking them in.
Oh, they do?
No,
they don't.
Does it hurt your feelings a little bit? The studio is a point of pride for you, I feel like.
No, actually, it's quite the opposite. It actually makes me super happy to the point where I've been, running back to the studio every time I'm away. It's like, why would I do it? Like,
so now we're looking at homes, maybe Montreal, maybe LA. Where are we heading next?
Montreal, LA, Miami. We've talked about, of course. By the way, we were on the Miami train long before the UFC. I was listening to Dana White at the press conference. He's like, man, Miami's the best. Miami is LA 10 years ago. I'm like, bruh, where have you been?
I mean, we've been on the Miami train for a while. I can pull up the text. Like, I've been trying to, lay the foundation of the MMA Hour Miami for a while now.
What's up, Chael?
Chael's back. Okay. I wonder if Chael's been to Miami. He was talking about Miami like it was some big revelation. Hello, how are you, Chael? Okay, we're back. This is much better. So yeah, no, in reality, I'm in Montreal. I'm visiting the parents. It's spring break, and Chael. Usually, I would not do the show when I'm away, but technology has gone so good. The crew's at the studio, but I'm in Montreal doing the show, and I'm happy to do it with you. How about that?
Those are the benefits of COVID, right? I mean, we did learn how to do things remotely in COVID. And I have that same ability, Errol. I used to be landlocked where I had a hard time leaving too. And I got a little camera, got the little iPad and set up. I know what you're saying. It's a real luxury, right? It's a real luxury.
Yeah, it's a real luxury, except your Wi-Fi is not a real luxury. I mean, it is some of the work. What are you in AOL 1997 mode? What is going on over here? This is something else.
Errol, it gives me a little meter and it will tell me poor. It's telling me I'm great. It's telling me that I'm connected there. It's putting the heat on you. Can I get into it? Do you hear me at all? I don't want to ruin the spot, but I kind of do want to get into it. I think that Masvidal has retired. I don't accept the speech that he gave as a retirement speech. I know he spoke to you today. Did we clear that up and is he officially done?
Okay, so Masvidal is scheduled to be on. As of right now, we might be pushing it. He said that he's a little banged up at the moment, so we haven't talked yet. It's still TBD. I'm trying to convince him to come on, so it's still TBD. But why do you not accept the retirement? I don't understand. It seemed pretty definitive.
Yeah, well, okay. I want to first let the audience know why I'm making a big deal about this, because this seems silly, right? Well, no, not so fast. The word retire is a legal term. The word retire invokes an entire part of your contract that otherwise would not be invoked. So it's really important. The word retire removes you from the USADA pool, but nothing else does. Not an injury, not leaving the state, not leaving the sport, not a rumor. You have to use the word. You could even text the word to an official at the UFC. It's really important, this word. The UFC, on their social media known as Twitter, after Masvidal gave that speech and left the ring, announced that he retired. And I'm just saying, wait a minute. He never said that. He didn't even say anything that definition is retire, such as, I'm done. I'm not coming back. You won't see me again. I'm moving on in life. It sounded like a retirement speech. I believe he did. He took the gloves off, but he did not ceremoniously put them down. And so I just bring to you, we've seen guys that have started a retirement speech. Luke Rockhold, just by example, after Paulo Costa started a retirement speech and then caught himself on live TV and didn't finish it. So I'm just saying, George does kind of need to clear this up. If he, in fact, is retired, he's out of USADA. If he changed his mind, there would be 6 months. It's a big deal, that word. Other people have used it. I'm asking if we're right. Did he officially retire, or did we just think he did?
Okay, so I actually want to say a couple things about that. Number one, just a follow-up to you. Do you think he should retire? Would you advise him to retire?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's time, right? I mean, all athletes find out this. Unless you're named George St. Pierre or Lennox Lewis, and maybe I should amend that to add Floyd Mayweather, but our career ends the same way, which is a year before we pull the plug, the whole rest of the world can see it's over. We just don't know. And then ultimately you go down flat on your back and embarrassed. That's how your time in this sport ends. But if we're going to come to the same conclusion and somebody's not going to use you, they're not going to put you in a fight, it is much better for you to be the one to come out and say, right, you can't fire me because I quit. And I just think that Masvidal has done an awesome job. I think he's had an awesome career with awesome memories. I don't think he wants to be a stepping stone. They just took him to his hometown of Miami and did not main event him. That's a big deal. It's a really big deal, right? If they come to West London, they put me on a card, but I'm not the feature match, we have a problem. So you have to just start reading those tea leaves. And I think that it's right. I think he's got other interests. I think Gamebred's doing great. I think this tequila business is doing great. He's a much smarter guy than people are aware. And I think he's just his next move and what comes next in life for Masvidal, I think his best days are still in front of him.
On the flip side of that, he has lost 4 in a row. Those last 4 losses, Chael, Usman on a week's notice, Usman again with a relatively long camp, Colby Covington and Gilbert Burns. Like, he is literally fighting the top 3 guys at 170 pounds. He didn't fight Leon Edwards, of course. They did fight backstage in 2019. But the point is, like, he could have fought a top 20 guy in Miami and been a lot more competitive. I don't know. It's hard to gauge when you're fighting the creme de la creme, no?
Oh, absolutely. To know where a guy's at. Oh, yeah. No, Gilbert Burns could still be a very meaningful guy. He could still be a top guy. We wouldn't really have a way to assess that. I apologize, George Masvidal, but I wasn't putting his skills down. I mean, even back up from what you just stated, those 4 losses, back it up one. We got Ben Askren in there, or rather, we got Nate Diaz and Ben Askren before that. I understand it has been murderer's row. That guy has done nothing but have super hard fights. He's done nothing but get better. He reinvented himself at 36 years old, which is nearly impossible to do. I mean, right, you don't grow the hair out and put on the Versace road. You don't get called out by Nate Diaz. You don't get called out by Nate. You don't go into Madison Square Garden in front of the president and The Rock and a BMF title. I mean, it's a really big deal. People want to say that the flying knee was the thing. I think that he's more known for 3-piece in a soda than flying knee, but it does all trace back to that. And he was a guy that could reinvent himself. He was a 500 fighter, and he did something different, and he got something different. And I really think that it's an inspiring thing. But sadly, Aaron, we don't get better with time. As human beings, our skills just don't get better as we get older. And I think that he represented himself very well. I think he protected himself at all times against Gilbert. I realize he can still do this work, but maybe not at the championship level, and it's time for him to do something else. I respect that.
Okay, so my prediction is, that's why I was curious to see where you're going with this. I say, maybe he pops up on a Gamebred boxing card. He's putting on the show, might as well, fight for yourself, fight for your own promotion. They seem to be gaining some momentum. So I don't know if it's the last time we see Jorge Masvidal fight, maybe the last time in the UFC, but I think that he pops up and does something else. Very impressed, and what a crazy time. Chael, there's so much to talk to you about here. My head is spinning. It's interesting that you started with the co-main and not the main, because that was the big story. But can we talk about something that's really annoying me since we're starting with the co-main here? I have a huge problem with this. Chael, you made the call out famous. I mean, no one called people out better than you. I mean, you had someone in mind. I remember, Anderson and this and that. Are we entering an era where the backup fighter is a thing that we're asking for? Dana, I remember George St. Pierre getting on his knees and saying, give me the title shot. Remember that back in the day? We're getting guys now on the microphone saying, give me the backup fighter spot. This is an abomination. I want nothing to do with this. I like Gilbert Burns a lot. I like his look. I like his fight. I really do like him a lot. He's actually one of my favorite fighters to watch. The guy steps up. You're asking for a backup fighter spot or you're out? Really? That's what we're asking for? You can't be on board with this.
Well, okay, and first off, I love the backup fighter spot, but I really appreciate what you're saying, because sometimes my thumb isn't on the pulse I want it to be. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I do think that you've misunderstood him. He is saying, I am the next. I am the #1 contender. Now, moreover, he said, I'm not even waiting for the fight, so it's just us. I'm going into this. I'm going to the backup spot. I will step in on 1 day's notice against either one of them, but when we're done with that, whoever wins is mine. So, he coupled it together. It wasn't backup or bust. It was the entire thing, including there's no backup, there's nobody else, there's no top contender. It's all mine. I liked it. I think the backup, I don't agree with the UFC. I don't agree with their marketing team. I think that the backup fighter is coveted. I think that it should be billed that way. I don't think when Vincent Luque walked through the curtain at Madison Square Garden at 9 a.m., there was any point of doing that if you didn't tell us. Now, they, of course, don't want to give the audience hope for something they can't deliver. I do understand it, but I have to call it an experiment. I might not like it either. I need to see it one time. We need to try it one time, but this is very coveted. I'd love to hear an interview from Colby Covington about what he's going to do to Leon, and then have the guy say, and by the way, what if it's Gilbert? What are you going to do to him? I would love to hear they got to have 2 different plans. I think it's fun. It is never used. I don't know what even financial participation those guys get. You know, they have to pay their coaches and do all these different things. But if you want to do that and you want to take that sacrifice, I think it matters. I love that Chandler got rewarded for that. I love that Kamaru Usman got rewarded for that. I love that Colby Covington's about to get rewarded for that. I like the backup fighter.
Okay, Khamzat Chimaev, Bilal Muhammad, Gilbert Burns, Colby Covington. Who should fight Leon Edwards next?
Colby Covington.
Why?
Colby Covington is a #1 contender, and he has been for 2 years. He was the clearest #1 contender the sport ever had. It truly, Ariel, and everybody knew he was the right guy. He held the ranking, but you couldn't put him in there. He'd already had 2 opportunities. I will just remind you, if you want to go by rankings, when Leon got the title fight initially with Kamaru, he leapfrogged Colby, but we all understood it. Colby's been there. You haven't. Here's your run. It's your shot. We all understand that. So now you don't have Kamaru in there. Of course it goes to Colby. And you've got other very good options. I mean, Gilbert Burns is not a bad option. Gilbert Burns was very generous on Saturday to say Belal Muhammad has done everything right and that he's a great option. I don't know how we're ignoring Rakhmonov, considering he's 16-0 and we supposedly like finishes around here. But I get there's popularity and there's mandates. But of course, for right now, of course, it's Colby Covington.
But what has he done in the past 13 months to warrant that? You can't just sit on the spot. I mean, we've been arguing about this for a long time. The guy has not fought. Gilbert Burns just beat the guy that he beat 13 months ago, but in that process also has 2 other fights, a close fight against Khamzat Chimaev and then the recent win over Neil Magny. How do you say Gilbert doesn't deserve it, let alone Bilal Muhammad, let alone anyone else? Explain that to me. I don't get this. Because he weighed in?
I love those guys.
Because he was a backup fighter?
I love the argument you're making for Gilbert and Belal. I see your argument and I concede. I just want to correct you on a couple of things. Colby's last fight was 13 months ago, short was, but Dana White revealed he was offered 3 fights and that Colby accepted them all. And Dana's wording was, but we couldn't make them happen. We all left to believe that means the opponents didn't accept Colby. But if that is the case and that is true, Errol, that has to matter. And if they're offering you matches and you're saying yes, they're offering you top contenders and you're saying yes, let's do it, but something happens, you can't get in there, we can't hold it against them. That's very different than sitting on your spot.
No, but Chael, on the flip side, Khamzat Chimaev is saying, I'm the guy that they offered it to, and he turned them down against me. Has Colby himself come out and said that he's accepted these fights? And has he explained or revealed who these people are? Because no one has. No. Who are these secret fighters? Who are these fictitious names that he's accepted? Because I can't find any information on them.
I won't dispute that, and I'm also very curious, but Dana's the one that said this, and Dana generally will come out and let the media know. I mean, part of being a fighter, you got to come out and let people know when he's not fighting. When somebody's pretending to be a tough guy in front of the cameras and behind the scenes, they won't take a deal. Dana's pretty good and notorious for doing that. He just did the opposite here. Said, hey, just don't get the wrong idea. We've actually offered Colby fights, and he accepted them. We just couldn't make the fights. I mean, I'm quoting right now. I don't have any more information than that. Everything would be a guess and interpretation, but I do think that matters. I think that's why they leaned on him for the backup spot. That's not something guys generally want to do. It's a lot of training. There's a lot of preparation. There's a huge risk. You're not going to get that #1 contendership back. So now you got to get it right. You're only going to have 24 hours notice. I just think it's a big deal. I think he did everything right. But people that are trying to say that our argument, right, I'm Team Colby, but our argument has never been that he did the backup fight and therefore he was the #1 contender for 2 years before he did the backup fight. That matters.
A lot of people, including Dana, say, oh, he weighed in successfully. He served as the backup fighter for Leon and Kamaru. Therefore, because of that reason, he should be #1 contender. I offer you Sergey Pavlovich, who weighed in as the backup fighter for Cyril Gane and John Jones literally 2 weeks prior and is not getting a title shot. So please explain this to me.
Well, I don't think they go hand in hand, right? If somebody said Colby's getting this because he did that, I think that they've misspoke. I don't think that's what they mean. It's also been stated previously by the same guy, and I think we're talking about Dana here. Previously, Colby Covington will be the champion of the world if Kamaru Usman did not exist. That's been stated. It's been stated that he's ranked #1. It's been stated that he's a top draw. He just can't get the shot because he's already had it twice. I think that it's very relevant. I think that we're seeing the same thing. I mean, a mirror image of Colby, I believe, is a spot that Robert Whittaker is in. Robert Whittaker is clearly the top guy, and the rankings support that, but he's already had Izzy not once but twice, so you're looking for a little bit of parity. It just seems to me like the opportunity has opened up, and I want to tell you something else, Ariel. You get into a very bad spot, right? If you're in Dana's position, the answer of let's see what happens, you have to go with that, because let me tell you the adverse. It appears that Dana has come out and said that Gilbert's got a deal. He's going to get what he wants. Now, he asked for 2 things. I'm talking about Gilbert here. He asked to be a backup fighter and to get the next title shot. So when Dana says you got a deal, I wasn't clear on which one. He asked for, did he get them both or did he get one of those, which is the backup? But it's relevant.
I think he got both.
Let's say that Gilbert is now the #1 contender. We know that Colby's next. So we're going to wait. Gilbert's going to have to wait. I mean, that fight's not even announced. He's going to have to wait. Okay, fine. How do you get Blahal and Rachmanov in there? I mean, how do you get those guys to go out and take that risk? For what? If they can't get a #1 contendership because it's already established, what would their motivation be? And that's just a byproduct. I'm sure there's an answer to that. I just submit for you. That's where playing your cards pretty close to your vest. That's why that happens.
See, this is why I don't like the backup fighter thing, Chael, because it's different when Alex Volkanovski says, hey, I'm the featherweight champion and I'm going to plant my flag in the ground. But now what people are going to do, remember this, people are going to try to bypass a #1 contender fight to try to just cement their spot as the backup fighter. It used to be, give me the #1 contender fight. Let the world know. They never say this anymore. For some reason, they never announce this is the #1 contender fight. I don't know why they don't do it. It's a great promotional thing. It's a nice little title you can slap on a fight. They never do it. They never do it. But here's the thing, Chael. Here's the thing. Instead of that, because you know what the fight should be? It should be Belal versus Gilbert. That should be the #1 contender fight. Why isn't that the #1? Why is Gilbert saying, all right, I beat Jorge and I beat Neil Magny. Give me the guy that gets me the title shot, as opposed to, no, give me the backup, the fighter spot. How does he deserve it more than Belal? How does he deserve it more than Belal? And now you're going to give Belal Muhammad a killer like Shavkat Rakhmonov? I mean, it's not exactly fair. You notice this, right? No one's asking for #1 contender fights. They're asking for backup fighter slots. That's not good for the sport. You can't like this. This is not good. This doesn't get the fans excited. No one gets excited about a backup fighter slot. No one likes this.
I gotta share with you. It's very hard to make a statement before as to what's going to be next. It's very hard, even if you've got an idea, to let the world know. And I felt like I just illustrated that. If we make Gilbert Burns next, knowing that Colby's getting the shot, but then he's even next after that. Now we're 7 months down the road, but we'd like to get Rachmanov and Blahal in there. Pretty soon they're looking around going, for what? What's in it for me? It's a simple question, but it is something that has to be answered. And a lot of times, just keeping hope alive. You say, well, we're going to look at it. Well, it's got a good chance. Well, let's see what happens. That keeps hope alive. Hope is no longer alive if you've already named the next 2 guys, which takes damn near a calendar year to do. So I'm just sharing with you, because you do have to go back to Gilbert Burns. Be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. Let's say that Gilbert Burns gets this. So he's got to wait. Let's just call it 3 months before Colby's in there with Leon. Let's say it's another 3 months to recover and get it back in. You're looking at 6, which is much more like 7 months. He's a prize fighter. He might want to make some money. And Gilbert might see an opportunity like you just said, which is, hey, wait a second. I don't want to wait the 6 or 7 months, but I see that Blahal and Rachmanov are getting ready to be next and leapfrog me. Let me get in. Well, for some reason, Rachmanov and Blahal isn't announced yet, which means it's not done. So whichever one of those guys is holding it up, Gilbert could find out, step in, and have the other one. I don't disagree with you on this, Ariel. I'm just sharing with you there's a lot of moving parts. Gilbert Burns goes in there with a BMF champion in his own backyard. He didn't know he was going to be a 4-1 favorite. I was stunned when I saw the line at DraftKings that it was 4-1 favoring Gilbert Burns. I thought it was a more competitive fight. Well, how do you become a #1 contender beating a guy that people thought you were 4 times more likely to do? It's a tough spot, but all he did is say yes to the opportunity that he had. You can't punish him for that.
Who wins, Leon or Colby, in your opinion?
Oh, Colby would beat Leon. I was very impressed with Leon, and I don't know if I've ever said something nice about Leon. I really like him, and in addition, I'm really impressed with him. When you have a guy like Colby that can be that grindy, that can keep up that pace, and moreover has the ability to take you down, it's a very big deal. And somewhere along the way, Leon, more than anything else, more than landing a kick, more than anything, Leon got the respect of Kamaru Usman. Kamaru felt him and knew that's tough business. Did it again, knew that's tough. And you could even see that, though. Kamaru underperformed. He respected him. And that made a big difference. Colby's not going to have that. It's a tough fight. It's a hard one, but I would favor Covington.
Okay, so that actually leads me to my next question, which, you know, at the top of the show, Chael, I was waxing poetic, and I feel like you can back this as a historian and a longtime fan yourself. What Israel Adesanya did on Saturday is one of the most impressive things that I've ever seen anyone do in the history of this sport. Because as you know, you fight the fights, and then you go on this long, title reign. More often than not, as we just saw with Kamaru Usman and Leon Edwards, you lose that fight, you lose that belt, you never get it back. It's so hard to get it back, right? It's one thing if you win 2, you lose the belt, you come back, this and that. He went on this long run and didn't just lose, he got stopped. Didn't just get stopped. He got stopped to the guy who stopped him 2 previous times in a different sport, and one time knocked him out cold. To come back on 5 months later and do that and knock that guy out, and then be like, everything's good in the world. I'm back. I've rectified the wrong, so to speak, is one of the most impressive things, because I was worried he was coming back too soon. I was worried that the confidence was shot. I was worried that Pereira just has his number. He's his boogeyman. Do you agree with my sentiment here? Because I am still in awe of what Izzy did on Saturday.
I thought the thing that you were going to say he did so great was not having any idea this was going to happen. He still drew the bows back, gave him 3 shots. He took 1 lap around the octagon, found that young man, and gave him a receipt when he went down. That was beautiful work, which I would have missed. I owe Bilal Muhammad for breaking that down and explaining to us on Twitter. It was absolutely incredible. Ariel, I think he went heel. And it's a big deal. If he has gone heel, it matters. And the reason I say that is when they throw to them backstage and Izzy's trying to cheer up, what's his name? And Izzy's, hey, great job, and you'll always be a champion to me. And then he goes to a post-fight press conference. He says, everything's square in the world. Forget that he beat me 3 times and took everything I wanted and ran me out of a sport and beat me in front of the world at Madison Square Garden. I won this 1 time. And the only time I've ever seen that, and it was embarrassing the first time, is when Chuck lost to Tito, and Tito, who'd been cleaned up, lost his belt, lost his fame, lost his money, lost his position in the company, goes over to some show that nobody watched, lands a shot on a guy that's 48 years old, and then tells him everything's good. Well, no, it's not good. No, Chuck is way ahead of you. He's millions ahead of you. He's fights, he's experience, he's opportunities, public perception ahead of you. He took all these things. So I saw Tito do that, and I come back to Adesanya. Adesanya trying to act like we're square. He ran you out of a sport. He chased you down in this one. He beat you at the Mecca. I mean, not for nothing, but you're not square unless you're a heel. And if you're a heel, it matters, because what are they going to do next? Well, if Izzy doesn't want to fight him, and that's what he said, no, we're done. Everything's square. We're done. I can move on with my life. And you're a heel. If that's true, then the audience is going to push back on what your request is, which is going to land him in a trilogy fight with Pierre. It's a big deal, and I'm just wondering if other people see it this way. I like the receipt that he gave the kid. I like the whole thing. Going and taking Tito's spot and acting like we're square with the world when I got my ass kicked multiple times, but I had a good night tonight, that's a heel move. I like heels. I'm just asking you if Izzy became one.
Oh, my God. That was incredible. That was incredible. You're right. We were talking about this at the beginning. I was a little surprised at the conviction in which he said, we're good. It's over. We're done. We're moving on.
Yep.
The biggest fight for him
he did,
is that
very
fight,
condescending. Right? He didn't do it from a sportsmanship standpoint. He was from a condescending standpoint. And I'm just suggesting for you, right? We've heckled a minor. We knocked out his pops. We teased him in the back, and we told the world we're never going to come back to this party again. He gave us ultimate times, but we're not going to do it again. I just suggest for you that maybe he has gone heel, and it does matter what comes next. I mean, that division is a mess. Like, Du Plessis has got to be the leading candidate, even ranked number 6. Just for the parity, just for something new, Du Plessis, I think, fills the void, but that's only if Pierre goes up to 205.
Right. So what do you think happens? Who do you think he fights next?
Well, okay, look, if Pierre stays at 80, it's got to be Pierre. Nothing else really would make sense. Whitaker doesn't have a dance partner. Everybody else is pretty booked up. The other side of the coin, Izzy's only asked for one thing. He's been very clear in telling us this. I would like some parity. I would like new guys. He's gone and beaten everybody. Then he beat some of them twice. He's getting ready to beat some of them a 3rd time. Or we can move down the rankings to who hasn't been there yet. We can bring in Du Plessis. We've got the African tie, and he's on a little bit of a roll. Let's get this done. I think that argument is going to win the day with Pierre out of the division. The real question is, if Pierre goes to 205, does he walk right into a world title fight? They've only had one guy in history to get starched at 85 and contend at 205. It's yours truly, but there was an understanding, a strategy, and a skill set that was present in that situation that isn't present here.
Wow. By the way, who's this Pierre that you keep talking about? Is it the same guy that fought on Saturday? Or
I was talking to our old boss, Glenn, and Glenn also let me know Pierre is not right. But isn't it Alex Pereira?
No, it's Pereira.
All right, Pereira. I can do that. I can do
not a tough one.
Well, Glenn had something more on it. He had like Fejera. It would say like there was almost a roll of the tongue. That I'm not part of.
I'm trying to make it easy for you. It's not quite as tough as Adesanya. You know they say that incorrectly. It's Adesanya, not Adesanya. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Fedor's got a tough one too. Like Josh Burnett's the only guy that knows how to say it. Yeah, there you go.
No, me. Yeah.
I mean, some of these are just tough, you know.
Do you think he was consciously turning heel on us there? Because even the post-fight press conference I thought was riveting. He went up there and he was like, don't ask me stupid questions. I want the good questions. Didn't want to talk about Duplessis, but then cut a great promo on him, which made me really want to see the fight. Do you think this was a conscious decision on his part? Because honestly, like, he was a total babyface in there. That promo with the microphone after when he took it from Rogan, that's a babyface promo right there. Like, you can only enjoy this happiness if you go out there and you risk it all. Like, that was babyface stuff. But to your point, it was a little heelish on the back end.
Yes. No, Adesanya is an entertainer in ways that we've never seen. You've only got 3 opportunities: your way to the ring, what you do in the ring, and your way out of the ring. He will entertain you in all 3. I don't think he ever makes mistakes. I don't think anything's on accident. Nobody has steered their own career, and I do mean nobody. Conor's got a lot of pull. Even Conor has not chosen his next opponent on his own and let us know more than Adesanya. I mean, he started that the night that he became champ in Australia with Whitaker. He turns to Paulo Costa, makes fun of the shirt, calls him Ricky Gervais, or had some tie-in to some singer. Ricky Gervais?
No. Ricky Martin.
You know what I'm
Ricky
talking about,
Martin.
though.
Ricky
Real
Gervais
handsome guy.
is a comedian.
Anyway.
Ricky Martin, yeah.
Ricky Martin, that's what I'm looking for. But he's done it every single time. Now, I have to believe that he also did it Saturday with Duplessis. I have to believe that he set the table and let us know. And I don't think he does anything on accident. Did he want to go heel? I don't know. I don't know, man. He is a massive star. He has the it factor, and he can back up. Look, Errol, most guys, you can be champion of the world. You've either got to be really good or you got to be really tough. And very seldomly are you both. But the guys that are really good often never get in a position to show if they're tough. And that's what's so important about Izzy coming back. That's what's so important about him losing the belt 5 months later, regrouping and trying to dealing with that adversity, knowing what could happen to him, knowing what's already happened to him, and walking out there and finding a way. Most really good guys, and he's very good, aren't tough. He had an opportunity to deal with adversity and overcome. This is a spectacular moment. I mean, this is one of the great moments in the history of MMA for me as a fan.
I agree.
It's what dreams are made of.
Can I blow your mind here with this one, and feel free to run with it? Biggest fight in the UFC, probably without Conor, but maybe he gives a Conor fight a run for, I don't know. Izzy, John Jones. Can we revisit this? Is it possible? Could you imagine the build-up there? No one's talking about this. Jones is back. No? What do you think? Meet at 205? Come on.
I like it. No. I'm not against you on that. On the prediction of can we make it happen and will it happen? That was the part where I'm hemming and hawing. As far as a build up and 2 guys walking out there, and you're going to have people real strong on Joe and real strong on Izzy. Yeah. As far as the biggest fight, that sure would be a special one. I mean, I think that ship has sailed, and we started moving that direction, right? Izzy coming up and taking on Blachowicz. That had nothing to do with Blachowicz. It had everything to do with John Jones. So I don't know that they're going to retry that experiment, but I hear your point. And I don't know that I would disagree.
Should a champion be allowed to pick who his next opponent is? Should it be up to him or her?
Fully up to him? No, of course not. Because every champion has one responsibility, which is to make the most money fighting the easiest guy. So no, it can't fully be up to him. But if we did look back at champions who anointed somebody, right? I mean, Ozdemir fought for a world championship. That would not have happened had Daniel Cormier not called him out. Like, there is a real power in being called out. I just want to really loosen up our market, our industry, to the idea of Duplessis. I want to loosen them up because we're going to look at number 6. The rankings don't determine matches, though. The rankings are just somewhere we can look as a reference point. You got to look a little bit deeper, which is Adesanya beat the first 5. The nearest guy to him that hasn't had the opportunity yet is Duplessis, who, by the way, beat Till, who was a number 1 contender, and he beat Brunson, who's a perennial number 1 contender. I think he should be rewarded for it.
Well, the reason I asked that is, on Saturday night, Dana said they're going to do the Stipe Jones fight because Jones wants it. They're not doing what Leon wants by giving him Colby Covington, it seems. If Izzy says no to Alex, but then they say, no, you have to fight Alex, like, that's what I'm talking about. Should every champion have a say? Should it be different rules for different guys? Because it's clearly a little bit of this and a little bit of that right now, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I think that could be open for interpretation. And what I mean by, I think when Dana discloses is what Jones wants, I think, there's 3 people. You got Jones, you got Stipe, and then you have Dana's opinion. It sounded as though maybe Stipe isn't who Dana was fully going to go with. He liked it, but maybe not. And Jones said, no, I want it and I can get this done. And I think maybe that's what Dana meant. But no, there's not a power where the champion gets to call guys out, and there shouldn't be. You have guys like Floyd Mayweather that steer their own career, stay away from the real hard ones, go have a real hard fight once every 2-3 years. It's one of those spots. We don't want to do that in MMA.
What do we do with Khamzat then?
Well, so my understanding is Khamzat is going to fight Paulo Costa. They've even got a date. They're going to go out Abu Dhabi. That's a co-main event, very relevant. They'll be there for 3 rounds instead of 5. Islam on top of the bill. Now, the relevance to Islam on top of the bill is Islam's going to fight the winner of Charles and Benny, and that's still 3 weeks away. So that means the card that I'm referencing out in Abu Dhabi and the placement of co-main event, we're 4 or 5 months away in a best-case scenario. So it looks like we're going to keep those two on ice. Sean Strickland doesn't have a dance partner, and Robert Whittaker, I think, was being held in case Alex won. I don't know why we can't just get Sean and Whittaker in there. I don't know. I mean, one thing at 185 pounds, it is infuriating. You got a bunch of really tough guys. But goddamn, the one commonality they have is none of them want to fight each other. Somewhere we've got to get this division moving.
I feel like it's the same situation on 170. But Chael, did you just break some news for us here? Because I had not heard Khamzat and Paulo in Abu Dhabi. That's October 22nd or whatever it is. Is that an exclusive? Did you just break that?
Well, it could be. I don't know if that's out there or not. I think the world kind of knows it's blown in that direction. But Paulo Costa did get his deal done with the UFC, right? That was up. Remember, he was going to fight Robert Whittaker, and it was this whole thing. That's all smoothed out. It's going to be next. Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, I just told you where it was. I didn't know I was revealing something. Now you got me a little bit nervous, but I was not sworn to secrecy, and that is all true what I just said.
Thank you, Frank. They just dropped the breaking news music because when there's breaking news, you need breaking news music. What do you? By the way, what are you nervous about? You're fucking Chael Sonnen. Well, like, you run this whole ship. Like, what?
If I said that, it was to like sound like a regular guy. I assure you, I didn't mean it, and I'm not nervous about anything.
I would hope.
But I would like to be a trusted source if someone swore me to secrecy. I wasn't on secrecy, and that is that's straight from the top.
Well, listen, we appreciate the breaking news. We're going to run with it, and we're going to take credit for it, okay? Please don't make a video about this on your channel and take credit for it. All right, so we got Khamzat versus... But you've cleared up a whole division for us here. We've got Khamzat versus Paulo. We've got Izzy Pereira 3 is what we're leaning towards. I do love Pereira going up to 205, by the way, like a fight against Yuri Prochaska, Jamal Hill, all bangers, if you ask me. And we've got Leon and Colby, and we've got Bilal fight. And you've literally cleared up the whole mess of a situation from 170 to 205. Those 3 weight classes, which are separated by 35 pounds, are all intertwined. You just cleared it up for us. Thank you, Chael.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and I hope that I did do that. I am curious at 205. I don't know who's calling Jamal out. I don't know who Jamal's calling out. Like, I feel like that division's been a little bit quiet. I would love if you have some insight there. I do want to go back to 185. You know, I'm very close with Sean Strickland, but Sean is so frustrated with fighting opponents that he would like to move up to 205 pounds, not to stay there, just to get a match in the interim. They're not going to do that, but I'm just speaking to the idea that he doesn't know what to do. I know that Cannonier is one of the top guys. I haven't heard Cannonier say boo since the last time that he left the ring, and I do mean that literally. So it's one of these spots. Whittaker was being held. Whittaker's in a beautiful spot. He's a wonderful fighter, but he doesn't have any heat or any angle with anybody. He didn't push for the Paulo. He didn't push for the Chimaev. In fact, it was quite the opposite of compliments all around, and all of a sudden there's nobody there to fight. So whether they wanted to do Whittaker and Sean or not, there are 2 options. They're available. They're willing. Have a fight.
Yeah, no, I like that as well. A couple more things on 287, if I may. I was blown away, as you mentioned, presence of mind, cutting the promo, the kid thing, the bow and arrow thing. As someone who has had moments, yeah, I mean, it was incredible. 3 times. Do you like? Aren't you worried in the like you've had moments, the Shogun call out, the Anderson second, Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck. How much do you actually think about that? Like, or does it like when you see that you're like, oh man, he planned that? That was all like something he thought about in the past or like in the hotel or whatever? Or is it all off the cuff? What do you think? I mean, some of that has to be planned, right?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely you would have a plan and a direction. If I lose, if I win, if I stop him versus submit him versus referee's decision, if it's a controversial, like you got a little something, you never know which one you're going to go with, but at least the reel is spinning. I don't think he ever meant to come over and give a receipt to the kid. I think that was kind of off the cuff, and that's really good stuff right there. I mean, he was owed it. That was good stuff. Not to mention, I think the young man is still a minor. I think he was about 6 at the time of the kickboxing video. It's been about 10 years. I think he's 6. No, it's a big deal, though. If you do it to an adult, it's a little different. If you do it to a minor, I just thought it was great. I really do. We owe Lahal for bringing it at least to my attention. No, I don't think that it was all completely planned. You got to understand that as Alex was walking to the ring, he shot a bow at Izzy. So I think that that is what then prompted the bows to be fired back, thus proving my point that it really was off the cuff or at least short notice.
Are you enjoying what Kevin Holland is doing right now? It seems like every fight week for him, he's getting into an altercation with someone that he's not fighting. Fans seem to like it. Dana didn't like it, got mad at the reporters for asking about it, which was a little weird since it came out first. In any event, are you enjoying what he's putting out there?
Yes, I don't want outside of the ring stuff. I mean, if he wants to go get mouthy, I don't want two guys touching one another. I am still curious just personally because I got to know everything. I'm a fan of the sport. I would be curious what heat Holland had with Masvidal, right? I mean, there's some guys that are newer in the sport, and there's just veterans that you show respect to. And I think that Masvidal was more caught off guard. Hey, why is this newer guy giving me, hey, why is it, we're on the same card, I'm in a feature match and you're not. I mean, it's one of those spots where George almost looks surprised. I like that they don't touch each other, though. That I don't like that stuff. I don't like that goes on at hotels. But I do like Kevin Holland. I do like the way that he's fighting. I like the way that he's staying busy. Not to mention, I mean, he had some real deficits with takedowns. He was getting taken down. He's now stopped that. These guys are having a real hard time. Chimaev had a hell of a time getting him there. I think Kevin Holland's getting better. I think at 170, he's a threat for a while.
One last thing on 287. What about your boy Kelvin Gastelum? I mean, he turned back the clock. Now, I do think that the headbutt might have come into play, and Chris Curtis actually texted me during this show that he felt like it really did come into play. But for a guy that you knew back when you did The Ultimate Fighter with John Jones, I mean, were you blown away? Were you even expecting that? I was not expecting that. He hasn't fought in a year and a half. He's had a ton of injuries. Were you blown away by his performance?
I was wondering where he was at. I was looking at his corner. I'm looking at a couple of changes that he made, right? You always got to answer some questions there. Placement on the card. I mean, there was just a few things that put pressure. You saw that reaction to Kelvin afterwards. That had nothing to do with the $50,000 bonus. That was relief. And, you know, Chris Curtis is as tough as they come, and he showed it in that fight. Chris Curtis could have won that fight. He's as good as Kelvin. He's as good as anybody. He got the grit. Eventually, you run out of time. You turn to the judges. It was a fair contest, but I think both those guys should be very proud of themselves.
Tremendous. Yeah. Great card overall. Miami was great. Were you at the first Miami show or the last one in 2003? Were you there for that one?
Who was it, Aaron? Who was the main event? Sean
Shirk, Matt Hughes, I do believe.
No, I was not. I watched that on television.
You know what's crazy about that one? Joe Rogan did play-by-play for that one, and Phil Baroni was the color analyst. Mike Goldberg wasn't available. I think he was doing hockey. Rogan, I think only time he ever did play-by-play was that card, UFC 42, 2003, Sudden Impact it was called.
Wow. I love that. I remember when they used to name those cards, Sudden Impact. I liked it when they used to do that. But, hey, great memory, man. That was 2003, almost 20 years ago. Boy, it feels like yesterday in my mind.
Yeah, crazy. Just a couple more and I'll let you go. Amanda Nunes, Juliana Pena, 3. Right call? I
think so. I read something from Amanda Nunes today, and she thought it was going to be another girl. She thought it was going to be a replacement, but Amanda... Yeah, and Amanda's always been very consistent. She pointed this out in the interview I read, but she's always been very consistent that whatever the UFC decides, they're the experts. Let them decide. They call me. Those are my marching orders. And that's what she did here, too. She stayed consistent. She's got to go back in there. I could only imagine doing it again in a third time. That's tough. But it is one of those spots where we probably do need to get that figured out. And if we don't do it right now, we're going to do it eventually. If they keep, we're going to get them in there. So I do get it. I think I'm more curious as to what is going to be next for the Bullet. I think that's a little bit harder one to match up. But yes, you asked me if that's the right call. Yes.
Why is that hard? Run it back with Grasso. Isn't that easy?
You know what, Errol? You're the one that motivated me to not. You made a comment one time, and you said if they do the rematch and the Bullet wins, over a period of time, history will look back as though Grasso had never even done it. And you said, so it's important that somebody else comes in. That's what I thought you said, and you won me over to that. I thought that made some sense.
Wow. Well, I was just sort of like thinking out loud. But yes, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as this Pereira-Izzy thing, although they have the history. Kind of the same thing with Juliana Pena, right? Juliana Pena beat Amanda. They ran it back right away. And now she's getting a third crack. And so I say you run it back with Shevchenko and Grasso if you do. But if Shevchenko wins, you have to do a rubber match. One of my biggest pet peeves, Chael, they never ran a third one with GSP and Matt Serra. You have to do the rubber match. Otherwise, it just looks like you're trying to correct history, right?
That's right. That's right. If Matt asks for it, I mean, and there is a little bit difference. I mean, I do hope that fans or even fighters can sit and study this. If you don't want something, it's never helpful in life to have a complainer unless that complainer offers you a suggestion. You don't get that a lot. We have politicians that'll come in and bitch at the other side trying to do something, but they don't offer a suggestion, right? Leon, just by example, came out and said he doesn't want Colby. Leon should have right there said who he does want. He didn't do that. That was the mistake. He didn't say, I don't want Colby. I want Blahal. The sumbitch poked me in the eye, and I haven't forgot about it. He could have gotten that fight for him. He could have got what he wanted, which was not Colby, but he didn't do that. And it was the same thing with Amanda. Amanda says, well, I let them choose. Fair enough. But you didn't offer anything different. Let me just juxtapose it with something that happened 2 nights ago. It should obviously be Pereira versus Adesanya Part 3, obviously. But Adesanya has now created an entire new conversation with Duplessis to the point he's won me over. I came on your show, the biggest show in our space, and I'm pushing for Duplessis. That was an idea that I never would have come to on my own. So it's a big difference if you do what Adesanya did, which is create another army, create a whole nother fight, or do what Leon did, which is just say no. You've got to then offer the solution. You can't say I don't want to fight somebody unless you come in the back of it and say who you do want to fight.
Izzy made me a lot more interested in the Duplessis fight because of the vitriol and the way in which he was speaking about it. He didn't want to say his name. Now, it could get a little uncomfortable, Chael. Like, there's a little bit of history there. Who's the real, African and all that. Like, I feel like we might be approaching a little bit of an uncomfortable territory. But I agree with you. He did a great job by no-selling it, making us want to see it. Alex Volkanovski, Yair Rodriguez, is that a big enough fight to headline International Fight Week, in your opinion?
Oh, no, not for international fight. There's a way to get it done, but no. I could go into details as to why, but no, that couldn't be the top of the bill.
Right now, there's not a lot going on. There's not a lot going on because there's been no talk of Stipe and Jones. And, you look at the weight classes, there's not a lot of options at the moment.
Sure.
Now, they could find something. I'm not saying this is a done deal.
Yeah, well, I read something that in London. That they're going to go to. I read that today that they're going to go to London. Now, Colby put out something also today after that article came out, and he said International Fight Week, which of course is in Las Vegas. So sounds like that's still a little bit fluid. We'll see where it goes. But I mean, Volkan Rodriguez is so good, but he doesn't tell anybody. He is so doggone good. He's so doggone skilled. He's so good. He's so scary to fight on his feet that Ortega took him to the ground. Oh, and when he did, he submitted Ortega from the ground. He submitted his last opponent from the ground as well. His last 2 fights, including World Championship, came from the ground. That's how good he is. But he doesn't come out and tell people. I mean, even Volkanovski said this guy hasn't done enough to get the fight. That's coming from Volk. Volkanovski, who does next to nothing, came out and said about Rodriguez, you haven't done it. You haven't called me out. You haven't made it clear that you want to fight me. So go fight Emmett instead. I mean, that was a real thing. And I remember when Volk said it, and I thought it was powerful. And no, there's not going to be enough hype that those guys are going to do.
Did you really call Israel Adesanya the greatest middleweight of all time? Yes,
I believe that he is. I believe that
more so than Anderson Silva.
Yeah, those guys fought, so that's where it's a hard time for me. When 2 guys fight, and then you argue that the guy that lost is better, and then you try to get smart with it and go, well, but it wasn't in their prime, and it's just weird. There's a respect that you have to pay the opponent, or what's the point of doing it? I mean, what's the point of coming out and saying who's better? I mean, what are people going to do when it's Adesanya versus Pierre? They're going to say it's Adesanya. Well, the other guy did what he did, but he did it 3 times to him. And it's one of those spots where the head-to-head matchup has to matter, or why are we doing it? And Adesanya won.
But even though they're fighting at 2 completely different times in their careers, eras, trajectories, all that. All right, fair enough.
Well, it's a really hard spot to be in Adesanya's position. It's really hard when you're fighting your idol. Right. Adesanya was 16 years old when I had my business with Anderson. He was a 16-year-old skinny kid from New Zealand. He kept tweeting. I kept seeing his tweets, and he was taking Anderson's side. He didn't like me. He didn't like the mouth. I mean, it was one of these things. 16. And all these years later, you're standing across from the guy that you looked up to, that got you into sport, whose poster is on your wall. I mean, there's a lot against Izzy in that fight, too. Not just Father Time that was against Anderson. It goes both ways. They fought. It was head-to-head, and he won. I don't know. I think you have to live with that. And you know what backed me up is Anderson. Anderson Silva wouldn't tell you, make an excuse for me. I fought him fair and square. He won.
All right. You remember the tweets from Izzy, from a 16-year-old Izzy?
Yes.
Wow. That's incredible. You like the Endeavor deal for WWE and UFC coming together as their own entity on one roof, spinning off from Endeavor? You like this?
Highly curious. Curious more than I like it. I want to see where this goes and what their plan is. Are they going to do their own network? They have enough content right now. Are they going to do their own network, or are they going to juxtapose that to get bigger deals? Well, I just want to see what they're going to do. They have a plan. Clearly, I don't know what it is, and I'm curious.
Okay. Did they make the right call having Roman Reigns beat Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania?
Yes, I saw Roman a week after. I saw him on Friday. SmackDown was important. I didn't visit with him, but I'm just name dropping. You said Roman. I want you to think that's cool that I walked past Roman. But they came out in Portland. Was packed. We got 15,000 seats to sell. They sold all 15,000. Show started at 4:00. Doors at 3:20 on a Friday, and it was still absolutely packed. What a monster business they have. I was surprised. Cody stabs them in the back with AEW and then tells them, I'll stab AEW in the back and come back to you, right? I mean, he's a carny. He's a carny like anybody, and he played it well. But when he comes to him and tells him, give me a massive push, get me right there, but don't quite feed me all the way, that surprised me. He was in the main event of WrestleMania because of the backstabber, the deal that he made, and they were paying it off, but he didn't make it. You had to give him the belt. That surprised me. Generally, in a WrestleMania final, you will have a clean 1, 2, 3. That is historically the way you do WrestleMania. So to have the interference play into the match was also a surprise. I enjoyed the product, but I will just tell you, it was unusual for the event.
Oh, I love it. I love your beef with Cody Rhodes. Is there a particular reason why you have beef with him, or is it just because you don't like him?
Well, I don't know if I should say that. I mean, he actually, I was cheering for him against Roman. He won me over. I liked a lot of the mannerisms as he did. Like, as they introduced him, he was like doing something. Then as they say, Cody, he's down on the mat and he's doing something. I like that he had a place to go. I'm just sharing where I don't like the idea. I stabbed them in the back to form a rival organization, but I stabbed these guys in the back to come back to you to serve myself. It's the business. He's doing the business. I'm just sharing with you. I don't like it.
Okay. And last one, I saw you hosting the Bare Knuckle press conference. Great card they have coming up. End of April. Eddie Alvarez, Chad Mendez, Platinum Perry, Luke Rockhold. Are you going to be doing work for them, or was that just a one-off for you?
Well, I popped into that, and then they're going to have the fight at the end of this month. They're going to Colorado. As a matter of fact, Eric, you might think this is interesting, but one championship is coming to the United States. One championship will play the exact same venue 1 week later. So this is the bare knuckle card of cards, though, right? I mean, if you don't like it after this, okay, great. You're just not going to like it. But how interesting. I mean, by example, if I told you that Luke Rockhold was going to fight Perry and it was going to be an MMA, you will probably forget that within an hour. But when you tell it it's going to be in bare knuckle, everything just changed, right? All of a sudden, that starts to be really interesting. If I tell you that the winner of Rockhold and Perry is going to fight Darren Till in England, you probably would forget that. But if I tell you in bare knuckle, all of a sudden you're going to mark it down on your calendar. It's just one of these really interesting things. And then you got Chad versus Eddie. That is a massacre. I don't even know who I think is going to win that. It's so different. Chad has a level of experience, but Eddie Alvarez is so fast with those hands. It's interesting, man. This is a loaded card. I am excited for it.
Okay, wow. I think you just broke the second piece of news on this interview that you
was the Darren Till thing. Was I not supposed to say that? See, that's the problem. Like, I hear a lot of things, and then nobody said no, but you see where it does get really interesting, though. The rule set does matter. It favors bare knuckle right now.
The MMA Hour Insider, Chael Sonnen, breaking two massive pieces of news. You've broken more news on this show than I've done in the last 2 months.
You're welcome.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Fantastic. Great podcast as well, entitled You're Welcome. This was tremendous. I love you so very much. Thank you for coming on and not only doing the spot, but breaking news as well. We're going to be credited all over the internet, Chael. All the websites are going to have to credit us because of you. Or they could just credit you straight. They'll probably do that to try to no-sell me because they like to do that. But it's okay. I'm happy to be sort of a conduit to all of this. Thank you so much, as always. Go check out the YouTube channel, Chael Sonnen. Go check out the podcast, You're Welcome, and the litany of other things that you're doing, popping up, doing press conferences. Much appreciated, my friend.
And Errol, if I can just throw in here, you said that you're on vacation in Canada. Have a great time. Hello to the family from me.
You're the best. There he is, Chael P. Sonnen, the one and only. Not so much a bad guy these days, more of a good guy, if you ask me. That was incredible. What a spot. I wish we could do a deal with Chael where he comes on, once a month and just makes it to the world for us. Yeah, it might have to make it happen. First of all, he breaks the news that Khamzat Chimaev is fighting Paulo Costa in Abu Dhabi. Sheesh. Then he breaks the news that Darren Till is what's at stake for Platinum Perry and Luke Rockhold in bare knuckle in London. Sheesh. I mean, what's better than this? Come on. Those are two pretty big pieces of news, if I do say so myself. And that's coming up on April 29th, the bare knuckle card. He did the press conference last week. All right, guys, I have to tell you something. I have breaking news. When Chael came on, and by the way, connection still okay, audio still okay, video still okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
everything's like great.
Can I talk to Andy?
I'm here.
How is it, Andy?
It looks great.
Amazing.
You're killing it.
We're trending
the only
on
one who's
Twitter
going to tell
right
me
now.
the truth is Eric. Eric, is it okay? Why is everyone making me so self-conscious?
Eric's in the
Is
bathroom.
he still in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
GC there?
No, GC can't be bothered.
What is going on?
What
Are we
news
even
do you
live
have?
right now?
No, it looks great, man.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of you.
It looks.
I'm asking
GC, can you hear me at Prime?
Does it look okay?
It looks great, man.
I just wrote in the chat. They'll tell me the truth. Anyway, when Chael came on, I got to tell. Oh, here we go. People are writing.
These new potato cameras we got are really nice.
You know yourself. What about Joe Pyfer having an infinitely better setup than me?
Yeah, it looked like he was interviewing you.
You're on vacation. He's working.
You were going on the Joe Pyfer show.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It was fantastic. All right, I'm getting some feedback here. OC says, looks good, mate. Brandon says, I'm overthinking it. Brain Dead Kira says, it looks fine, but I'm legally blind. All right. Jordan says, you look fine. You look good, Helwani. Everything looks great. Why is everyone giving me shit?
So you don't trust anybody?
Yeah, it feels like you're being paranoid right now.
Right.
Yeah, well, I am paranoid.
What was that?
Yeah.
Ariel?
What?
What'd you say?
Paranoid.
I see your lips
I don't
moving, but
understand. Oh, fuck you. Wait 1 second. So anyway, when Chael came on, I'm doing 900 things here. I'm not in the studio. I'm sort of out of my element, but what is happening? He said he couldn't do it, and then I convinced him to come on.
Wow,
that was all happening
Chael
during
was talking.
Yes, that was all happening at the same time. So now I'm trying to send. I was trying. It was one of the. If you guys could read this chat text transcript, it's one of my finest hours of all time. It's happening as Chael's waxing poetic about God knows what. I'm like, Chael, keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm working here. I'm so sweaty. This room is so hot right now. I'm so sweaty. Everyone's on the. We got 14,000 people watching right now. All to hear from Jorge Masvidal. I'm getting worried.
I'm looking at him and he looks fantastic.
Oh, he clicked?
Yeah.
One of my great victories.
Take your time.
GC, you know what they said? GC.
What'd they say?
What, is he ready? Oh, they said I'm toast, but I'm still fucking bread. By the way, we'll be back on Wednesday. We were actually going to take Wednesday off, but you know what I said? I said I want everyone to come back in because we have a lot more to discuss. Thank you. Without further ado, let's go to the King of Miami, the man who fought on Saturday, retired on Saturday, but something tells me we'll be seeing and hearing from him for many, 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 many more years to come. Kind enough to join us, the one and only Jorge Masvidal. Jorge, my man, how are you? Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. You look fantastic, by the way.
Thank you, my brother. How you doing, man? Always a pleasure to work with you. We started a long time ago, so it only feels right. Also ended with my boy, on that note.
Well, I appreciate that because I was talking to Chael just moments ago, and for a second I thought I was losing you, and I was trying to convince you to come on the show while he was on the show. It was a lot of back and forth, but here you are. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Let's go. Let's go.
How do you feel, Jorge? Monday after your last fight, has it sunk in? What are the emotions? What are you feeling?
The emotions are like still a big mixed bag of emotions because I still love the sport and on a physical level I could still do like very good and I was looking at the tape, I still have some hand speed and some things are still good, you know. So it's like damn, but other things I just see it that it's not quite the same, you know, like from mind to body, that like whatever those neurotransmitters are, they're not firing how they used to, you know. And I'll give you like an example, like I see the punch coming, I don't think about it. And it's like I kind of see the punch and then I'm like, oh snap, I got hit. So I saw the punch and I wasn't tired and it's just been happening, like that motor function that I just had has slowed down and it's not the same. So why continue to fight? You know, because I've always been somebody that's had like great defense and stuff, and I've been seeing that come down more and more. And then I started thinking about it, like, man, I've been taking blows and dodging blows since a kid. You know, it's only a matter of time that everybody could ride that roller coaster that they love the most until they, for some reason, can't ride it anymore. It's been my favorite activity to do. I'm still gonna always practice martial arts because I feel it's just good for me to have that release. But to compete at the level that I signed up for since a kid, I'm not there no more. And why even, you know, like push that anymore? You know, there's many guys that I could still beat, I feel, on the roster, but I didn't sign up to just do this as like get money for it. You know, I signed up to fight the best of the world, and I feel like I'm not there anymore. I've lost that step, you know. So it's just it's time to pass on the torch. But in that, you know, I want to thank a lot of people that helped me like get here, like you know, Kimbo Slice, that opened up the doors for me, opened up his platform so I could fight. Then before you know it, I'm fighting for Strikeforce. Scott Coker, thank you very much. I was in Japan for a long time. I was with Bodog. I was all over the place, and I finally ended up with the UFC and Dana White. So I want to always thank them eternally for opening the doors in my career and expanding it a lot bigger and giving that platform. And that's something that I'm going to keep doing is I'm going to keep promoting fights. So my fighting spirit will live on that. I'll keep putting on the shows that I could put on at the time to make them as big as and as best as possible and give these fighters another option to fight and come fight for me and then promote themselves, you know? So I'm done fighting for now, but my fighting spirit is like far from, you know, done.
Considering you've been fighting as a pro for 20 years and God knows how long before that, is it hard to come to terms with this, that you're not as quick as you once were, that you're not, you know, like, is that a hard thing to come to terms with?
Oh, that's the hardest thing, you know? It's just not natural anymore, when it's always been something very natural for me to just see a punch and go, or like somebody shoots a takedown and you got the next 3 sequences in your mind. Like, I feel like that slowed up. So making me even, maybe my body has slowed up, but I feel like that's what slowed up the most than anything, you know? And it's not nothing bad or nothing. It's just your boy's 38 now, you know? And a man has his physical prime, 36, 37 years old. And after that, reflexes and things like that start to come down some, you know? But it's been the funnest ride ever. I wish I could have gone out on a W a couple scraps ago, but fuck, you know? It was rough, man. It's a fight game. I still love it. I'm not bitter about it because it's a fight game. And this is what I signed up for, to kill or be killed. And this is why I love this game. And I'm always going to be behind this game, promoting the next future stars of this sport. And it's going to be a fun roller coaster as a promoter.
When did you come to the conclusion that if you don't win this fight, because you dropped this in the Countdown show, we spoke a couple of times leading up to the fight, you never hinted at this. So when did you decide, if I don't win this, I'm more than likely going to retire?
You know, a lot of factors went into that. Like, I wanted to see it. I was praying to God that I'd have like a great fight camp and get to the fight with no injuries so I could make like an accurate decision in my career. Well, guess what? I got to the fight camp with virtually no injury. It was like literally one of my best fighting camps that I had. So training wise, it wasn't like I had an excuse like, man, my ankles messed up so I couldn't get in my road work that I usually do. No, it was like a perfect one. So there was no excuse there. That's something that I wanted to see, like the training camp compared to the fight. In many ways, I feel like when I feel it's by numbers. I'm not, like, I'll share a little something with you. I'm not the best, like, back-to-back mile runner, you know? Like, if there's no break, if it's like 1, 2, 3 miles, I don't get like the best times like that. I push myself for a long period of time to just focus on that and to beat that, you know? And I actually did better now than I've done most of my career. So in like some aspects, my physical was pretty damn good, you know? And it was like, so there's no excuses. If I lose this fight, or I don't perform the way I want to in this fight, it's just not the same me. And there was times I felt like I could have done way more when I did hurt Gilbert and I did catch him, and just that spark, that boom, 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 that next level, that next shift in gear wasn't there, you know? So I just, it was like, fuck, even like, let's say 10 seconds ago, I would have got the story ending that Miami deserves and fucking clipped this guy and put his ass to sleep with like 10 seconds ago, I still would have retired. I still would have been like, hey, I don't have it no more. Thank you everybody for the victory. But you know, this is not like me at my best, you know? And I could be a sore loser like that if you want, because it's been 20 years. Sounds like I'm a sore loser, right? But it's 20 years, you know, like I don't feel like it, you know? I love doing
and by
it,
the way,
I don't have that oh shit, okay. I dodged these 3 punches and like nothing happened. Now it's like I'm thinking way too much. It's not, when I fire back, they're not there no more. The standstill pictures ain't as sharp as it used to be. You feel me?
You know, people retire and they come back, and you have a boxing promotion which has featured a lot of guys who have left the UFC. My prediction is you make an appearance over there. Are you leaving the door open for maybe a game bred appearance as far as actual fighting on a game bred, either boxing show or bare knuckle show or any kind of, I mean, you have multiple promotions. How could you not fight for your own promotion?
I definitely would X out bare knuckle just because my hands, your boys has 20 years in the fight game. My hands have been through everything you can imagine. There's times after fights that it's like the hands are bad, you know? So I with gloves and casts and all that. So I personally couldn't do that. You know, okay. I wouldn't do MMA, obviously. And I always wanted to do boxing fights, but as of right now, I would say no to all of it, you know? Not really knowing what the future would entail. I don't know, you know, 2-3 years from now, I don't know. It also depends on the type of shape that I'm in and everything, you know? Everything will be like very calculated, especially from this point going forward. But I'm not gonna say no to it. If something crazy came about, yeah, I would entertain it. And obviously, first and foremost, I'd have to get the UFC's permission, you know? They'd have to be the ones to grace me with that because I'm still under contract with the UFC. Which is, there's a lot of people saying stuff out there, agencies and stuff, saying that I owe them something or this and that. I only owe to the UFC the negotiations that me and them had, you know, that we did. Right. Nobody negotiated for me. There's a lot of people saying they negotiated for me. Last 4 years, I've negotiated myself with Hunter and Dana, and they themselves know it. I just want to clear that up while I'm here too. Anybody saying out there that they deserve this or that or any type of credit, Hunter and Dana themselves will tell you who they've been negotiating the last 4 years, face to face. Not on the phone or nothing, face to face in that office. Everything getting done till it gets done. There's a lot of rumors out there. That.
So you say definitively this is it for you. You are done. You are not going to fight anymore.
Yeah, I just, you know, in a train year round, I was in pretty good shape coming into this fight. But like I said, it's not the same me. So why do it, you know? Why sell myself short? And when I think, man, it's been 20 years. It's something fights, you know? I've had fun. I've loved doing this. It's fun as hell, and I wish I could continue on. I truly wish I could have what I had like at 33, 34, that type of speed still in me, and then I would go another XYZ years, but it's not there. Because if it was, I'd be like right back in crushing these motherfuckers, you know?
It was lovely to see your kids there. I don't know if I've ever seen them on camera before, and I'm assuming those youngsters were your kids. Were they? Are those your kids? You have 3 kids? I don't even know how many kids you have.
Well, here's the thing, you know. I usually have them backstage, and I kind of wanted to surprise them because I knew that I was gonna have my kids backstage. And just the world's like a weird place, so I really don't like putting my family like on blast. And a lot of them have always asked not to be on the camera, especially my daughter. I got it to a point where I got like real famous. So in school, like she hated this like fame that she was getting because I was her dad. And everywhere she went, it's like, oh, you're so-and-so's dad. Now she got older. Now she could handle it a little better. So my son, I didn't know if I wanted to like put him in that chaos because you at home might be thinking like, oh, what's the big deal? Well, some kids don't like it. I was the type of kid that I didn't want to talk to nobody all day long. I came to years and years and years of being around it, get comfortable being famous, but I just always respected like my kids and what they wanted, you know. So I don't really usually put them on camera or nothing like that, you know. But it's all good. They had a ball out. It was their dad's last fight, So, you know, everything changed up. They were a little nervous and unnervous, and I kind of flipped the script on them last second too, you know. So they didn't really know how to act and stuff. They were like, you know, very in shock. And my son loved it, you know, my daughter too. But we didn't get the victory. They've been there. They've seen all the ups and downs, all the times I've left early, come home late from the gym, and just repeated that cycle for numerous days now. Personal, I get to kick it more with them. So it's like one of the things I look most forward to in my retirement is that I could give them that time that I didn't always have to give them, you know, because I'd be at the gym and then back home, eat, rest, and then back to the gym, and then boom, you know, whatever time was left for them. And I was like, I can make my day kind of according to what their plans are going, and then boom, do my shit, you know?
Immediately after the fight, it seemed like all love between you and Gilbert, but at the post-fight press conference, he accused you of greasing. Did you see this, and what's your response?
That there's a commission. There was like 3 commissioners backstage. There's numerous people backstage besides USADA. I've never greased. I've never been caught for cheating or anything. Maybe I'm the sweatiest motherfucker he knows, but I've never greased. I've never put on anything in my life for forever, you know? Like I've never done that in my life, you know? Maybe he should blame his technique for fucking, you know, being shitty, not being able to do anything but just hold on the ground. I've never cheated in my life. You know, the referee was there touching me constantly and breaking us up and moving us around. You're telling me he couldn't feel if I had grease? He knew the difference between that and sweating. So, I mean, it's whatever, bro. I've never cheated. I'm not about to cheat, you know. I've never even had a point taken away from me in all my 50-something pro fights. So for this guy to try to slander my name on my last one, whatever, bro.
Does that annoy you?
It annoys me because I've never put grease or Vaseline or anything. I just go out there and compete, bro. I've never done steroids. I've never missed weight. So I feel I don't have to cheat to beat any of these motherfuckers. So it's just whatever, bro. Let him throw whatever he feels like out there.
Eventful week. You were man of the people. I saw you signing autographs. You're coming out of the car. I mean, it was the Jorge show. But I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about Kevin Holland. And we had Kevin on earlier in the show, and I know Dana tried to stop any questions from happening, but now that it's all over, can I ask you for your side of the story here? What first happened at the hotel between you guys? We saw this footage of you guys going back and forth. What sparked that?
Okay, I'll answer this and I'll just leave it alone because I don't give a flying fuck about this guy. If I run into him in a parking lot, we can have a discussion man to man, but like to fight this guy or even hype up anything to do with a fight, no thanks. The guy's a quitter and a bum. He called me a girl. He misgendered me. He straight up misgendered me. He said it himself that he misgendered me, and I won't stand for that. I won't take that. I'm like, don't play with me, bro. I'm not here to play with you in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a fuck about your existence. You know, if you do good, good, and if you do bad, I don't give a fuck. Don't just stay the fuck away from me. You're not gonna misgender me either. You know, but he does that because there's like 5 security guards literally with me, and you know, besides PR and everybody everywhere else, but I guarantee you, I'd bet my life on it. He wouldn't do that if it was just me and him in a room. He would not dare misgender me if it was just me and him, because I'd get my point across very swiftly to him. But 5 security guards on me and him walking it off, saying it like, yeah, I get it why you're misgendering me because you're not a man, you know? That's why you would do that. You're going to do that and then like walk away like some sissy, you know? So that's all I got to say on the individual. Really, I don't really want to talk about this guy, bro, because he's a bum.
Okay, fair enough. Could I just ask, after the weigh-ins, there was this like helicopter footage of you fired up. Did it have anything to do with him, or was that something else that happened? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you were shirtless outside after the weigh-ins on Friday, but we couldn't see what you were upset about or who you were talking to.
Yeah, well, fucking, it's crazy. Got cameras everywhere in this bitch.
It was like helicopter footage. You saw that? Like
that was just some petty ass shit, you know, some petty shit that happened and whatever. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's just some petty ass shit with some petty fuck, you know. And that's it, just me, your boy, getting out of control. But now it's something that I could actually like tone down a bit, you know. It's like all that aggressiveness and the violence and shit, you know, because I'm still gonna be into the violence, but in a different way, you know.
Okay, but that was with someone else.
That was some idiot.
Okay, so then can I ask you, like, was there too much going on during, you know, with the Kevin stuff with being
no
no
the fight? No. The fight week was amazing. I can't complain. Everything was great. UFC went above and beyond to make sure that all the craziness that comes from fighting in your hometown was very well taken care of and stuff. They went as hard as they could to make sure that I was accommodated. Miami itself went way out of their way to make sure I was accommodated. So there's like no excuses or nothing whatsoever. I feel like this was the greatest fight camp. Like that's another reason why I make my mind up. Like I slept in my own bed. It felt amazing. I was in my own oxygen chamber. I was in my own cold tub. It was like everything. It felt like cheating almost. Like, wait, I'm going to fight and I have all these extra things on my side. President Trump is there. I'm in my own city and I can't win against this guy, which my MMA math usually is pretty on point. I know I could have beat this guy 3 years ago, something like that, 2 years ago. So it's just some things ain't working at that same speed no more. That's why no excuses. We beat fair and square on that night. But I also know I've gotten a step slower, Sorry, everybody.
I'll let you go in a minute. No, it's all good. I'll let you go in a minute because I told you I wouldn't keep you very long, but I appreciate this very much.
And I get it, bro. I love you, man. I love all you motherfuckers that I inspired. I get it, man. A lot of my goons are lost their head because I've been there where I lose, and then I come back and I find a way to win, and keep winning. So I get a lot of people upset, but man, I love the sport and I love everything that it's taught me. Because the sport, out of everybody that's come through the sport, I feel like I've actually been one of the best students of learning what it takes for life to succeed, taking these principles of fighting, like, having a coach that specializes in each discipline, being able to delegate tasks and fucking stay on top of those tasks and meet the requirements you need to proceed to the next week and then keep doing it. I feel like this sport has shown me so much that I'm just thankful and forever,
Man, what a run. 20 years. You fought all over the world. So many great opponents, so many great fights. Is there one guy that you didn't get a chance to fight that you wish you would have gotten a chance to fight? Is there a name that sticks out?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. There's a bunch of names that stick out at different periods in my life. I always just wanted to fight whoever was the best, the top 5 guys in my weight class, whatever weight class I was at the time. That was usually like my motto, like, who are the best guys? Let me fight them, When BJ Penn was the best guy at 155 and Takanori Gomi, those were the guys I was trying to fight, and so on and so on. So it's been a long 20 years, and in those 20 years, numerous guys have been at the top, and those are the guys that I always wanted to fight. Just it was nothing personal, just I want to fight the best of the best.
Any regrets?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Captain Hindsight over here. Thousands of regrets.
Is there one that sticks out?
There's a million that stick out, because it's always that, I'm Captain Hindsight now, like, oh my gosh. And my coach told me, don't go out that night because, it's going to, and then bam, so 10 million regrets. I wish I was this wise when I was competing just like 4 or 5 years ago. It's crazy how much wiser I am now. But in just that retiring and like my ego completely leaving me to an extent, as far as like competition goes and seeing like critical mistakes that I thought like, oh, it's not my fault. Yeah, it actually was my fault in many different things, and I had to like absorb all that in so I could make my next decisions. I feel good with what I've done in the sport on many other levels. I feel like I opened the door for a lot of fighters such as myself, to come in there and get it, whether they have a perfect record, whether they have a collegiate background or this back, just go in there and be as violent as you can, as long as you can, and things will work out for you in this sport, For my Latin people as well, my Latin people of all colors, shapes, and sizes, and whatever country they come from, to go and get it, because I'm a Latin motherfucker like them, and they see that I broke all types of records, so they could come in here and do the same damn thing and just push, So that's a great feeling for me as well. I feel like on the money side, I did very good for myself, But on the professional side, yeah, many regrets, many things like, fuck. I know I just, a little here, a little there, that this different. I feel I could have got better outcomes in a lot of fights where maybe close or they shouldn't have been close. So that's something that always stick with me.
Favorite moment? What sticks out? When were you your happiest? What's the apex of it all?
Believe it or not, man, like every single victory to me was like equally as important, bro. And I know it's hard to think like that, but to me it was, because there was some times where where the things around me were so like not good that one victory helped me get out of that not so good situation. Like, let's say I was staying in your couch for the last 2 months, and now I got this like $4,000 check. I'm gonna go rent out something for like 3 months of my own. Like, that was the best feeling ever, you know? And then fast forward to like maybe in a particular moment, I got XYZ dollars at that moment. It didn't matter, that it was so much more than that moment that was special to me, though, because I got out of your couch and I remember that shit and things like that. I can't put any one victory over any one of the victories, because to me, they're all special, bro. They all have like a significance. Like, my daughter's birthday came up and that check came in from a promoter that I was waiting for like 6 months, finally came in, bam. That was an amazing feeling, you know? So I value pretty much all my victories the same.
Last one. I remember you telling me about sleeping in your car and the window didn't go up and there's rain. I think you have your dog with you. I mean, and you've had hard times. And I feel like you haven't even told us 50% of the hard times, to be honest, after all these years. And maybe there'll be a movie or a book that comes out. But if the guy in 2003 who fought in Fort Lauderdale was told that it would end up like this, you sitting here with the glasses, with the leopard skin robe, whatever it is that you're wearing in Miami, with the money you made, with the promotions you have, with the success you had with 2019, where you were the fighter of the year, the comeback fighter of the year, the most improved fighter of the year, fastest knockout, all that stuff, would he have believed all of this, or did all of this exceed your wildest dreams?
In all honesty, if you tell that to 2003 me, you'd be like, oh, we came up short, dog. We came up way short, because I've always been a dreamer, bro. I've always been a dreamer and an achiever, and you know, I learned there wasn't a big amateur when I started for MMA. Amateur MMA and fighting pro was like the same thing. So it was like, why do that? So I learned on the job, and I learned a ton on the job, you know. So I was always a dreamer, though, even while learning on the job. If I would have told all this to 2003 Gamer, they would have been like, oh, we came up, you fucked up. You came up short, dog. You came up major short. So that's just the way I am. That's the way my heart works, you know, and many things. But I'm going to take that into all my next future chapters of my life. Like, all this knowledge that I got from fighting and all the times that I failed comes with me. All the discipline that I learned, it comes with me. And now through my fighting spirit still here, I just, like I said, I don't have those biomechanics anymore. It's just, this zap ain't the same. But that passion I still have for fighting, I get to pour it on to promoting. And a little bit of me always like live in there forever.
And what's short? Not winning a UFC title? Because that's the only thing you haven't done.
Yeah, that and fucking I always wanted like numerous things. I wanted, this was gonna sound crazy, and you know, there was a way or two that I could have got it. You know, I had like a game plan for it, but I always wanted to try to seal up like a submission of the year award. You know, how dare I, right? I'm not a fucking grappler. Me try to get in there and do that. I had like 1 or 2 good submissions that could have done it. And had I been practicing my flying arm bars enough and I would have got a Romino Sato arm bar on somebody ever, that would have been like fucking submission of the year, you know? And I could hit those in practice from time to time. And if the right guy would have came, I would have drilled the fuck out of it. I would have liked to hit something like that, you know? So in my career on the professional side, there's numerous things I wrote out that I wanted to do. I didn't get to do it, you know? And some of them for this reason, some of them for that reason. But and still, I come up short in my book for professional achievements.
All right. Well, you gave us a lot of great moments. And again, 2019 is one of the greatest years that a fighter has ever had. And I remember talking to you back in the day when you would eat brownies for breakfast before the KJ Noons fight and that run. You remember that? I mean, like living in an apartment and those video blogs that you had back in the day, and we saw the way you were living, and now to see you now is pretty damn incredible, and to see the love that you got. And I was so happy that you got that Miami moment, because no one represented Miami on this worldwide stage better than you. So much respect, my friend. Like I said, done fighting, but I feel like we'll be hearing a lot from you and seeing a lot of you as you now transition fully into promoting and God knows what else. So good luck in this next chapter. Congratulations in the previous chapter. Thank you for always coming on, and thank you for coming on today. I'm happy we were able to do this on the Monday after the fight, as per tradition.
Sir, yes, sir, man. Sir, yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Jorge. Thank you, Jorge. Enjoy, and we'll talk to you soon.
Gracias a todos mis fans, siempre apoyándome desde 0 hasta 100 y todas las cosas en el medio. I fucking loving you. I want to thank my #1 sponsor always, Jesus Christ. God Almighty, thank you for this beautiful career. The ups, the downs. I thank God always for all of my gifts that I have. They come from above. Thank you, God Almighty. Thank you all for tuning in. Lo fuimos. Lo fuimos.
Thank you, Jorge. Oh, there he is. He closed out. I have a funny story about that from a previous era, but great stuff there from Jorge Masvidal. What a look, huh? I mean, thank God he wore the glasses. I'm thrilled he wore the glasses. The glasses were phenomenal. The robe, the glasses, shades of the post Ben Askren fight where he was eating, I think it was pancakes, and he had the syrup, and the syrup was like super, like the thing was super close to the camera, and he was just going like that, like, and it was like right in front of the camera. Also, on that same interview, we were using FaceTime at the time, and he shut off the FaceTime, and we were live, and there were a lot of people watching because it was post Ben Askren knockout. And when you close FaceTime, all like the previous numbers show up, and so all the previous numbers, yes, from our previous guest showed up. That wasn't very fun, but we don't do that anymore. So good times. We got it. We did it. We got it done, Frank. What do you think?
Hey, we're not done yet.
No, I'm just saying, like, I was sweating that for a moment.
I don't know why he was sweating that. He was a man of his word.
Oh my God! I'm just gonna sit back and relax now. Can I sit like this?
Courtesy flush for us, please.
Yeah. How's the audio sounding? Is it good? Is it better when I speak this close to the microphone?
Couldn't be better.
I gotta tell you, 2 weeks in a row now, remote shows, never coming back. I mean, we're killing it. Is it better? Could you be honest? Is it better without me there? Like, is everyone a little happier? And how many primes are you drinking without me there? Am I going to come back to just empty boxes? What's going on?
You need to just come here to figure that out.
You guys miss me?
Yes.
Bit of a delay there. All right. Well, thank you very much to Jorge. Congrats on a great career. I see a comment here. Keep on going for hours, Ariel. Jeez Louise. No, I cannot do that. There's nothing better than a show where you feel like, oh, this guy might not show up, that guy might not show up, and then they all show up, and you can be like, it's a great feeling, guys. It's one of the great highs. You know what? I wish you all get to experience this high, but you'll only get to experience this high if you book an MMA show. Now, in a matter of moments, we shall recap the weekend with the boys, GC in particular. But first, let me tell you about our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace. I've been telling you about Squarespace for quite some time, and they are part of the family, and we are happy that they are part of the family. And this episode is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for growing your business online. What's better than Squarespace? Well, if you're starting out your own store, you want a newsletter, you want to share recipes, you want to do all kinds of things. You want to have a website to let people know about your upcoming fights. If you're a fighter, you want to have a website where people can read articles, can see videos, can listen to stuff, travel diary. I mean, can I go on and on? Could you imagine if a fighter starts his own website and he has a travel diary, he has a blog about what he's eating, his nutrition, her nutrition. You can all do that on Squarespace, a very easy way to start your own beautiful website and grow your own brand. With Squarespace, you can make your own blog, but so much more. You can create email campaigns, set up an online store, even sell premium gated content like tutorials or newsletters. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial right now. That's squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Once again, that's squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Please support them because they support us. Another group entity that I want you to support is our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Oh, yes, we are getting into it, my friends. NBA playoffs around the corner. We got the play-in tournament, GC hype for his Atlanta Hawks. Are we rooting for the Hawks? Are we on the bandwagon again, or are we off the bandwagon? I can't keep track of it.
I mean, we never left.
What are we doing?
Of course we're rooting for
Seemed like you were. It was a lot of Bulldogs. It was a lot of Bravos. Not a lot of Hawks gear over there. I'm just going to be honest. So I just wasn't sure.
It sucks, man.
Okay. Also, we've got Cavs Knicks. Are we doing a friendly little thing, New York break? You tell me. I don't know.
Nothing friendly
Cavs
about
Knicks.
it, but we can do something.
Wow. The Donovan Mitchell Cup is going to be lit. Anyway, I want you all to get in on the NBA playoffs action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make a $5 pre-game moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Download the app now and sign up with code VMMAHour. That's code VMMAHour. Very important. That lets them know we sent you. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. State-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in required. 1 bonus bets issued based on amount of initial losing. NBA bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Yeah. By the way, did you say one time, Frank, that I didn't have to read the red part? Or do I have to read the red part? You do. It's great.
I don't
content.
remember. It changes. Just read it.
Anyway, Arnold Allen, Max Holloway on Saturday in Kansas City. Massive, massive fight. We got big boxing as well, so you can get in on all of that this weekend on DraftKings. You can also get in on the PFL. The PFL is back this weekend. 3rd week in a row for the PFL. Nice little card this past weekend. They're on a roll. And I want to let you know that this episode is brought to you by the Professional Fighters League. They are back on April 14th. And they've got a massive debut on this card. Who is it? Hurricane Shane Burgos. Yes, finally. The announcement that was made on this show way back when, finally coming to fruition this weekend as Hurricane Shane Burgos enters the PFL season against who? The PFL lightweight world champion, Olivier Aubert-Mercier. Tabarnak, they're going OAM versus Shane Burgos off the jump. Sheesh. Also, you got 2022 PFL welterweight world champion Sada Boussi on the card, a bunch of other names as well. It's the PFL back this Friday, April 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus, and at 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. That's this Friday on the ESPN family of networks. Appreciate them very much. Can I also say one thing, Frank, as I take a pregnant pause here?
Yeah, what's up?
Worst music choice of all time. I mean, what was that?
You want to pick the
music? Like the worst. That was the worst fucking choice that I didn't want to say anything in between because then you'll get all upset that I was talking in the middle of the day. What the fuck was that? It was so distracting. I was like yelling. The reverberation was all up in. I mean, what was that? What was that called? Can you delete that track forever and ever? What was that?
It's called Fruit.
Oh yeah. That might have been sign number 1 that you shouldn't have used that song. Fruitcake?
Fruitcake.
Horrible. Don't ever use that song. I mean, it was. I felt like I was having an aneurysm. It was like. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone for their support. Now let us turn to. By the way, Did the Parlay Pals win this past weekend?
No.
No, it died early. Yeah, it died early.
Who was? I thought weren't we doing well? We won on PFL.
We lost.
We lost on PFL.
Aspen live.
Hand up. It was me.
That's what it done.
You weren't watching that fight?
Well, I mean, I remember the
I don't
text
remember.
right when she lost.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Yeah. It was not a great fight, if we're being honest.
No.
It was a good third round. It was a great third round. But
it almost makes it worse that she did next to nothing for the first 2 rounds and then had all the success in the world in the third round. Almost teased us like she was going to get a finish and then still ended up losing. And then I thought we might be able to pull out a draw when they were listing off the scorecards. They started 28-28.
Yeah.
Said one for our opponent. I thought we were going to get, the draw. No. Frustrating watch for sure.
Enjoy the rest of the week. I'm out of here, guys.
Well, I actually thought that we won. I was.
Oh wow, you were
really
popping bottles in Montreal.
I was hyped. I mean, I know Ali Walshwan.
Oh, it looked
so
great
like,
doing it too.
Yeah, he looked great. He looked absolutely great. How did the rest of the squad do?
Yeah, I mean, we went 3 for 4, so that does kick out Rick from the Parlay Pals until we lose again. Kevin Holland for Frank, Gastelum Curtis over 1.5. Yeah, man, if we had gotten the dub, we would have been back in the green all time.
Really?
Yeah. But now we dive further into the red, unfortunately. Much like myself, much like myself, a quick recap of UFC 287. Found some good success. Got some dogs, cash there. To the naked eye, this seems like a bad week, and I understand how it seems that not doing great. Okay on 287. We go over on PFL. I think that might be the first time I've bet on a card and gone over. That was not enjoyable. But I do have to shout out to the watch party chat. They turned $15 into $150 for me. So I technically.
Did they?
Oh, yeah, Frank's a little salty because we did one chat bet that I didn't advertise, that I didn't want to do, that I didn't take.
Why?
Well, I mean, if we really want to get into it in our quote-unquote production meeting, I was like, all right, we'll do Holland and Ponzinibbio, which the chat won. They said Holland by knockout. And then I was like, and then if we win, we'll free roll it into the main event. I guess Frank missed that during the meeting.
Oh, there was a meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess he missed that. So he did Adrian Yanez, Rob Font, and he was like, oh, it's Yanez by KO. And I was like, oh, I'm not taking that. I'm going to wait till the main event. Frank took it, put a pretty penny on it. Obviously did not work out for him. He's a little salty at the chat there. But so didn't lose any money, but technically we have a visitor in the back there. Yeah,
sorry,
do we need to go full screen down on here? No, please interrupt. Interrupt. No words.
No. I mean, we got Claire here for the first time ever.
I'm not being facetious. I'm saying please interrupt.
Claire, you're live on the MMA Hour for the first time ever. You had other shows. You've been on the Claire and Ariel show, but never this show. How are you doing, and what do you think about being live in front of thousands of people right now?
I already been live?
No, not on the MMA Hour. This is a debut, highly anticipated debut for you on the MMA Hour. What do you have to say? This is a show that I've been doing since 2009, Claire. Oh my God. I was talking to my friend Chael Sonnen. You were -7 when I started this show. Your thoughts?
-7?
Yes. What do you think about Israel Adesanya knocking out Alex Pereira and then doing the 3 bow and arrow shots into his heart and then mocking his son by mocking the way he celebrated when he knocked him out? Your thoughts?
Good.
Yes, you picked Israel, right?
I know.
Yeah, you did.
Because I like Israel.
Yes, and what about Jorge Masvidal? He retired.
I don't like him.
You don't like him? You're more of a Gilbert Burns guy? Yeah. Do you think that Jorge was actually greasing?
Yeah.
You do?
Sheesh. I didn't know greasing is. I just say no.
Oh, what do you think of me saying sheesh all the time?
I don't like it.
You don't like it either? It's annoying?
Claire.
Can you give them a sheesh?
Sheesh.
All right, well, I'm going to finish the show here because we're live right now. You have a good day?
Yeah.
Is this weird that I'm doing my show from this room here?
Yeah, the pool room.
Yeah, this is where we... Oh, now there's some activity back there. There's a lot of stuff going on here, guys. Everyone's back.
I just went from my shoot, a photo shoot.
You were just at a photo shoot?
Yeah.
How was it?
Good.
For Mama's work?
Uh-huh.
And did you take pictures?
Uh-huh, a lot.
Did you wear makeup?
Uh-huh. I'm still wearing it.
Oh, my God.
I made a mistake.
What was the mistake?
And I put too much.
No, you
all
look great.
over me, so then I spreaded it out.
No, you look fantastic. Also, do you want to tell them what jersey you got on Saturday?
Yeah, I got a Holland jersey.
Erling Holland? Man City? Sheesh. I thought you were a Nottingham Forest fan.
No, I changed.
Show them the guys. These are my friends. We've got New York Rick and GC here. There they are. They can't be bothered. They're half asleep back there.
Well, ask her where she was during the Dortmund days for Holland for me, please.
Where were you
she's just
during the
bandwagoning.
Dortmund days, or are you just a bandwagon Holland fan?
A bandwagon Holland.
Oh, yeah, at least she admits it. Are you going to stick with Nottingham Forest if they get relegated?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I am. Last one. Arnold Allen, Max Holloway.
Max Holloway?
Oh, my
Oh, wow.
God. Do you think the best is blessed? Yes?
And also I picked him just because I have somebody in my class named Max.
All right. Well, that's a great reason. All right. I'm going to finish this up, and I'll be there in a moment. Do you mind just closing the door behind you? All right. There she is, everyone. Claire Helwani stopping by. How about that? I didn't mean that, you were doing your thing. I didn't mean to interrupt. Bye, Claire.
That's got to be a regular segment right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic.
Jorge Greased, go Max, and,
Going Max.
and R.I.P. Sheesh. I mean,
That's big.
Says it
You
all.
literally beckoned her over to the microphone. You're like, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, did you text your wife and you're like, send Claire in?
On my life. I didn't know she was here. I've been here.
Some people
by
have to go to the
myself for a while.
bathroom, like naturally.
But again, another reason why I could get used to this. We're doing the show. Claire pops in. There's a lot more activity here.
Does she want to take my spot in Parlay Pals? I feel like we could just pass that over.
We almost have to run with her pick.
Wow,
who's the
Jed,
favorite, by
Jed
the way, in that
literally slacked that as
Max Holloway.
as I said that.
Large favorite.
Anyway, okay, back to what you were doing. I
Yeah,
apologize.
let's go from the sweet, innocent 6-7-year-old to degenerate gambling, where I lost this weekend, minus 2.73 units. Made it back with the chat bet, though. And here's why I feel good about it, because I went 0 on PFL. I mean, I was just destined to lose going into Saturday night. Would have almost taken a miracle to have a winning week. 1 on UFC. So, the last event I have in my mind, we won on with the UFC. Got a little bit back on Saturday. Quickly, shout out to the DraftKings. See Chris, a multi-time winner in 2023, 525 points. That's a lot. So good on Chris. The Verdict MMA Hour League updating the standings. Harry Byrne, 23, retains first place. And then last but not least, run through some big hitters because there were quite a few on this pay-per-view Monday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, we start with the K1 star, or as I like to call him, Steve, talking about degenerate action here. He goes Mets, Phillies, Bruins in OT and a shootout, Nets, Pelicans, Warriors, Kevin Holland, Santiago Ponzinibbio to not go the distance, Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira to not go the distance, and Joe Pyfer by KO. Oh, yeah, and then let's throw on Lakers -8 on the back end there for a plus 30,000 parlay, $5 into 1,500. Shout out to Steve. Next up, Ty Garente. He goes Bahamondes, Pyfer, Gastelum, Holland, Font, Adesanya, and Burns. $300, wins 68-13. I mean, if that is not the definition of a big hitter there, I don't know what is. Fantastic night for him. Shout out to him. Next up, Kinsella Toby Kinsella. Do have to say shout out to him on the side. Pretty sure his profile picture, if I'm not mistaken, is of the one and only Katie Taylor. So shout out to him there. He goes 100-1 on a parlay. He goes Sam Hughes, underdog. Steve Garcia, Norton Becca doesn't go the distance. Godinez by points. Very sweaty there. Very dicey there. Gastelum by points. And Christian Rodriguez, C-Rod, guest earlier on the show, underdog by decision. Plus 10,125. Another one. Uh-oh. Looks like I was in a hurry making these. At the K1 star again, Steve. So that means either Steve hit the plus 30,000 or Steve hit this one. I messed this up. I'm sorry to whoever this was. Either way, someone hit Adesanya KO round 2 plus 1,800 plus Adesanya KO. Ends up profiting over $1,000 on that one. Just a couple more here to get to. Signature MMA picks. He hits a plus 1,400 and a plus 1,100. Both fairly big bets, cashing over $1,800 on the night in the UFC. Fantastic for him. Waxed caps. He goes Christian Rodriguez, dog. Rob Font, Adrian Yanez, not to start round 2. So he called a round 1 knockout on that one. And Pereira Adesanya to not start round 3. $20 into 585. And last one, but not least, I know you'll like this one, especially you're in his home country right now. At Champagne Poppy, Drake. He goes, Israel Adesanya, quick 500 G's on that. Adesanya by KO, another 400 G's on that. Nets almost $2.6 million on the Adesanya victory. Actually, if I'm doing the math, $2.7 million. He throws it around. He did lose on Jorge, but feels like the Drake curse is dead. He's been winning some bets as of late.
I'm happy that you said that, and congratulations to Drizzy. If he wants me to stop by the 6, happy to do that. Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
I mean, he loves he loves MMA. When is he coming on the MMA?
He loves MMA.
I'm wondering.
He posted a thing about Masvidal on his stories, but I just don't understand. Like, when is the Drake curse? Like, how many times does he have to defy the Drake curse for it to become dead, or is it just going to be a thing?
It will be a thing forever.
I've seen him hit countless bets at this point.
Did you see in the post-fight press conference, Izzy said that he took his gloves. Which fight was it from? The Pereira fight?
No, it was.
Or is it another?
It was the. Was it Cannoneer? No,
I don't think it was Cannoneer.
I'm forgetting.
One fight that he picked. I feel like it was it couldn't have been the Pereira fight.
It was not the Pereira fight. It was.
Vittori.
It was Vittori. Yes, it was Vittori.
And he took his gloves and he framed them, and then he wrote
the wraps
curse
in the
on
gloves
it.
and sent it to Drake. Yeah, it was
incredible.
Yeah, I mean, no, he will never beat that. It will always be once the curse is established.
Right.
Then it lives forever. It doesn't matter.
It's annoying.
Did you see? I think
remember there was
Brandon Marshall, like had 100 G's cash, and Adesanya was like, "Yep, go bet it all on me."
He not only that, he said, "On my life."
Yeah.
On my life, go bet.
That's right, I guess.
Brandon Marshall, like the former NFL wide receiver.
Yeah, I ran into him one time here in New York.
Were you about to say, do you remember the Eminem curse? I think that's where you were going, yes?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
What were you about to ask about?
I was a part of a curse. Do you remember the Helwani in the warehouse interviewing someone via Zoom curse?
Oh, yes, of course.
Make it do a thing?
Yeah, the
Helwani. It was like
That's
Connor,
a ridiculously
Stipe,
specific
Izzy.
curse.
Oh yeah, because in the pandemic, I would go to this special place to do these big interviews for ESPN. It was always the same look. It was me in a room sitting and looking at the screen.
Yeah.
And the 4 guys that I did it against lost, and now people started to be like, they started this thing that anytime I interviewed someone before a fight, they would lose. And I'm like, what about the 900 other people that I'm interviewing before a fight? What about them?
You haven't convinced me that curse isn't a real curse. If you go back to a warehouse and interview somebody on Zoom.
Did you ask anyone to do an interview beforehand, and they were like, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit worried about the Helwani doing a interview over Zoom in a warehouse curse.
The warehouse curse, the Helwani warehouse curse. I mean, it's not proven untrue yet.
Stop it. This is not a thing, all right? Just like the merch thing isn't.
We need to get you into a warehouse and interview someone before the next fight.
We got to test
So Wednesday, I'm gonna rent out a warehouse here in Montreal, and Wednesday I'm going to.
Yeah, but see now you're on Zoom and not. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's true. It's not the same. Someone in the chat said that I need to bring you guys Montreal bagels.
Sure, right? I love a Montreal bagel. They're great.
Okay, you've had them.
Yeah.
I've never had
So
one.
he doesn't get
hasn't?
No, I've only seen
Frank.
the shoes.
I haven't had one. Nobody else in the control room has had one. Except for
I've had one.
The problem is it's Passover, and I'm not allowed to touch bread, so sorry, guys. I can't.
Oh, you can't even touch it.
Can you look at it?
Technically, I mean, there's different rules. Can I look at it? Sure.
Yeah, you can just tell somebody that you put that in a bag.
There's some people who cover up their bread. Some people actually clean out their whole house and sell it all. Other people cover it with foil. There's all kinds of rules. I'm not that intense.
They sell the bread.
Eating it.
To who?
They sell it, yeah. You sell it to someone for $1, I think it is, and then they sell it back to you when it's done. It's all, but you have to clean out your whole pantry. It's crazy.
So no Montreal bagels. There we go.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work out this time. Maybe next time. That's
yeah, no Prime when you get back either.
Yeah, well, I was expecting that already, if I'm being honest. Congratulations, by the way, to Logan Paul on his new deal with WWE. Also, that was announced this morning. And congratulations to Rory McDonald and Robbie Lawler. It was announced on Saturday that they are going into the Hall of Fame. UFC 189, one of the all-time great fights. I think Frank was there in attendance for that one. An incredible back and forth war, and this pretty much cements that this Hall of Fame class is one of the, if not the greatest of all time. Jose Aldo, Anderson Silva, Jens Pulver, Donald Cerrone, and now Rory McDonald versus Robbie Lawler from UFC 189, which was eventually obviously won by Robbie Lawler. I wish it was Rory McDonald because he never got that shot, but good on him for getting into the Hall of Fame. I do wonder if he'll even show up to the Hall of Fame because you notice that they did like the video package and he wasn't in it at all. I feel like he'll show up, but I think he deleted his Instagram too.
Yeah,
so I don't know. I think Rory's just enjoying
retired
not being bothered by anyone. Yeah. Anything else we have to discuss, or are we good?
I think I'm good.
Sweet. Yeah. Oh, the only other thing I wanted to mention at the top was, or at the bottom here, I mentioned this at the top. Seems like, as expected, Danny Rubenstein not happy with you, Rick.
Yeah, I already told him. Like, first of all, I mean, Danny's not been happy with me many times before. But
that's true. Me too.
His argument. Let's just break the fourth wall here. I mean, to
I didn't realize there were this many texts. By the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just not getting
Danny Rubenstein's argument is, well, Israel Adesanya got a title shot after 5 wins, and it was this many unanimous decisions and this many finishes and this and this. That's what we call in the business a straw man, Danny. Nobody argued that Israel Adesanya deserved or didn't deserve a title shot. That's not the argument here. That's called a straw man. And then if we look at the quality of those wins, I mean, that's where it kind of falls apart. Beating Derek Brunson in 2020. Did he beat him in 22, 23? When
I didn't realize they were beefing so much behind the scenes here. Wow, Rick has used straw man twice in this text.
He presented the same argument twice. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Logical fallacy.
It's a logical fallacy. Israel Adesanya could have fought one time and got a title shot. Nobody's arguing about that. Nobody's talking about that. Bring something stronger for me, Danny. Bring something stronger.
I smell a Danny Rubenstein New York Rick debate on the show. That would be something, right?
That'd be fantastic.
I'll tell
Especially
you what.
If we could get an in-person head-to-head.
The same way your Knicks
with
are about to get smoked by the Cavs, Danny doesn't want that.
Well, I think he would welcome it. If Julius Randle is really injured, I don't welcome this matchup. A little bit worried about that. But I'm now a basketball podcaster, so I'm sort of unbiased.
Yeah, you have to be unbiased. I get it.
Yeah.
Are you a wrestling journalist yet? By default?
We're working on that.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Good.
Heard you went to the movies recently.
Oh, yeah. How was the movie?
Oh, yeah. I went to the movies. Thanks for asking. I went to Super Mario Brothers. I went. Shout out to the Cavendish Mall, if anyone is aware. This mall opened in 1993. My friend Corey and I were in line to try to be the first ever customers. We missed out on another friend of mine, Jason Portnoy, who got a free drink and a free popcorn as a result of the fact that he was first in line. I'll never forget it. We went to see Dangerous Minds in theater. Anyone see that? Yeah. Anyone? Blast from the Past?
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yes, 1993. GC, how old were you?
0. What month was it?
Wow. August of 1993.
Yeah, 1 month old.
Wow, this guy.
I mean, we're talking like a couple weeks at that point.
You're pooping in your pants. I'm in line trying to get the free popcorn. Michelle Pfeiffer, tremendous. Coolio.
Yeah, I could have gotten pushed by in a stroller, and you'd be like, "I'll work with that guy at some point."
Yeah,
would you go see Dangerous Minds, Higher Learning, and then 187 like back to back? Boys in the Hood, somewhere in there.
Oh no, I did. By the way, I was all about Juice, all that. I loved those movies back in the day. Man. Anyway. They've renovated the theater, a bit of a tangent, and I went to see Super Mario Brothers, which I saw, I think on Jedi's feed, was trending to be like the highest grossing animated film of all time. What the hell? Yeah.
I mean, it's big stuff.
It was good.
It's a huge IP. Like,
yeah, no, it was great.
Shout out to the Sonic movies. Those are awesome.
I can't speak for like the mid 45 minutes because I fell asleep during that part. The chairs that they had were just fantastic. It was one of the fully reclinable ones.
Yeah, great stuff.
A lot of callbacks. Like even I don't want to give you any spoilers.
Yeah,
but like
don't spoil it because I'm going to see
no spoilers.
in a
Tonight,
matter
right?
of hours. Yes.
Oh my God, who's going?
Me, Frank, a couple other people.
Wow, New York Rick or what?
No, I got hours of work left.
Wow.
Rick couldn't be bothered.
Also, I wouldn't go. Let's just call it what it is.
No, I get it. Let me know what you think. I enjoyed it for what I saw. I enjoyed. Animation was great. Jack Black, a couple others, NBD. But there were a couple of callbacks.
Of all time.
Jack Black. Others.
Yes.
Callbacks.
There's some people in it. I fell asleep in the middle 45. Go see it.
Your favorite Mario games or something?
Oh, you know what I've said this before. You know what my favorite Mario game is?
No.
Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Oh, it's Mario 3 when he turns into the raccoon.
Yeah, the raccoon. I know.
Love the raccoon. That was the best.
That showcased.
There's a callback to that.
Yeah.
Yes. Great movie.
Yeah.
Fred Savage.
Right.
Fred Savage. Yeah. So anyway, if you're an old, I'll just say this, just a little tease, because I think it's going to go over your head, GC, because you're so young.
No,
if you're an
I've
old
played
school
a lot of the Mario
Saturday
games. A lot of Mario games.
Saturday morning cartoon. Did you ever see the Saturday morning cartoon?
Oh no, that's over my head. Yeah.
That there's a callback to that, which is pretty damn cool.
I'm looking forward to it. I actually can't wait. There's an advertisement for it that's been outside of the office for the last 4 months. I'm looking forward to this.
They got you.
They got. I mean, I was going to see it no matter what. Cast, animation.
Also
everything.
short,
Good.
90 minutes.
Oh, good.
In and out.
Perfect.
That's a key.
Slept for 45, but so it was even better for me.
Yeah. Wow.
Why do you keep bringing this up? Why do you?
He's like an old man. He can't.
Movies have gotten longer
He can't
lately.
sit longer than 10 minutes without starting to fall asleep.
Oh my gosh! Imagine me during a UFC fight night. It's just fine. I mean, the amount of coffee I have to drink.
We get out of these stupid crowd infested places and get back to the Apex next week.
This is what I'm saying.
Oh,
2 straight weeks
really?
of the Apex. Yeah, 2 straight weeks of the Apex. Curtis Blades, Sergey Pavlovich, massive heavyweight fight.
Wait,
will be at the Apex.
By the way, I thought Pavlovich, because he weighed in, gets a title fight.
Oh, actually, speaking of that with the Chael thing, I mean, I completely fell for this. The Izzy tweets from when he was 16, tweeting at Chael.
Yeah. What did you fall for?
I actually tried looking them up for a second. I was just like,
oh yeah.
I mean,
no, he's just Chael was on
that would
fire.
have been that would have been 2005. Twitter wasn't even around. I mean, he got me good.
No,
he got me good. He got me good.
He had another one that what did he say? I don't know. There was something about him turning heel that was just amazing. Anyway, we can talk more about that on Wednesday.
Of course.
We're out of time. Back on Wednesday. A lot to discuss then. But for now, it's time to go home. I'm gonna go. Hang out with Claire's back. You see her right over there? She's right over there.
Yeah.
Hey, Claire. she's watching me like a hawk. Claire, I'm trying to sign off here. Frank, you can hit our music. Who knows what else is going to... Oh, no, not that, Frank. What's that?
Sorry about that.
There? Yeah, no, I'm just signing off here in front of millions and millions of people. No big deal. Oh, there it is. Did you mean to do that, Frank?
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. Sorry, I
have separation anxiety.
I'm watching the text conversation here between Danny and Eric just roll in as Claire's just kind of made the studio her own. But what a day it has been, my friends. What a time. Everyone showed up. Contrary to popular belief, everyone showed up. Thank you very much to all our guests. What a great day. Kevin Holland, shout out to him. Did you guys get a principal-student vibe at the beginning of that too, or was it just me?
No, that was kind of rude.
On my part?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, just saw a guy just rocked a good fight.
I was just like,
you
take
look
off your
nervous.
jacket, get comfortable. No, it's just like, get comfortable. I don't know. You're in your house wearing your jacket.
Did you see what jacket that was?
No, what was it?
Samurai Jack, throwback to an old Cartoon Network. Cartoon.
Really throwback. That
the guy was enjoying his jacket, and you're like, shh.
No, I have no idea what that is. Anyway, thank you very much to him, and congratulations as well. Thank you very much to Christian Rodriguez. Great stuff from him. Great to have him on the show for the first time. Joe Pyfer, what a stud. What an absolute stud he is. He's unbelievable. Thank you very much to him as well. And congrats on the big win. This is an invasion. It's hard to concentrate right now. Thank you very much to Chael Sonnen. Great job on his part. And thank you, as always, to Jorge Masvidal. Congratulations on a great career. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to her as well. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, we say peace. We're out of here. Oh, that wasn't good. Bye-bye.